Hi, y'all, and welcome to today's all-day live stream. We are on day 7 of the Donna Adelson trial. I could not be more excited to find out what happens today. This is day number 1 of the defense case on behalf of Donna Adelson, and I do not know where they're going to go. Frankly, the prosecution's case has been so much worse than anything I imagined. I had assumed that they would pretty much be doing Charlie's case plus a little bit related to Donna, but mostly Charlie's case. And frankly, the evidence from Charlie's case that related to Donna, it was okay, but it was weaker than it was with Charlie. I felt they probably would be able to convict her based on that. I felt like they would, but it was tighter. It was going to be a closer case, a closer call. But the fact of the matter is, the state has absolutely brought tons of brand new evidence against Donna, and the case is looking very grim for the defense. We will find out how they plan to counter that. What do they plan to do? So let's talk about what some of the new evidence that we've seen is. One thing we saw was communications between Donna and Wendi that had not been available at the time of Charlie's trial because they now have Donna's phone and Donna's communications. And we saw some of those. We saw some of what she said to Wendi. And frankly, it didn't necessarily look good. It wasn't a confession. It wasn't anything like that, but it was nonetheless something that's going to be damaging. Then, in addition to that, we had the jail inmates who testified against her. One of them actually came in and told this jury that Donna Adelson confessed to the crime of murdering Dan Markel, that she confessed she wasn't the one in charge. It wasn't her idea, but yeah, she did it. That is brand new. There was nothing that dramatic about Charlie. There is question all around the other inmates, the 2 inmates who shared cell blocks with Donna Adelson and who say they talked to her and that they were fully in the know on what she was saying and talking and communicating about her case. But they nonetheless, there were 2 of them who came in, and both of them said Donna Adelson tried to get them to lie for her. I did a video on that, which I dropped last night. Be sure to check that out when you have some spare time. But what I was talking about was the fact that the 2 inmates shared similar stories. They both said that what Donna asked them to do was to say, I, an inmate, was actually incarcerated with Katie Medbanawa, and I know she was lying during Charlie's case. I know she did this whole she did this extortion against Charlie Adelson. I know that. And therefore, and this is, I don't think I'm explaining this very coherently. The 2 inmates were supposed to come into the court and turn to the jury and say, Katie Medbanawa is a big liar. We know that because we were in jail with her, and she told us she was making up this whole story about Charlie having hired the hitman. She told us that she and the 2 hitmen arranged this in order to extort Charlie. That's what they were supposed to say. Instead, they came into court and they said, Donna tried to make us say that, but it's false because Katie may well have been telling the truth. What we know for sure is that Donna Adelson was not. What we know for sure was Donna Adelson was trying to make us say this false story. That's really super damaging. One of them, on top of that, said that she knew that Donna Adelson had actually confessed to the crime. She overheard her say, yeah, I did it, but I wanted to do it for my grandchildren, and I wasn't the one in charge of it. So that would implicate maybe other people as well, but it doesn't save Donna. If anything, it makes things way, way worse for Donna. Then you add to that the change in Katie Medbanawa's testimony. Now, Katie was Charlie's girlfriend, hired the hitman, and Katie Medbanawa in this trial testified that Donna actually was the person who laundered the money. She did, in fact, wash it. She did, in fact, give it to Charlie, and the money came from Donna to pay the hitman. There may have been money from Charlie as well, but Donna was directly involved in the connection of that money. That is really important because it was not nearly that clear when she testified in Charlie's trial. And I did a little segment in one of our lunch lives where I broke out the difference between the two. So in this trial, Katie was very clear. Charlie told me his mother brought the money. Charlie told me his mother washed the money in the washing machine. And in the last trial, in Charlie's trial, she said, well, it could have been his mother. That's possible. She might have come by. I don't really know. And I don't really know if she brought the money. It was very unclear. But in Donna's trial, it was crystal clear. The defense did not cross-examine her on that point. They did not say, well, didn't you say this before? And isn't this contradicting? None of that happened. Instead, it just went uncontradicted before the jury. So the jury has a ton of stuff that they're looking at that is directly related to Donna's guilt. She provided the money to go to the hitman on the day of the murder. And then that's Katie's testimony. And then the jail inmate who says she confessed that she was involved in the murder. The defense tried to suggest, well, maybe she was only confessing to writing checks to Katie. But on redirect, they cleared that up. Nope, she was being very clear. She was guilty of the murder of Dan Markel. She was involved, although not in charge. These are just extremely damaging. It would be hard to come back from this if there were no other evidence. If that were the only evidence, it would be very hard to come back from that sort of very specific, very directed testimony about Donna Adelson. So what will they do? I don't know. I personally am super curious. I don't know. I've debated it in my head. Do I think they will actually put Donna on the stand, and what will she say? And of course, there's Charlie waiting in the wings. Charlie waiting. He wasn't brought at any point during the direct, but he's been brought all the way from South Dakota, where he's been incarcerated for his own safety. He's been brought to Tallahassee. He's there in jail waiting to testify in his mother's trial. I don't think the defense will call him because there will be too much risk to him. He will not be given any kind of immunity, but who knows? Would he fall on the sword for his mom? Maybe. But what's to me probably more likely is that he would be brought in rebuttal. That means he's going to be brought depending on what Donna does in her case. Does she testify?
Evidence that Donna Adelson helped somebody else or other persons commit the crime, specifically that she intended the crime to occur. And I think we go back to the initial statement I made about intent, but also.
Well, stop for just a minute. I'll try to lower my voice, definitely. But also, it's always bad when the attorneys argue. They're not right up to their microphones, and it's always a little rough. So this straightens out during the day, and it especially straightens out when they go to the podium and begin interrogating witnesses, which we will soon see. What they are arguing right now, I'm almost sure, is a motion asking the court to basically get rid of all the charges against Donna Adelson, saying the state has not brought enough evidence. That's very typical. That's normally done at this phase of the case. After the state rests, it's also normally denied, and I think it will be very easily denied in this case. It's something lawyers do because they feel like it's their responsibility to at least make the argument, but it's anyway. I don't think it's going to be
She
win.
did some act or said something that was intended to, and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. And for this, I think it's important that we look at how that is defined. And the most recent case on the issue where it was discussed at length is Denise Williams. And the Williams case, the first DCA, focused on what was done the day of. So in this case, it would be July 18th, 2014. And the site for the Williams case is 314 Southern 3rd, 775. It's first DCA from 21. It's our position, Your Honor, that there's no evidence that Donna Adelson did some act or said something that was intended to, and that to incite, cause, encourage, assist, advise, or advise the other person or persons to commit the crime. And as Williams indicated, you have to focus on what Mrs. Adelson did on July 18th of 2014.
So he's making a very technical argument. Let's focus on what Donna Adelson did on July 18th. And there's no evidence that she acted at that time to incite, cause, or encourage the murder of Dan Markel. But of course, there is actually testimony from one inmate that she confessed. So that's evidence. You may not believe it. The jury's free to disregard it, but there is evidence in the case.
Williams' decision says proof of conspiracy alone is not enough. And so, in the light most favorable to the state, let's go through briefly what the evidence reflects. Daniel Markel was killed by Sigfredo Garcia, who was driven to and from the scene by Luis Rivera on July 18th of 2014. Both of them were solicited by Catherine McBanoa to drive from South Florida to Tallahassee. Luis Rivera testified that they were hired by the Wendi lady to get her kids back. Luis Rivera testified that he saw that Sigfredo Garcia had a picture of Markel with some writing which he believed to be an address. They made 2 trips to Tallahassee. During both of those trips, according to Mr. Lacoste, Wendi Adelson acted extremely anxious and exhibited odd behavior. At the time of both of those trips, Mr. Lacoste was scheduled to be heading out of town, and he drove a vehicle that looked similar to the ones rented by the shooter. There's no evidence that my client ever spoke with Catherine McBanoa, Sigfredo Garcia, or Luis Rivera.
Your client did speak, however, with Charles Adelson in the chain of communications. I believe the state's wording was the train cars.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm going to get to that.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The evidence, the undisputed evidence, is that Charlie Adelson kept stacks of stapled cash in his house. There is no evidence that Donna Adelson did the same.
Okay, throwing Charlie under the bus and throwing Wendi under the bus. We are getting both. First, we've been told that Luis Rivera said Wendi hired them, not Donna. And then secondly, we've been told that Charlie is the one who kept the stacks of cash in his home, not Donna.
The evidence also reflects that Charlie Adelson had a safe the size of a refrigerator. There's no evidence that Donna Adelson had a similarly large safe. Before Mr. Markel was murdered, Wendi Adelson told Jeff Lacoste that the only way she could leave Tallahassee is if something happened to Mr. Markel. There is no evidence that Donna Adelson was aware of this statement made by Wendi Adelson. And there is no evidence that she also agreed that there was no way that Wendi Adelson could leave Tallahassee unless something happened to Dan Markel. Before Mr. Markel was murdered,
I'm sorry, I need to hear that again. I'm sorry. I hate when I go back.
Something happened to Mr. Markel.
Okay, that's against Charlie.
There is no evidence that Donna Adelson was aware of this statement made by Wendi Adelson.
Wait, what statement?
Wendi Adelson told Jeff Lacoste that the only way she could leave Tallahassee is if something happened to Mr. Markel. There is no evidence that Donna Adelson was aware of this statement made by Wendi Adelson. And there is no evidence that she also agreed that there was no way that Wendi Adelson could leave Tallahassee unless something happened to Dan Markel. Before Mr. Markel was murdered, Wendi Adelson told Mr. Lacoste that Charlie looked into hiring a hitman in the summer of 2013 after relocation was denied. There is no statement in evidence whatsoever that Donna Adelson was either aware of that, said or did anything to encourage that or incite that. There's also no evidence that had been admitted that Donna Adelson was aware of the claim, that Charlie Adelson had actually looked into that. And additionally, before Mr. Markel was murdered, whenever Charlie was on the phone with his mother, he would walk out of the house to speak with his mother on the phone when Catherine McBanoa was there. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Catherine McBanoa went to Charlie's house. Charlie, according to the evidence, the light most favorable to the state, Charlie told her that his parents had just left. I rewatched her testimony over the weekend. During her testimony, she did not say that Charlie said anything at that point about his parents leaving money at the house. She testified that she woke up the next morning and Charlie said he had put the money in the trunk. She then left and tried to locate Sigfredo Garcia. She testified that when she got the money back later that day or the following day, the money was stapled together. Her testimony was pretty clear. She said a couple of days later, I'm pretty sure I contacted him and asked him why the money was wet. She did not say that she did. After
I could have sworn they said, are you sure?
Donna Adelson followed her daughter's instructions and used the last name Adelson for her grandchildren. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Donna Adelson conveyed the message from their family attorney, Weinstein, to Rob Adelson to not talk to the cops. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Donna Adelson wrote checks from Charlie Adelson's business account to Catherine McBenoit at Charlie's instruction. The evidence that has been admitted reflects that that business belonged to Charlie from 2012 to 2020. As this court knows, being a manager of an LLC is not the same as being an owner. After Mr. Markel was murdered and the bump happened, Donna Adelson begged the undercover to go to the cops and tell them what he knew. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Charlie kept up the lie that he told Donna Adelson when discussing the arrest of Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. Now, the only way, it is our position, the only way that the state overcomes counts 1 and 3 is by improper stacking of evidences. They have evidence that Donna Adelson allegedly hated Mr. Markel. The evidence is that Donna Adelson didn't like how Dan Markel treated Wendi. The evidence reflects that from 2012 to 2013, according to the emails from Donna Adelson, a non-negotiable was relocation. However, after July 31st of 2013, there has been no evidence admitted in this trial that Donna Adelson said or did anything to convey the message that she would do anything for Wendi and the children to move to South Florida. There's no mention.
As to the argument about inferences, however, inferences plus a confession, and you're saying the state has not admitted the murder?
Judge, I'm getting to that.
Please do.
There's no evidence that she solicited anyone to murder Markel aside from these assumptions. The emails, the text messages, the testimony, no one has said that my client solicited anybody to commit murder. The evidence reflects that Donna Adelson vented to Charlie Adelson about how Markel treated Wendi. But as I said, there's no evidence aside from assumption that she went a step further. The state has submitted the July 17th, 2013 email to her parents' shared account, and one of her parents responded, wow. The evidence also reflects that had it been Donna Adelson that responded, all the other email correspondence that's been admitted reflects that she would have sent something much longer. But even if she did know it, the motion itself, and I would ask the court to take a look at the prayer for relief in that grandmother motion. It was not to prevent Donna Adelson spending time with the boys. It was to spend, or unsupervised, it was to prevent her from spending time with the boys in contravention of the right of first refusal, not to prohibit any unsupervised contact. So even if the court were to find that in the light most favorable to the state that my client was aware that the grandmother motion was filed, the relief that the state believes was sought is not what was sought in the motion. As to the alleged confession, Your Honor, what the confession, as I heard it, was that she wrote the checks. Paid the money after.
I think we'll get the court reporter to read it if need be, but go ahead.
What she did after the murder is not evidence of her intent prior to the murder. And that's what Williams talks about. What evidence is there in the light most?
I'll break all this down for you at the end, so don't worry about not following it. But as far as the confession, it is true when he got up there and did cross-examination on Patricia Bird, the inmate, that she was unclear about what exactly Donna had confessed to. But the prosecution cleaned that up on redirect.
Favorable to the state that prior to the murder, Mrs. Adelson did something. I think that if we were before the court on a different charge and the statute of limitations had not expired on it, that the situation might be different. But we're here for principal to first degree murder, conspiracy, and solicitation. Venting about how somebody is treating their daughter is not the same as asking somebody to have them killed. The evidence reflects that. I know that the state's argument or belief is that the birthday gift is a murder. The birthday gift, the evidence reflects, was party and the caterer. You have to make an inference, on top of another inference, that the birthday gift was murder. So focusing on what evidence exists as to my client's statements and actions prior to murder actually happening. According to Williams, judgment of acquittal is appropriate on count one.
Concerning Williams specifically, was there evidence of consciousness of guilt admitted against the defendant in the same way it's admitted in this trial?
In Williams?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
So in addition to any circumstantial evidence, any inference, we also have in this record the defendant allegedly making a confession, suborning perjury, and attempting to flee. As to those pieces of evidence linking up with the others, what is your argument?
Well, Your Honor, I think Williams speaks to the fact that there's even more evidence. Williams, you had the co-conspirator testifying directly that Miss Williams was involved in the planning, but she wasn't involved in the execution. All of those, the after the fact things, yes, it might be relevant to consciousness of guilt. However, it doesn't overcome the absence of evidence as to what Donna Adelson did on July 18th of 2014. That's what Williams speaks to.
And you are disputing that she dropped off any money to Charles Adelson on that date as payment to the trigger gun.
What I'm saying is that there's no evidence that she knew on July 18th. In the light most favorable to the state, obviously I disagree ultimately that that's what happened, but in the light most favorable to the state, which is the standard that we're applying here today, there has to be that next step, that she knew what it was for. And there's no evidence that she did. As a result, Your Honor, we're asking the court grant judgment of acquittal on counts 1 and count 3.
Response from the state.
I was going to say, nuh-uh.
In considering this JOA argument as to whether there is sufficient evidence for this defendant to be a principal to the charges, the state first wants to point out the emails in this case that detail the defendant's hate for Dan Markel and her motive. If he's out of the picture, then Wendi and the grandsons can come to live in Miami where she is, and she was the person who benefited most from this crime by them being able to do that. We also heard from Luis Rivera. He said that he and Garcia followed Dan Markel's car from his home to the daycare, to the gym the day of the murder, and had surveilled Dan Markel's comings and goings from the park outside of Trescott Drive in the month before and the weekend of the murder. We also saw on the defendant's planner where in 2014 she had the year, make, model of Dan Markel's car as well as his license plate. We also heard from Catherine McBanois. She said that Charles Adelson said that his parents had just been at his house the night of the murder when she arrived, and then also told her his mom had washed the money. This was the same money that was provided to the killers and that McBanois found was wet. That testimony was corroborated by phone evidence showing that the defendant stopped at Charlie Adelson's house the night of the murder. We saw the text message from her saying she's outside his house, and that was during the short stretch of highway where she has 1 hour unaccounted for on her drive, when the rest of her drive she was able to accomplish within the estimated time that the mapping software would think that she would have. We also heard from Rob Adelson and heard that she told him not to talk to the FBI. And when he let her know that he already had, she said, well, you don't know anything anyway. She also had a complete lack of curiosity about what happened, according to him, and said that, I don't know and I don't care what happened. It's not my concern. We saw from the evidence that this defendant had an access to a large amount of cash, kept her cash in a safe, and that it was very common for she and Charlie Adelson to transfer cash back and forth to each other. We saw that she signed 44 checks to Catherine McBanois from Adelson Institute over the course of 2 years. This is despite the fact that Charlie Adelson had signing authority there. He could have done it himself if it was just him acting alone here. We also heard that in 2015, Harvey Adelson bought Adelson Institute back from Charlie Adelson. And we saw on the summary of the checks where roughly half the checks written to Catherine McBanois were written from fall of 2015 to spring of 2016, where Harvey Adelson would have been back as one of the primaries in the business. Donna Adelson, we also saw from the bump video, she was handed an article with Danny's picture about the murder, and she calls her son. He's the first call that she makes, and she tells Charlie specifically that this involves the both of us and that it involves the two of us when she's talking about the article that she was handed about Dan Markel's murder. So while there is a lot of circumstantial evidence and inferences in this case, there is also direct evidence, and the state argues that her admission that after being handed an article about the murder that it involves both of us and it involves the two of us to Charlie Adelson is direct evidence and an admission of guilt in this case. And she also tells Charlie Adelson the TV costs $5, or this TV is about $5. And that's the same TV that's referenced that Charlie Adelson bought instead of hiring a hitman, and that Wendi's family, that her mother helped set up as part of her alibi and emailed Wendi about that day after the appointment was made by her father. When the wire took place, she and Charlie Adelson.
That was interesting. A no shaking of the head from Donna Adelson. We have not seen a lot of that. We saw that early on after she was first arrested, and when she would be at a hearing, but we're not seeing that now.
Are overheard discussing the fact that they don't need to be talking on the phone. They don't need to be talking in an apartment. They go to great lengths to take a walk outside, to sit down by the water where they can't be overheard, to sit by the pool where they believe they're not able to be heard by law enforcement. And on the wire, we see the same pattern of communication that was seen in the call detail records before the wire took place. Donna to Charlie to Catherine to Garcia. And this is consistent with McBanois' testimony of how communication was relayed in this case.
We continue, Ms.
Yes,
Diggins, specifically as to the argument of stacking inferences. What is the state's position?
The state's position is there are inferences in this case. There is circumstantial evidence in this case. However, there is also direct evidence. Even if there was only circumstantial evidence, the Bush case from the Florida Supreme Court did away with excluding every reasonable hypothesis of innocence in circumstantial evidence cases. However, we have more than just that here. We have this defendant writing checks to the middleman of this murder. We have her admitting it involves the two of us. And we also have her suborning perjury by admitting to one of her friends in custody, Patricia Bird, that she did do what she was accused of. That's what Miss Bird said on direct, and I clarified that with her on redirect. Was it that she told you that she just wrote checks, or did you specifically ask her, did you do what she's accused of, or did you do what they say you did? And she said that no, she said she did what she was accused of. And she's also offering to pay for false testimony from Bird and from Miss Bernhardt, and even writing a script for Miss Bernhardt to come in and recite in trial. We also have we also have Donna Adelson adopting Charlie Adelson's extortion defense during and after Charlie's trial through text messages. And on the other hand, we have text between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson in 2016, where we see that Charlie Adelson is telling her that his attorney is meeting with Garcia's attorney, and we see her reaction to that, which is not consistent with someone who believed that they were being extorted by Garcia or by that group for the past 2 years. We also see the 2016 text messages where we see Donna Adelson's reaction to Charlie Adelson workshopping this other possible theory of Dan Markel's murder. And our argument is that reaction is not consistent with somebody who believed that she was being extorted, according to Charlie Adelson, for the past 2 years. We also have evidence of consciousness of guilt in this case. We have her fleeing with an emergency fast-track visa she sought to obtain within hours of Charlie Adelson's verdict. And within also hours of Charlie Adelson's verdict, sending a text that says, basically, you know I'm next, but that won't happen, and I'll take care of that. And then going to board this flight to a non-extradition country a week later. So the state's argument is all of that circumstantial evidence combined with the direct evidence in this case, in the light most favorable to the state, there has been competent substantial evidence that a reasonable trier of fact could find the existence of the elements of this crime beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right, the legal standard the court must apply at this point is reviewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. I believe in Turner versus State 29, Southern 3rd, 361. In moving for a judgment of acquittal, a defendant admits the facts and evidence in every conclusion favorable to the state that may be reasonably inferred from the evidence. As to the direct evidence, the circumstantial evidence, and also the consciousness of guilt evidence taken together, I believe this is sufficient to overcome the matter that was raised in Williams versus State. The motion for judgment of acquittal will be denied at this time. Does the defense, as to counts 1 and 3 specifically of the indictment, does the defense have any other motions to raise?
Just a moment.
Denied. While they're thinking about that, let's go ahead and talk about what just happened so you can kind of follow along. So what has just happened is the defense moved for a judgment of acquittal. Very typically done. I see, in fact, this question down here from Grillsy Lou Bear. Thank you for your super chat saying, do you know of any cases where someone wins this? Because here we go. Because I've seen them in every trial, but they're always declined. That is the way it is. They are almost always declined. Yes, it's possible that you can win, and it does sometimes happen, but it's very rare. And think about why. You have reached the stage where the prosecutor has chosen to put resources toward trying this case, has brought in all of this evidence, and now at the end of it, the judge is supposed to say, if I look at this in the light most favorable to the prosecution, is it possible that a jury could think this person is guilty? And by this time, with evidence being presented and the prosecution having chosen to prosecute this case, it's very unlikely they're not going to pass that very low test. So as sort of a quick overview of what we just saw, the argument by Donna threw both Charlie and Wendi under the bus and said it doesn't relate to Donna. That look, it said who is involved. You've got Sigfredo actually doing the killing, Luis Rivera driving, Katie soliciting the two hitmen, and you've got Luis Rivera saying that Wendi hired them, pulling Wendi in, but not necessarily agreeing with what Luis Rivera said, and that Donna never spoke to Luis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia, or Katie. Well, did speak to Katie McBanoa that one time. When she came in for a dental appointment. So Charlie kept stacks of cash and had a safe. throwing Charlie under the bus, whereas Donna didn't have a big safe. And there wasn't testimony about whether she kept stacks of cash stapled like Charlie did. So Wendi was the one who said, hey, we can only leave North Florida, Tallahassee, if something happens to Dan Markel. Donna didn't say that. It was Wendi who said that. So that evidence goes against Wendi, not against Donna. Charlie also looked into hiring a hitman, according to the testimony of Jeffrey Lacoste. Again, that wasn't Donna. And after Charlie told Katie that his parents had come by over the weekend, but he didn't say they went into the house. And then the judge and the defense disagreed about what exactly was said about the wet cash. Katie was very specific that Charlie said Donna had washed the cash. Charlie said Donna had brought the cash. So that Wendi was the one who used the name Adelson for the children, not Donna. That Donna did things after the murder, maybe yes, maybe in other words, she was covering up, but none of that relates to her guilt right here for this murder. That the state is improperly stacking evidence, that's not permitted, and that's what they've been doing in this case. That the grandma motion was not to keep Donna from having unsupervised visitation. The purpose of the grandma motion was to prevent Wendi from passing the kids off to her mother whenever she went out, because that would violate the agreement both Wendi and Dan had reached about the right of first refusal. If one of them had to go somewhere, they had to give the other a chance to babysit if they wanted to, get a little extra time in with the kids. So the confession the defense argued wasn't to the murder of Dan Markel. It was just to writing checks. And Harvey, I'll even skip that. I think we've argued that one enough. So the judge sort of pushed back on this. The defense said, well, she has to have known what she was doing this for, and she didn't have knowledge of it. So the state just ran through the litany of things very specifically. It was an overwhelming amount of evidence. There was zero chance that this was going to win, that she wrote emails that showed she really disliked Dan Markel. They called it hate. That she had Donna had Dan Markel's license plate and car type on her planner. And sure enough, that the killers were able to follow the exact vehicle, and they apparently knew what to look for. That Katie's testimony about the money was very specific. That there was a confession to a jailmate. She wrote 44 checks to Katie. It just went on and on. I won't even list them all, but on and on. And during the bump, she called Charlie and said, this involves the both of us. It involves the two of us. She didn't say this is about you and that extortion that we had before. Now they're coming after me too. And the state just responded. The judge said, well, okay, what about this stacking evidence argument? She said, look, we got a ton. We got confession. We've got her writing checks to the middleman. Those are physical evidence. We've got her adopting the extortion theory of Charlie through the text, which she did not necessarily agree to at the time. And all of this, the judge ruled exactly as we anticipated. Yeah, this is denied. And now he's asked the defense, do you have anything else that you want to argue? At this stage, they've clearly lost this motion. I'm not whatsoever surprised. I want to thank Liz Peaceful and Kai, who have been members. Thank you, Liz, member for 15 months. And Kai is one of our new members, a member for a month. So glad to have you. Thank you for being members. Annie wants to know how long Donna has been in jail. The answer is since November of 2023. So year and almost 2 years, year and 10 months. Christine, thank you. Very generous super sticker and much appreciated. And let me roll back to Pascaline. Do you think it was a huge mistake that the defense on cross of Katie did not point out the complete different testimony? I do. And I think they tried to get it in then through another witness and they weren't able to. they may be able to bring it still in their case. I don't know. We'll see if they're able to get that in. That seemed important to me. All right. Okay, let's go ahead and get started back.
I want to raise last week concerning advice of counsel. I don't know if we can
Yes.
approach to address that.
You may.
Advice of counsel. Okay. I'm not sure exactly what they're arguing here. I assume that what they're trying to argue, I'm trying to think around it and to guess, is that advice of counsel would be where she was given advice that it was okay to leave for Vietnam. We heard that get put in sort of a question form by the defense when they were questioning the witness, talking about Donna being arrested at the airport on her way to Vietnam, which she had made this emergency visa right after Charlie was convicted. So I think advice of counsel would be they're talking about she got advice that it was okay to do that. And that counsel got advice from the state attorney general's office that it was okay. So what's wrong with that? There's no problem with that. So now they're having a sidebar on that. We'll go ahead and flip through that since we're a little behind. And this gives us a great chance to catch up. Okay, zipping through. Oh, good. It was a long one, so we'll catch up a lot. Okay, goodness, we may catch up all the way. I'm doing this in 5-second increments so we can get caught up. And we are all the way up and they are still talking. Okay, perfect. All right, let's go back to our comments and our questions. Debbie Sue is a new member. Welcome. We are so glad to have you. Jadzia is saying Donna could have gotten Dan's license plate when she saw him and gave him banana bread. True. That's true. She could have been carrying her planner with her and jotted it down while she was there. It isn't really clear where she got it. Of course, Wendi could have told her that as well. So we don't know for sure. You know, one thing I've forgotten to ask y'all to do, would you please hit the like button? We'll let YouTube know, hello, we're awake, we're out there. If you would do that, I would appreciate it. If you're not subscribed, we would love to have you back for more. Sherry saying, am I right to think that if Donna was only involved in the cover-up after the murder, she should be found not guilty? Why would they not include accessory after the fact? So it is true that she would, if her acts were all afterwards, that she would not be guilty of the three things: murder, conspiracy, and solicitation. Those have to have been involved knowledge in advance of what was happening. And that's what the defense just argued in its motion. That's exactly what they were suggesting. But the judge said, look, we got plenty of evidence for the jury to find that she was involved beforehand. Will they do that? That's up to the jury. But is there enough? Yep, there's plenty. So that's exactly what they were saying. You know, why would the state not include that? As far as I know, they never amended their complaint, their initial list of charges against her. And I think it would be because they don't want the jury to focus on that. They want the jury to focus on the bigger charges that they believe that she is guilty of: murder, conspiracy, solicitation of murder. So it looks like they are maybe bringing the jury back in, and we are about to start back on our case. All right, standing up, waiting for the jury to come back in, or to come in. Start of the defense case. Who will they put up? They mentioned on Friday an expert witness coming in from California, and they would have her ready to go first thing this morning. So I'm guessing that's who they'll start with. And I do not know who they will call other than that. I'm very curious. I wouldn't be surprised to have them call some of the people around her flight to Vietnam, people who knew about it, but we'll see. They may be too dangerous for the defense. If they bring them, it may not go well for them.
All right, you're in the courtroom.
looking over at the jury as they file in.
Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury.
Good morning.
I hope everyone had a good, restful, long weekend. At this point in time, we are going to begin with the defense's case in chief. Mr. Zellman, you may call the defense's first witness.
We have to hope when she walks to the mic, it will be a lot louder. Is this the witness from California? I don't know.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone as you need.
Morning.
Good morning.
Just pull that microphone a little over closer to you. There you go.
Okay.
Make sure you-
I just want to make a point for those of you who followed the Delphi trial with me. Do you see that very natural? Please pull the microphone toward you so everyone can hear you. In the Delphi case, the judge and the prosecutor would actually instruct the witness to move the mic away from them, like so that it was much more difficult for anyone to hear. I don't know what the thinking behind that was. I don't know if they didn't want people to hear. I have no idea, but it made it extremely difficult. It was a very odd way that they were handling the ability of the public to hear, or anyone in the courtroom.
speak into it so everyone
Yes,
can
yes,
hear.
ma'am.
Okay. If you could tell us your name and then spell it for the court reporter.
My name is Ann Elizabeth Cunningham, ANNE ELIZABETH, Cunningham, CUNNINGHAM.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham, you're aware why we're here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't want your address, but where do you live?
I live in Naples, Florida,
Okay.
and New Jersey.
Okay. So you spend some time in New Jersey during the year and some time in the state of Florida.
That is correct.
All right. And tell us, what did you do? Are you retired?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And what did you do for your career?
I was a teacher, special education teacher.
Okay. Do you know Donna Adelson?
Yes, I do.
And how long have you known Miss Adelson?
Since 2009.
Okay. And how is it that the two of you met?
Excuse me.
How did you meet?
We met when my life partner and I drove to Florida and arrived on Christmas Eve, and the only place that was open was a Chinese restaurant, and he bit into a spare rib and cracked his tooth.
Okay.
So he actually went to high school with Harvey, and
Okay.
Harvey was a practicing dentist at the time.
Okay. And what is his name?
Ronald Gutterson.
Okay. And so he cracked his tooth, and what happened?
And he called a mutual friend from high school also and said, who do we know in South Florida who can help me? And our friend mentioned Harvey's name, and we called him, and he came in the next day to treat Ronnie.
Okay. And when you said they went to high school together, that wasn't in Florida, right?
No, it was in Manhattan, New York.
Okay. All right. Very good. So he was able to take care of Ronald?
Yes, he made a special trip. It was Christmas Day to come in and care for him.
Okay. And then how did that lead to you meeting Mrs. Adelson?
When Ron returned, he said that he had re-met a former high school classmate of his, and that he was a very lovely man, and that he thought it would be very nice if maybe we had dinner together with his wife.
And did you do that?
We did.
Okay. And from there, did you develop a strong friendship?
We did. We all got along very well and developed a friendship.
Okay. And when you spent your time in Florida, was that Naples at that point?
No, it was in Southeast Florida,
Okay.
Aventura.
All right. And was that closer to where the Adelsons were living at that time?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So did you spend quite a bit of time together?
We did.
Okay. Socializing?
We did.
Did you travel together at all?
Quite often.
Okay. So you had a lot of contact over the years.
Very much so.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to speak to her on the telephone when you were away in New Jersey?
Absolutely.
Okay. Would you say you had regular contact throughout?
Regular contact.
Okay. I'm going to tell you, this nice young lady over here, she's typing every word that we're saying. And I have a bad habit of talking over people, and she will shoot me if I do that. So I'm going to
And I
try.
have a bad habit of speaking quickly.
So you and I are going to need to make sure we wait until the other person finishes before we start to speak, okay? So you had regular phone contact with Mrs. Adelson while you were in New Jersey each year?
Yes,
And then spending time together while you were in Florida?
yes.
And you said it started out in Aventura, Florida, and that was close to where she lived. At some point, you got your home then in Naples, is that
That
right?
is correct.
Okay, but you still continue to spend time with the Adelsons?
Yes,
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to meet her children?
yes, I did.
Okay,
I met two of her children.
and who were they?
I met Wendi
Okay,
and I met Charlie.
okay. Did you have an opportunity with the Adelsons to spend time with Wendi, her children, and Danny?
Yes,
Okay, and you never met Rob?
no.
Okay. All right. How would you best describe Donna Adelson and what you've come to know of her over these many years?
Yeah.
Sustained.
May we approach?
You may.
So what they want to do is get in some character evidence where the person says, oh, Donna's great. She's just the nicest person. She's really kind. And typically you aren't allowed to do that. So the prosecution is objected. So we'll see we won't know what argument the defense has for this, but they've asked for a sidebar to make some argument that it would be permitted under some exception. So this is a friend of Donna Adelson's. That's about all we have on her so far. So they wanted to start out with kind of a softball witness who would speak kindly of Donna as opposed to the expert. Probably a pretty good move. That's a pretty technical argument, whoever the expert is. So this person is supposed to say basically nice things about Donna, but maybe has some additional point. She says, meet Dan Markel, the man killed, and she met Wendi and Charlie. So we may find some stuff related. We may find some stuff related to what Donna said about Wendi or Danny. So we are waiting to find out. Let's see if y'all had any questions or anything. We'll head over here. Oh, Terry Daly is a new member. Welcome. We are super glad to have you. I think our crime and craft is going to be this weekend, by the way. I've written Anna about when she could do that. She's going to have to read everything if I'm going to craft. I'm not going to be able to do everything all at once. Okay, so anyway, that reminds me I need to get on that because she hadn't responded. Well, I think that from what we see this morning, the defense is going to start with a fairly slow start. They have at least one witness who's a friend of Donna's to talk about, just to kind of soften her up for the jury. In other words, to make her seem more like a person as opposed to a defendant who might be guilty. They want to make her seem more like a well-rounded person with friends and activities and someone who is not necessarily guilty. That's what they'd like the jury to think. But they've also got to get to the facts, obviously.
Objection is overruled on 404 grounds.
Overruled.
As to the relevance. Let's move to that, Ms. Wolford.
Thank you, Judge. With respect to Mrs. Adelson and your observations of her over these, 15 years, have you found her to be a hateful person?
Never,
Is she aggressive towards others?
never,
Have you ever heard her threaten anyone?
never,
Have you ever seen her harm anyone?
never,
Have you ever heard her threaten to have somebody harmed?
no,
Did she ever make statements to you? Well, let me ask you this first. You were friends with her, obviously, when Wendi was going through her divorce.
yes,
During that time period, through the divorce, and up to the time that Danny Markel was killed, you're aware that he was murdered.
yes,
Okay. At any time during that period, did she ever say she wanted to have Danny Markel killed?
never,
Ever say she wanted him to be harmed?
never.
She got upset, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how is it that she displayed her anger over that situation?
She would be frustrated, and then she would calm down, and she told me that she,
Sustained.
You can't say what she said.
yes, ma'am,
Okay. But during that time period, did she ever do anything other than vent to you about it?
never,
Did she ever claim she was going to do anything about it?
never,
Would you say that she is supportive of her children?
very,
Okay. And she's Jewish. Are you as well?
yes, I am,
Okay. Did you find her parenting consistent with the traditions of raising Jewish children?
yes,
You may be wondering, why are they talking about her parenting? Because there has been talk. I have heard, frankly, not a lot of it in this case, but in Charlie's case, one of the disputes between Danny's side and the side of the Adelsons, but the Markels and the Adelsons, is related to the way that religion was being done in the Adelson family, the way the Jewish religion was being followed in Dan Markel's. He was very observant, and we did hear that much from Wendi. So I think they're asking this because what they're trying to do is, in case some of this comes in rebuttal, they want to go ahead and set it up that the Adelsons were raising the children appropriately in the Jewish faith.
There's been some testimony that she kind of managed her kids' lives. Did she give them advice?
Yes,
Did the children, as they were adults, make up their own minds about what they wanted to do?
absolutely.
Now, you indicated that you would talk on the phone with Miss Adelson. Did you use home phones to do that during some of the period of time?
Pardon me, I'm sorry.
Home phones like landlines?
Sometimes,
Okay. Did you use cell phones?
many times,
Okay. Did you travel with Harvey and Donna Adelson?
many times.
Okay. And as part of your travel, did you go overseas?
Yes,
And in your travel overseas, did you ever use any of the applications that you can put on your phone?
yes.
Okay. And do you recall which applications you all used?
WhatsApp and Viber.
And what was the purpose of using those?
Because you didn't get charged, for, and also to keep in communication. If we were on a cruise or on a land trip, where are you? When are we meeting? Because they were free.
Okay.
It was easy.
So what they're trying to do here is address the suggestion that Donna was using WhatsApp when she communicated with her family members because she was trying to hide the plot to murder Dan Markel. No, this was just something they used because they've been overseas. It was something they got in the habit of using. That's what the point of this testimony is.
So while you're overseas, instead of having to pay increased rates on your cellular plan from the United States, you could use this app for free.
Yes.
Okay. Did you use those apps with Mrs. Adelson to hide any information from law enforcement, like encrypted, so that they wouldn't know what was going on?
No.
I want to talk to you, I'll lead you forward to the date that Danny Markel was murdered. That was July the 18th of 2014. Do you recall speaking to Mrs. Adelson on that date?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and can you explain to us how you were contacted and the nature of the conversation?
I was called, and Donna was quite hysterical.
Okay,
And she said to me, Danny's been shot.
And
Goes
do
to-
not speak to what anyone said out of court, ma'am.
Your Honor,
Please continue.
may we
Yes,
approach,
sir.
please?
Please approach.
So the witness is recounting things that Donna said. That's not what she's supposed to do. That would be hearsay. So I don't know exactly what the argument is going to be, but the defense won the last argument. So they may have a perfectly good argument. So they're using this witness not just to sort of soften and humanize Donna Adelson, but also to get in some of the points that they wanted to get in, like using WhatsApp isn't all that weird. We did it. We went overseas. And also to point out that Donna left, went overseas, and came back during the pendency of the case while they were still doing the investigation into the murder of Dan Markel. In other words, this is the defense argument, she would have come back from Vietnam. They could have assumed she would be on her way back because she went over there and didn't have a ticket to come back. The prosecution says, yes, she wasn't coming back. She was going to stay over there. And there is a fair amount of evidence around that. But the defense is trying to point out, well, she'd left before, she'd gone to other countries, and she'd always come back, even during the investigation of Dan Markel. So we're having a bunch of arguments and sidebars this morning, but the defense, I think, is trying to get started out with the argument that let's go ahead and get some of these done so we can set the stage for us to be able to present our case to the jury. And I think we were a little behind too. So we'll go ahead and catch up. It's another thing I need to remember to do. Okay. So Donna Adelson's friend, she was from New Jersey and lives also part of the time in Naples. She's testified that Donna was never hateful or aggressive, never threatened or harmed. And that was legitimate. They won, the defense won on that Objection.
Before we talk about what she might have said to you, at the time that you spoke to Mrs. Adelson, was it the day that Danny was murdered?
When he was shot, yes.
Okay. And yeah, I use murdered because obviously he didn't pass away until the next day, but
Yes,
he was shot and barely surviving on the 18th. So that's when I refer to that. That's why I say that
Yes.
date. Okay. So when you spoke to her, did she call you or did you call her? Do you recall?
she called me
Okay. And when she called you, did she appear to be upset?
very,
Was she crying?
yes,
Was her tone of voice, based on your knowledge of her for the 15 years, did she seem to be upset?
very,
Okay. Did she seem to be at a point in time where she had just learned what had occurred?
yes,
Did she indicate to you whether she had just learned that this had happened?
yes,
Okay.
she did.
I'm sorry.
Yes, she did.
Okay. And during the course of your discussion with her about what had transpired, did she continue with this state of mind that she was upset?
Yes.
Okay. And while she was upset, what did she indicate to you?
She told me that Danny had been shot and that they were going to Tallahassee and that she was very concerned and worried about Wendi and the boys, whether they were in danger.
Okay. And
Because she did not know who had shot him.
okay. And did she indicate whether she was concerned about Danny and him being in the hospital?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did she indicate whether she had plans to go to see him at the hospital?
I don't recall.
Okay. During the time that you had this conversation with her, was this the only time that you spoke to her that evening?
I believe so. Maybe one more time.
Okay. And is it your understanding from later discussions with her that she and her husband Harvey actually did come to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to speak with her later on while she was in Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. And did she provide any information to you about a memorial service that took place?
Yes.
Okay. And did she tell you what had transpired at the memorial service?
She told me it was incredibly sad and painful and wrenching.
Okay. And at the time that she was telling you this, did she still was she still very upset about what had happened?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go forward just a little point in time. Did you continue to stay in contact with Mrs. Adelson and her husband from the time that Danny was murdered moving forward?
Yes.
Okay. And you were aware at some point that her son, Charlie Adelson, who you said you had met, was arrested
Yes, I was.
in the case. Okay. And did you keep up with the case against Charlie in social media or news or anything?
It was no.
Okay.
I really don't do social media.
Okay.
And of course it was on the news.
Okay. Did you watch it on the news?
As little as possible.
Okay. There came a time that Charlie Adelson was on trial for the charges against him. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. At that time period, in speaking to Mr. and Mrs. Adelson, was it brought to your attention that
Stay.
at some point did you allow?
So what this witness has done right in the last little bit is she set the stage for the argument that Donna really is Team Markel. Donna really isn't associated with the people who murdered him, regardless of whether that included Charlie, regardless of whether that included Wendi, that she was upset when she learned about the murder. And even several days later, when she was in Tallahassee and this witness spoke to her, this friend did, Donna was still very upset. So now we're talking about Charlie's case.
Mr. and Mrs. Adelson to stay in your home in Naples
Yes, I did.
for the purpose of watching the trial.
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that they actually did stay there for a good portion of the trial?
Yes.
All right. And at some point, moving forward, did you become aware that Charlie Adelson was convicted of the offenses with which he was charged?
Yes.
So they stayed at her house to watch it.
Were you aware you knew their grandchildren, both of their grandchildren from Danny, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a bar mitzvah planned for the younger one in January of 2023? of 2024.
Yes,
Okay. And did you actually attend that?
yes.
So why is that important? Because one of the arguments the defense has made is that Donna Adelson would definitely have planned to come back to the U.S. because there's no way she was going to miss a bar mitzvah of Wendi's youngest son.
Did there come a point in time where after the verdict that you spoke to Mrs. Adelson about what in the world she was going to do?
Yes,
Okay. And did she discuss with you that she had planned?
The answer would call for hearsay. Do you have an exception to offer concerning this?
It's going to go to her state of mind, Judge.
You need to lay the foundation as to why this specifically would go to state of mind. Ms. Clifford.
Thank you. So could you explain to us the behavior, how Mrs. Adelson was acting at the time? Don't tell us what she said yet, but how was she portraying herself at that time? Was she upset?
yes.
Okay. How did she express that to you, that she was upset? Not in words, just your observations, hearing her on the phone, etc.
She cried a lot.
Okay.
She was very concerned about Harvey,
Okay.
very concerned about Charlie,
Okay.
and just incredibly sad.
Okay. And during the time that she was sad and worried about Harvey and Charlie, now that he's going to prison for life, you know
Yes.
that.
Yes.
All right. So during that, when she's having these emotions, did she tell you that she was planning on
Please approach.
I couldn't understand that. Planning on what? So here's what they want this witness to say: something about, I would guess, Donna's trip to Vietnam and what exactly her intent was. Was she planning to come back? Does she have some information about why she was going there? But the problem is that would come from Donna. So the state is objecting that it's hearsay. So they're trying to discuss this. There's some exception that would allow it to come in. And so far, the defense hasn't gotten in whatever it is they want this witness to say. They're trying to lay a foundation. And so far they've gotten in that after Charlie's conviction in November of 2023, Donna was very upset. She cried a lot, was incredibly sad. We could hear all of that from the conversation she and Charlie had on the phone immediately following his conviction. But all that began to change when Donna began looking to leave the country, and we heard a much more business-like approach to her conversation with Charlie. So what exactly will happen, whether it will come in, I don't know. We will find out. But I am curious what she knows about Donna and the flight to Vietnam, or Donna and her reaction to Charlie. There was also, of course, some talk by Donna about what she wanted to do, that she was very desperate, that she was very upset. So this witness might have information about that too. But we'll have to wait and find out what she says. I just can't imagine Donna telling her friend that, but maybe. So we wait. This is my opportunity to catch up. Okay, good. We're caught up. Well, throw in a question if you have any while we're waiting. I may not get to answer all the way, but that will give us something to talk about as we wait. I'll look over at your comments. Mama Don says, I find it extremely hard to believe that this woman didn't watch Charlie's trial on TV. That's what she said, though. She said that she loaned her house in Naples for Donna and Harvey to watch it. But apparently they were still at their home in New Jersey, and so they didn't all watch it together. So let's see. Judy is, yeah, I saw that as well. Okay. Creepy Jeepy for sound, use some AirPods or headphones of some sort. That's probably some good advice. Let's see. Oh yeah, please do hit the like button if you would. And if you're not subscribed, we would love to have you back for more. We're covering the case gavel to gavel. And now we are on the defense case. We are looking at whether Donna Adelson will be able to
Members of the jury,
combat.
we are going to take a brief break before we continue.
Oh,
with
a
the
brief break. This is going to be a big
representation.
argument then, I guess.
We'll take you to the jury room.
I see a couple of questions. I'll try to save those. Well, should Donna testify?
Again, you may
Asked Reese.
Step down, please step outside the doors. Don't discuss your testimony with any
Okay.
others.
So they're asking the witness to step out. That's probably because he wants to have some kind of argument about this witness and what she'll be allowed to testify to. And that's going to be outside her presence. So should Donna testify? Breeze Coyote asks.
Resume with the testimony. I'll try to at least within the next 5 minutes. That should give the defense an opportunity to confer with the defendant. If anyone needs to use the restroom or stretch your legs, please do so now.
Okay, so they're giving the defense a moment to confer with Donna Adelson. In other words, maybe there's some ambiguity about whether they should ask the next question. It could help, it could hurt someone other than Donna, and maybe she wants to make this choice. So the question where we were was about, the witness was talking about how Donna was incredibly sad and concerned about Harvey and Charlie. Maybe it has to do with the fact that Wendi wasn't coming over to see her. Maybe she's going to talk about how Donna was trying to get her affairs in order and Wendi wasn't participating. Wendi wouldn't come over and get the information about, here's the key and here's the code to the safe and other things that Donna wanted to give her. But since we don't know yet, the defense is now talking to Donna and they're making a decision about what direction they want to go. Maybe some of this would be damaging to one of the kids or even to Donna. So let's go to Sweet Spicy Pepper. Does throwing her kids under the bus have any material impact on their cases? No, not exactly. Particularly when it comes to Charlie, because his case is done. And so her saying, Charlie was involved, that's a nothing really, because of the fact that it doesn't make it any more likely that he'll be convicted. But her taking the position definitely could affect Wendi, because it's forced Wendi to answer questions in certain ways or to answer certain questions she might not have had to answer otherwise. So that's a yes on that. And as far as now, Wendi does have use and derivative use immunity for things she said here, but it nonetheless causes positions. It's just harder to change that. All of this starts to lock people in and to lock in stories and themes that are difficult to change. It's not that it necessarily destroys their case. I think it also puts some public pressure on the DA to prosecute Wendi to the extent that her own mother suggests she was involved. That's maybe an intangible. It's not something specific where they can say, Wendi testified to this and they can cross-examine her on that. Your mother's position is that may not be something that comes out, but it does put pressure just from the community and socially on the prosecutors as they make the choice on whether they're going to continue, whether they're going to prosecute Wendi. So that is my general thought on that. The defense is trying to use the witness to testify instead of calling Donna and getting a witness to say what Donna was not going to do and say. True, Nancy is correct. That's one of the reasons that the prosecution is objecting. They're saying you can't just get in Donna's statements through this witness. That's hearsay. Donna's got to come and say those things. So the defense is trying to work around that. What would that suggest? That maybe they don't want to bring Donna. It's a good point by Nancy. Okay, looking for questions at the beginning. Does the witness have to step out also? Catgirl, the answer is yes. For this particular witness, they did ask her to step outside, maybe to give Donna and her counsel some privacy as they speak about this. Pascaline asks about character evidence. It's very weak evidence, isn't it? And it is weak evidence, and it's not really directly related. You could be just the perfect person, absolutely lovely friend, absolutely lovely person. And if one night you secretly go out and axe murder 10 people, you're still an axe murderer, right? It doesn't matter that you were really friendly and people liked you a lot and they thought you were great. If the facts are that you axe murdered 10 people, then you should be convicted of axe murdering 10 people. And so character evidence doesn't really directly address the issue in front of the jury. The issue in front of the jury is whether she was involved in this murder of Dan Markel, not whether she was a nice person, whether she was kind to her friends, whether she paid for dinner when they went out. None of those things are relevant. And so that kind of character evidence can influence somebody without even giving direct evidence about the issue that the jury is supposed to decide. And that's one of the reasons it's treated differently and separately. Oh, I'm glad. Max thinks my voice is very calming. Well, thank you. Can this witness be cross-examined? Asked Pam Keith. Absolutely. The prosecution will get up and cross-examine this witness. I don't know how much they know about her. They may not have a lot of questions to ask her, or then again, they may. They may have deposed her. I don't really know where it stands. Do you think Cat Renee wants to know if the prosecution has Donna's flight purchase history to show if she buys one ways, for example, in the past? They, I think, could have access to that if they requested it, but as of right now, they haven't put in any evidence like that. They haven't given us anything related to that. Celeste is saying hi from Adelaide, Australia. Oh, it's great to have you watching. And Pascaline is from Paris. So y'all are from all over. Are you enjoying your court commentating? Thank you. And I'll put her comment up. Thank you, Celeste. And I have enjoyed it. It's been very exhausting and very fun. I really enjoyed having people to talk about the case with, because normally I just sit in my office and sometimes I'd say, what? And there's no one to talk about that with. So I've really enjoyed having you here so we could talk about it together. It is exhausting. I'm going to say that. It is exhausting. CC Baba wants to know, was the jury present for the argument for acquittal of Donna Adelson? No, they're not present, because those are legal arguments, and they're arguments that the judge is going to make the call on, not the jury. The jury is not going to make that decision. Now, a lot of what you heard is now going to be, you are going to hear again in the closing argument. That's pretty much exactly what they're going to be saying in closing argument. But as far as that exact time, no, that was the judge's choice about whether to do it, the judge's ruling. So there was no reason to include the jury for that. It was outside their presence. Okay, let's see. Sherry Sykes, thank you for the super chat, is asking me, could the defense just defend that she knew nothing about the hit until after the murder, or would that be ineffective assistance of counsel? It's a bad look to say she wasn't trying to flee because there's too much evidence. Yes, the defense can and did even make that argument that she didn't know anything about this until after the murder. They made it beginning in opening statements when they began to associate her with the idea that Dan Markel was a great guy. He was fantastic. It was horrible what happened to him, and she was devastated by it. Remember how she cried through the first 3 or 4 witnesses as they discussed the death of Dan Markel, the autopsy of Dan Markel, all of those specifics. Now that is becoming more and more difficult. So what she would like to say is, of course, she would love to say, I knew nothing about it ever. That's made difficult by the fact that in those text messages during Charlie's trial, she started to link herself with his testimony that this was all an extortion. And he said in his testimony that Donna knew about that because he went to her and admitted to her what had happened and that he had been forced to pay $130,000 as extortion to the people who killed Dan Markel. So that's already something that she's adopted and that the jury knows about. So at this stage, for her to say she knew nothing about it after the fact doesn't make a lot of sense with that. And of course, it doesn't fit with the way she acted during the bump, because during the bump, she went straight to Charlie and she seemed to know something about what was happening. She never went to the police. She claimed she had no involvement. She didn't know what they were talking about, but her actions just didn't really fit with that. So yes, they are looking at suggesting that she did not know anything at all, or at least did not know about the hit until after it actually happened. The question is, are they going to be able to get there? Now, as far as the fleeing, that comes even later after Charlie is convicted. I may be standing alone on this ground. To me, that was never all that persuasive. Well, I'll stop for just a second, because I always felt like she easily might have just wanted to avoid prosecution, not have felt like she was guilty, and she may have felt they were coming for her. Okay.
You can check how many jurors are still using the restroom.
So it sounds like they're back, but not really. They're waiting for the jury to come back. All right, so let's see. Mountain Man 2 wants to know, what else do they have besides friend character references and Donna's denials? Pretty thin defense. Mountain Man 2, I'm wondering that too. I really don't know who they will put up. I have heard them mention an expert witness, so I believe they will have an expert witness. One of the facts that could help them is that there was not strong evidence that Donna went to Charlie's house that night, as opposed to pass by on the freeway near Charlie's house. What will they be able to prove with that? I don't know. But their witness, the state's witness, admitted that they could not place her phone at Charlie's house. They couldn't place either Donna or Harvey's phones in the same cell tower with Charlie's, even though, according to what the prosecution theory is, they all spent 30 minutes together there at the house. That means there is a gap in what the state is proving. Is that enough? No, because that's not the only piece of evidence, but it does poke some holes in Katie Medbanawa's testimony that Donna and Harvey came by the house and dropped off cash for Charlie to then use to pay the hitmen. So it is super important, but I'm guessing maybe that's their expert witness to talk about that and to give the jury a bit more detail on that. All right, let's go back over here. Oh, thank you, Estella. I appreciate that very much. Looking for the next question from Christine Sowards wants to know, isn't it logical that if Donna knows she's innocent, she should take the stand, and if guilty, she should not take the stand? I will tell you what lawyers often tell clients. I'll make this a little bit bigger while we talk. So what lawyers often tell clients is, you think that you can handle it. You think that you'll be able to manage and correctly answer and not make your case worse by talking. But usually that's not the case, because a good cross-examiner can get people twisted and turned around and can create an appearance that they're lying or hiding things, and will go after the most damaging evidence of all. That's the job of the person doing the cross-examining. So typically, lawyers will tell their client, you need to stay off the stand. If possible, you shouldn't testify because you're more likely to hurt yourself than to help yourself. So it is obviously something that is in the back of the jury's minds, which is why the instructions tell the jury, just because the defendant doesn't testify, you can't hold that against them. So at this point, I don't know if she'll take the stand. I'm leaning toward they don't want her to, and they're afraid they might have to explain a few things. JC Talks is asking me, do you think the state has enough for conviction without either of the people involved not naming her, only naming Charlie and Wendi? So I think the two pieces of evidence that do name her very directly are Katie saying that Charlie said Donna brought the money. Donna brought money to his house, literally came to his house and brought money, which then was used to pay the hitman. Then we've also got her confession to one of the jailhouse inmates. The jury doesn't have to believe either one of those pieces of testimony. There's a lot of reason not to believe Katie, not all of which was told to this jury. And then there are a lot of reasons not to believe the inmates because they have self-interest and are hoping for a better deal as a result of their testimony in this case. So do I think that the state has enough for conviction without either of that? Yes, they have enough to sustain it. Do they have enough to convince this jury is a different question. And a lot of that will depend on what we see over the next little bit about this. Rebecca is a new member. Welcome. We are super glad to have you join us. Ush Engel asks, has either side ever said something about whether Donna has purchased one-way tickets before? You're not the only one wondering about that, because if that's typically the way she traveled, then you would think that would be pretty important information. The defense might put that in, but how are they going to get it in? It would be Harvey maybe, and do they want to put Harvey on the stand? The answer is no, they don't want to put Harvey on the stand. So they would maybe have to put Donna on the stand to get that in. Or maybe a cell phone witness to talk about searches that were done or something like that. Maybe. So I don't know if they're going to have that or not, but it would be interesting testimony for the jury to hear. Nurse Riley is asking me, so did Donna call this friend before calling her own son, Rob? Well, that is true. Didn't Rob say he learned the day after? I think he did. But it could be that Donna thought Wendi would call Rob. Maybe. That's an interesting question, Nurse Riley. Okay, we are back in court.
Everyone can be seated. The objection is sustained. You may continue with your examination of this witness as to any other matters.
Thank you. Mrs. Cunningham, we were talking about the fact that you were speaking to Mrs. Adelson after the verdict came out about her son being convicted, correct?
Yes,
Was she upset about that?
yes,
Was she crying?
yes,
Was she, did she appear to be distraught about the circumstances?
yes.
Was her actions and her words to you when she was discussing this with you, was she in a calm state or an excited state?
It's very excited.
Okay. And during the course of her conversation with you in that state, did it become to your attention that Mrs. Adelson was considering an option about her life because all of this had just happened?
Yes,
Okay. And what was that?
she was considering taking her own life.
And if you know, and if you don't, just say you don't, but if you know from those same conversations with her in that state of mind that she had, did she ever discuss with you a potential plan to just get away to clear her head?
Yes,
Okay. You have just one moment? Thank you.
So that was the big thing they wanted to get in, and they got it in, about Donna and how she was depressed and what she was considering doing, and that her plan was apparently, rather than that, to get away and clear her head. That was the reason for that trip to Vietnam, not anything related to fleeing law enforcement because of her consciousness of guilt.
Just one last subject I wanted to ask you about. As a Jewish mother and grandmother, are the traditions of bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs, are those important to you all?
very important.
Okay, based on your relationship with Mrs. Adelson, was the bar mitzvah that was upcoming for her younger grandson from Mr. Markel, was that something that she was participating in?
Yes,
Was she excited about attending?
very.
I don't have anything further.
In other words, she would have come back for that. She wasn't fleeing the country permanently. That's the implication.
Familiar with the defendant's statement that she could be buried in the bar mitzvah dress that she bought?
No, I'm not.
I guess if she was going to be buried in that dress, she probably wasn't, at least at the time she made that statement, going to be making it to the bar mitzvah. Would you agree?
No, she
Was
was
she-
always going to be making it to the bar mitzvah, as far as I knew.
Even if she was dead and buried, she was going to make it.
I never heard that.
Yeah, that's not really fair, I don't think, because the fact that she wanted to be buried in the dress doesn't mean that she was going to be buried prior to the bar mitzvah.
Okay. Was she suicidal when you spoke with her after Charlie's verdict?
Yes,
Okay. You were best friends with her.
yes,
Okay. And she would call and vent to you about Danny Markel.
Sometimes,
All right. And did she ever call him names?
not to my knowledge, not to me.
Did she share with you that she was planning to offer a bribe to Mr. Markel to facilitate relocation?
I don't recall.
Did she talk to you about plans to threaten or to convert the children to Christianity in order to strong arm Mr. Markel?
She mentioned that she had said that, and she said that was so foolish of me.
When did she say that?
I don't know whether we were together or on a phone call. I'm not sure.
Did she ever tell you that she was being extorted in reference to Mr. Markel's murder?
Eventually, yes.
Okay, and when you say eventually, when did she tell you that?
We were on a trip to Japan together.
Okay, when was the trip to Japan?
We took so many trips. I'm not exactly sure of the year.
Was it between the murder and the first arrests?
This is huge. This is really big information. I'm surprised that didn't come out on direct.
I don't recall.
And when she told you that she was being extorted, then naturally you learned that she knew who had killed Dan Markel.
No,
Obviously, it's the people that are extorting her, right?
she didn't know what. Are you talking about? Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
She was forced to make payments to the people that killed
Yes,
Dan Markel.
yes.
That's what the checks were all about, right?
I don't know about the checks.
Well, when she told you she was being extorted, if it wasn't about the checks, how was she being extorted?
She was. I'm confusing that with the bump. I believe that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
Prior to the bump, you knew that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
No, I believe it was afterwards.
After the bump, you learned that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
I'm not sure of the timeline.
And when you learned that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine, you learned that your friend, your best friend, Donna Adelson, was also being forced to write these checks as payment to the killers that were extorting.
I don't recall.
She's actually a really good witness because notice how she's not answering outside what she knows. And that's carefully limiting the cross-examination.
And when the phone call was made to you, you were saying, I guess it was the night of the verdict, you got the phone call and she was very upset and suicidal and so forth. What was your phone number at that time?
I believe my cell number,
Okay, what's your cell number? Just give me the last 4 digits. If you want to.
1655.
And did you watch the trial of Charlie Adelson?
At the very end.
Okay, and during the trial of Charlie Adelson, were you in regular communication with your best friend, Donna Adelson?
Yes, but we didn't really discuss the trial.
Well, would it refresh your recollection to review your text messages during the trial?
Yes, it's a long time ago.
Okay. An approach. Show you those. I'm going to just draw your attention to, I've circled a few here, but you're
Sure.
free to look at as many as you need to for context.
Oh, yes, this part I do recall.
You can show that that's the same message as you're referring to.
So you did keep some tabs on your friend during the trial of her son?
Yes.
Okay, and she was watching the trial of her son, as we learned, at your residence, right?
Yes,
Okay. And when Charlie Adelson was convicted, you disagreed with the verdict, right?
yes,
You think the jury got it wrong, didn't you?
yes.
And that was out of loyalty to your friend, right?
No, I thought they got it wrong.
They got it wrong. Okay, and you
Good
in
answer.
fact said to Mrs. Adelson, I know you are all innocent, all caps, all, right?
Yes,
Meaning Charlie's innocent,
yes,
Wendy's innocent.
definitely.
No Adelson had anything to do with the murder of Dan Markel. Isn't that what you think?
Yes,
And when she went to Vietnam, or was trying to go to Vietnam to clear her head, she was going to clear her head in a non-extradition country. Can you agree with that?
I wasn't aware it was non-extradition.
Okay. She was going to clear her head with a one-way ticket to go do the head clearing.
She had no idea how long they were staying or where they would go.
Are you familiar with her statement that she's hoping to make it out of the airport on time?
Yes?
Hoping to make it out before what?
No, she meant the plane was on time.
No, ma'am. I'm referring to hoping to make it out before law enforcement apprehended her. You aware of that?
No,
She didn't say that statement to you.
I don't recall really.
Okay. Do you remember Mrs. Adelson texting you after the verdict and complaining that Wendi had not even called?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to review that message?
Fine.
Okay, so this witness is a good witness for the defense. She's very clear on not answering.
Which one?
Yep.
Yes.
To be clear, she only takes the case so far, but I'm just saying she is a witness who is very careful in her answers, and that's helpful to the defense.
Does that refresh your memory?
I remember her describing Harvey being on the floor and crying like a baby.
Harvey's on the floor crying like a baby, and Wendi hasn't even called, right? Isn't
If
that
she
what
wrote
it
that.
says? If she wrote that, didn't you just see where she wrote that?
I did. She wrote that.
And you offered to come and be with her during that difficult time, didn't you?
I believe we did.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
So I think this witness has been effective for the defense. It's not that her testimony puts it over the edge, but I think she's been effective. She was a good first witness, good
What
call from
does
them.
your husband do, or did he do before
My
he
late husband?
retired?
My
I'm
late-
sorry, I thought you had, maybe it's not your husband, partner?
Partner.
Is that Mr. Gutterson?
Yes.
What type of work does he do, or what's his background?
He owned a computer consulting business.
Does he also do anything with real estate?
He did it with his ex-wife. They flipped apartments a lot. They moved a lot.
Okay.
Made a lot of money in real estate.
No further questions.
I don't know where that was going to head.
To make sure I understand your testimony correctly, Donna didn't tell you at the time she was writing checks that she was writing checks, correct?
No.
And when you spoke about extortion, you were talking about Charlie being extorted.
Yes.
Donna, did she ever say she was actually being extorted or
No.
how? Okay.
No.
Okay. Now you were asked questions by the state, which implied that Ms. Adelson was going to a non-extradition country. She wasn't returning, right?
That's what I was told.
Just now while you were
Yes,
testifying.
yes.
You didn't hear that before.
No,
Did Donna ever tell you she wasn't coming back?
never.
In fact, she told you she was coming back, didn't she?
Definitely.
And she was coming back without a doubt to go to what?
Lincoln's bar mitzvah.
I don't have anything further.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by the defense or the state essentially in rebuttal? Will this witness be recalled by the defense? You are released, Ms. Cunningham. You are released. Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
Our defense, the next witness would be Ron Pedersen.
Okay, I couldn't hear the name he said, but looking forward to whoever the next witness is. So Sherry is thinking Donna did go to Charlie's house, but it's hard to rely on Katie to put her away for life. It's certainly true that the jury was aware of how the testimony had changed about what Donna did. Yeah, I don't know if she did or didn't go to Charlie's, but I'm looking forward to whether or not the defense has a good rebuttal on that. There was a gap in what the state had said. Okay. So, Mildred, thank you.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will offer will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly so the jurors can hear you.
Good morning, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court reporter?
My name is Ron Gutterson, Gutterson.
And how do you know my client, Donna Adelson?
I know her through her husband, Harvey Adelson, whom I went to high school with.
High school where?
New York City,
Where was that?
Stuyvesant High School.
Okay. Did you keep in touch with him over the years?
Initially, I would see Harvey yes.
Initially, yes. At some point, did you grow apart? You lived in
Au contraire. After graduation, I saw Harvey next 25 years later at our high school reunion. And then we had one every 5 years thereafter, which I saw him. And then in around 2008 or 9, something like that, I was in Florida for Christmas, and this is funny. I was in Florida for Christmas. We get to Florida, Miami, Christmas Eve. Everything is closed. We're hungry. What do you eat? Chinese food. So we order Chinese food. I bite into the spare rib. I crack my front tooth. I call a friend of mine who's a dentist in New York who also went to high school with us. I said to him, who do we know in Florida? I need a dentist. He gave me a choice of names, one of which was Harvey. The other fellows were academics teaching at the university. Harvey I knew from high school. I called him on Christmas. He saw me the next day and we reconnected and we became friendly. And then he and Donna and Annie and I would travel together and we really bonded. The chemistry was there.
Can you describe their relationship, Donna and Harvey?
Once again,
Can you describe their relationship, Donna?
a very loving couple, very together, very warm.
Were you aware that their son Charlie was arrested in this investigation?
Yes.
During Charlie's trial, can you describe Donna and Harvey's state of mind, how they were feeling about things?
To put it mildly, extremely upset, off the wall, like most caring parents would be.
Did there come a time, now your life partner is Annie Cunningham?
Cunningham?
Okay. And when you first reconnected in 2008 or 2009, did you all have a place in Miami or in South Florida?
Yes. Annie had a place in Aventura.
And at some point later, did you purchase a house on the west coast of Florida?
In 2015,
And where was that?
Naples, Florida.
Some point during the trial, did you and Annie offer to allow Donna and Harvey to stay at your place in Naples?
Yes.
Why was that?
We were not using the place. We're snowbirds. They, during the trial, were, for lack of a better word, pestered by bloggers and reporters, and they just wanted to avoid that. We live in a gated community. We offered them the use of our home, especially since we weren't there, and they availed themselves of this opportunity.
Well, at least it wasn't those pesky YouTubers.
After the verdict was rendered in Charlie's case, did you speak with Harvey and Donna?
Several days later, and Annie spoke to Donna, and obviously they were distraught, and Harvey was off the wall.
What do you mean when you say off the wall?
He was devastated. His son was convicted.
Now, I want to back up a little bit. Can you tell us a little bit about your background and education?
I have an undergraduate degree in economics. I have a master's and MBA in finance. I have several credits towards my doctorate in economics.
Any prior military experience?
I was in the Army Reserve Military Intelligence Division.
And when was that?
Approximately 1966 to 1971.
After the conviction, did you become aware that Harvey and Donna were trying to travel to clear their heads?
Yes,
Did you know whether or not that was a permanent move or was it temporary?
it was, to the best of my knowledge, a temporary move. It was approximately November, and they were coming back in January or February for their youngest grandchild's bar mitzvah.
Just what did his life partner
Although they
said.
were traveling, they made it clear that they'd be back for the bar mitzvah.
Yes, Donna had told Annie that she purchased a dress.
Can't say what somebody else said. Just you
Yes,
were
I was aware they were going to return.
under any set of circumstances would they not have returned?
I don't know. Under normal circumstances, they would move heaven and earth to be there for that traditional occasion.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
So this is the person that the prosecution was asking that question about, what does he do? So I'm very curious what they plan to go after because they've got him right here on the stand. They can ask him. Is it the military intelligence background from back in the 60s?
Mr. Gutterson, while Donna and Harvey were traveling, were you asked to assist with the rental property business?
Yes,
And
There
what
we
way?
go.
the handyman, Jared, was given my phone number. I was given his phone number, and I was asked to do Harvey a favor that if Jared had any problems like purchasing a new air conditioner, a new refrigerator, he would call me for my approval.
And then, but it was clear to you, clear to Jared that this was a temporary arrangement while Harvey and Donna were traveling.
Until he returned during his absence.
Just one more moment, Your Honor.
That was what the state wanted.
Nothing further, Your Honor?
Cross-examine.
You said that under normal circumstances, they were going to make every effort to return to attend that bar mitzvah, right?
Yes,
Obviously, normal circumstances would not include a warrant being issued for their arrest for first-degree murder. That would be an abnormal
I
circumstance.
am not aware of that.
But you would agree that would be an abnormal circumstance that might
Yes.
prevent them
And
from
by the
coming
same
back.
token, at the time, there was no warrant out for her arrest when they left.
Right, right. But might cause them to not come back, wouldn't it?
Once again,
It might cause them to not
it
come
might,
back.
you'd have to think twice.
Sure. And when the verdict came down on Charlie Adelson's case, do you recall Mrs. Adelson reaching out to the two of you saying maybe she might want you to come to where she was? Do you remember that?
To Vietnam?
No, sir. She wasn't in Vietnam. I don't know exactly where she was, but she said.
You mean in Florida, in the state of Florida?
Yes, sir. Can't say exactly why, but we may need you guys to come here. Remember that?
Yeah, for moral support.
Okay. And where were you located at the time that those text messages were sent? Were you in New
To the
York?
best of my knowledge, in New Jersey.
In New Jersey. Okay. And she says that Wendy's not responding to them, so she has some issues she may need your help with. Do you remember that?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And those were the issues regarding your assistance with managing the rental properties?
No, just overall moral support.
Okay, well, she says specifically Ron may have some work to do here. What is that reference? Is that the moral support?
That and helping with Jared, but I was never spoken to by Donna about this matter. This was between Harvey and myself.
Okay, but you understood that you may be needed to come down. to
My
Florida to do
services may
some
be
help.
needed as a friend to assist.
Right. And you were happy to do that, right?
That's what friends are for.
In fact, the response is whenever, whatever you need, we're there.
Words to that effect, yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
They seem like really good friends. Just want to throw that in.
Redirect.
So they got him Wendi not responding through this witness.
No question, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Gutterson released from the trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the state planning to recall him for any purpose? Have a good day, Mr. Gutterson. You are released. Please call your next witness.
Your Honor, the next witness is Kelsey Gwine. We might need a few minutes to set up the presentation.
It's fine. Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you to the jury room. We will
Okay,
at
so-
that time hear from the next witness.
I'm thinking this might be the expert if they have a presentation. I'm also thinking that this may not be a super long defense. They initially said they needed 6 days, but they also said they needed 2 rows for people to sit. Technically, they didn't say 2 rows. They just said, we also need space for our people to sit who are coming to see the trial on our behalf. And as we can
Everyone
see,
be seated.
for the most part, it's been empty. Except for Harvey.
Please bring in the witness so they can get their computer or other matters set up.
So Mildred wrote that Donna likely, let me go ahead and make this a bit bigger, that Donna likely planned on going to the bar mitzvah until Charlie was convicted and they had to change their plans. And that's exactly what the prosecution is suggesting. She believed she might be arrested for murder and she thought she better get out of there. And it didn't really matter anymore about the bar mitzvah. On the other hand, these witnesses are saying, no, this was really important. And she never planned to stay out of the country. She planned to come back for it. She wasn't escaping justice. She wasn't admitting she was guilty and fleeing. She was simply getting out of town for an indeterminate amount of time because she really had a lot to deal with. So Vexed says she is convinced of Charlie's innocence, but also admitted not. He's talking about Ann Cunningham, the witness just before this one, or Vex is talking about that. And she admitted she didn't watch the trial. She just watched a little bit of it at the end, but she is sure that Charlie is not guilty. And Vex points out, well, that is a pretty blinkered view. True. But I think also it's the case that she does seem like a really good friend. Both of these people do seem like they'd be really good friends who will come and help you out. So what does that mean from the jury's point of view? Well, it does not mean that they are completely unbiased witnesses. They clearly like the Adelsons, they're clearly friends. But that in and of itself does say something to the jury. It says to the jury that these are people who seem decent, nice people, and they really like the Adelsons. So that's just sort of a character reference. And we talked earlier about how the fact that you have a good character and are a nice person doesn't mean you didn't do this one terrible act. Both things could be true about you. So there is still that distinction. We've had, so this morning we're getting started on the defense case. So far, we've got friends of the Adelsons. They wanted to start off, I think, with this sort of really just gentle. These are people. This is something very devastating for them. I think that was where they kind of wanted to get started. And now we're going to be moving into the rest of the case. I'm not convinced that there's a lot more past this. We don't know for sure. They obviously have more witnesses they could call, but it's very common to list a bunch of witnesses and then not to call all of them. You put them on there so that if you need them, if something arises, then you will be allowed to call them because you put them on your witness list. But often you don't plan to call everyone on the list. It's an in case sort of a thing. So Chantel is talking about how it was excellent for the witnesses at the end, whatever and whenever, because that is what he said at the end. He said that that's what he would have done for the Adelsons. And that is a good point. Donna asking, is the state or are the taxpayers paying for out-of-town witnesses' travel expenses? Well, they would pay for Charlie's because he had to be transported down from the prison where he is housed in South Dakota. He had to be transported down to Florida. But as far as any other witness, no, at least for the defense. It would be up to the defense to pay those fees if the person demanded them. I doubt seriously these witnesses asked for any payment. I imagine they stayed at their home in Florida, or they would have to be in Tallahassee. So I imagine they just came down to support and to be present. 70s lady always says, why was Donna told she might make it if she took that flight to Vietnam? That sounds like they thought she might be arrested to me. That's an excellent point, because when she's caught, overheard on that jail phone call with Charlie, where she thinks the call has been disconnected, but it hasn't, that's exactly what she's saying. She's talking about how they aren't sure if she's going to make it. Dan says they might get out and they might not. They might make it and they might not. It depends on what the state is going to do. And she doesn't know. They might get there and get stopped at the airport. And she mentions that specifically, that she knows that could happen. So it does sound like they thought she might be arrested. I agree with that. And she also refers to what Dan said about the way they're thinking up there, which again sounds like she was told they're really thinking they want to arrest you, or we believe that they are likely to do that based on the signs. Okay, so Carmina, are there exceptions to the hearsay rule, like if Donna was excited when she said something? There is an excited utterance exception, but I don't believe that the judge ruled it here. I don't even know if it was argued. Part of the frustration is they do a lot of these arguments up at the bench, so we don't really know exactly what they're arguing here. So I can't really tell you. I would like to know that too. Chrissy Rose, and specifically, they're referring to the period of time after Charlie's conviction, but this isn't like the jury foreman comes out, says we find him guilty, and it's that moment. This is sometime later, and frankly, the time wasn't even pinpointed. Chrissy wants to know, well, why not go ahead and purchase that return trip for the bar mitzvah? If you know the date of it, then why not make sure you're back in plenty of time by purchasing that ticket? I can't answer. Maybe she thought they might come back for Christmas or for Hanukkah, and maybe she thought that they would be present even earlier than that, and she didn't know. So I don't know. I can't answer these questions, but I do understand that just like the state thinks that doesn't make a lot of sense, I think Chrissy is saying she doesn't think that makes a lot of sense either. All right. Corey is asking me, is Charlie on the defense subpoena? They may have given a subpoena to him, but he won't get immunity for it unless he is going to fall on the sword. I don't think he'll come in the defense case. I think it would only be in the prosecution case. But if he is willing to do that for his mother, then that would mean that he could be subject to perjury if he doesn't testify consistently with how he testified last time. Looking for, is there any catching up? I should do that while we've got the chance. Okay, nope, we're all the way caught up. I was a little bit behind. Rosie McCrank asking a good question. South Dakota. Why is Charlie in South Dakota? Apparently, there were some threats to Charlie. After all, he testified about gang members and about how he had been extorted by the Latin gangs. And so there was concern about his safety within the Florida prison system. So as I understand it, that was the reason he got shipped off somewhere else. How they picked South Dakota, I don't know. That does seem like a far stretch from Florida, huh? That's really different. Wendelin wants to know, well, what about that dress on the date for the bar mitzvah? Why buy a one-way ticket if it's so important to you? Good point. The only thing I could think is maybe she thought she might need to come back earlier, not that she didn't need to come back. I think the truth is the jury will believe she wasn't coming back. There are circumstances around it that suggest that. For example, the fact that she's putting all her affairs in order, the fact that she is making sure that Charlie's son is provided for, that she is trying to give Wendi things like the code to the safe and this and that. It sounds like she's leaving. The fact that she had talked to her lawyer and she's afraid she may not make it out in time. All of those things sound like she's at least going to go over there, sit for a while and wait to see what happens back in Florida. Doesn't a warrant for her arrest get issued? That doesn't mean she wouldn't come back. But it does sound like she's going to be waiting. But her friends and the defense are suggesting, okay, yeah, maybe she's going to wait, but she's going to be back for that bar mitzvah. She's not completely fleeing the country. And even if she did flee, my point is this: you could want to leave the country and avoid prosecution for a crime, even if you weren't guilty of it, just because it means exactly what it means here. She's been in jail for 2 years. Waiting for this trial, nearly 2 years. And now she's facing a trial in which she may be found guilty and may be sentenced for life. So a lot of people might want to avoid that, even if they didn't believe they were guilty. So to me, the whole flight is something, but it wouldn't be even close to enough without all the other evidence that the state has presented and is presenting. Well, I guess has presented because they finished their case in chief. All right. Anne wants to know, why wouldn't the defendant's lawyers have spoken to her about this questioning before now? I can't answer that. I don't know what they wanted to talk to her about. That was very intriguing because there was nothing in it that shocked me. I mean, it was exactly what I thought she would say. So far we're off to just the start of the defense case. I'm just not sure how deep the case runs. So far, we've heard from a couple of friends who say, she was really nice. She was upset with about Charlie and she was coming back. She wasn't fleeing to Vietnam. That's all we got so far on the defense. We've got next up what I think will be a person who will be a defense expert witness. That could be important. I particularly personally want to know about the cell phone evidence and whether or not she stopped at Charlie's. To me, that's a pretty important question. But where does it go after that? We don't know. Will Donna testify and will they have other witnesses they want to call, or have they eliminated most of them and said, no, it's not worth bringing these particular witnesses? We will find out. It's going quickly. I'm not sure this is going to be a super long defense. Yeah, Jadzia is not buying the whole coming back because the setting up the trust for the grandchildren, leaving instructions. It doesn't sound to Jadzia like the Adelsons are returning. And it could be that they hadn't decided yet. It could be that they were going to return if time passed and no warrant for their arrest was issued. I will say their apartment was not cleared out, but it could be that they were going to wait and find out. Tammy asks, it says her video is putting itself on pause. I don't know. I'm no good at that. I'm sorry to hear that, though. JD, is it true Donna asked the DA if they could travel out of the country? Her attorney apparently did. There was a statement about that in questioning by the defense. The person on the stand didn't know the answer. So now we are back. The jury is filing in, and we are going to have our next defense witness.
So Roy, if you be seated, Ms. Boyd, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors. You may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Kelsey Goy, and I'm a senior digital forensic examiner.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by Roll-Off Digital Forensics, which is a small private company based out of Spokane, Washington.
And tell us a little bit about your background and training in the area of digital forensics.
Sure. So starting at the beginning, I graduated from Portland State University with my Master's of Criminal Justice in 2016.
She didn't spell her last name or even say it again. If any of you know, would you stick that in the chat for me?
During that time when I was in grad school, I worked for the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office in their Family Justice Center, which is a domestic violence clinic. After graduating grad school, I became employed with the Portland Police Bureau, which is in Portland, Oregon. I was employed as an investigative crime analyst. So for about 3 years, I supported the entire detective division, and I worked on anything from call detail records, mapping cell site location, developing frequency analysis, looking at pattern of life. I would also help them review search warrant returns. So things like when they get data back from Google, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and I would do some open source, just looking at people's profiles online to help an active investigation. After that, I was the ICAC analyst, and ICAC stands for Internet Crimes Against Children. So during that time, I performed phone extractions. I went on scene to search warrants where there was an internet crimes against person suspect. I would do RAM captures and router examinations. I would also review every single cyber tip and any search warrant returns that came back for those cyber tips. After that, I was the digital forensics lab manager. They civilianized the unit. I was a civilian employee my entire time with the police bureau. And so for about the last a little under 2 years, I managed the digital forensics lab where I would perform extractions, and I led a team of 5 examiners in doing digital forensic extractions and analysis.
Can you tell us approximately how many hours of training have you had specific to the review and analysis and interpretation of call detail records and cell site location information?
I have a general 400 hours of training just related to all kinds of things, digital forensics, CSLI, cybersecurity. If I had to guess, I would say maybe 100 hours dedicated to cell site location information.
And with respect to call detail records and cell site location information, how many sets over the course of your career of call detail records have you reviewed for casework?
Like actual files, I don't have an exact number. I would say, close to 1,000, if not over. Some of the cases I work on can have, 10 and more phone numbers. So each case can get quite expansive pretty fast. So I would say, maybe roughly 1,000 different sets of records.
And with respect to mapping of call detail records, can you tell the jury approximately how many times you've had to map cell site location information from call detail records?
Sure. I would say maybe about half. When I was working in law enforcement, they don't always get location information for a call detail record. Sometimes they just get records without mappable location information, and they want like a frequency analysis, looking at patterns before event of interest. So I would say probably around half of the records I've reviewed.
Have you previously offered testimony in court concerning this subject matter?
I have.
And have you previously been qualified as an expert in digital forensics, specific as to cell site location and call detail records?
In Oregon, it's a little bit different, but in at least one, they did provide me as an expert. Most of it was my employment at the police bureau.
this point, Your Honor, I would tender the witness.
State wish to voir dire the witness as to her training or experience. Is there any objection to her ability to provide an opinion in the field of digital forensics?
So all that's happened so far is this witness has gotten on the stand. Kelsey Guay is what I thought she said. She's a senior digital forensic engineer. She's going to be their expert witness. She's on the young side, but no one has objected. She said she's mapped call detail records many times before. So I believe this is the witness who is going to say that you cannot show Donna Adelson went to Charlie's house on the night of the murder. In other words, then Donna could not be the person who brought the cash. Donna could not be the person who had the stapled cash that ultimately made its way to the hitmen. So the purpose of this witness is to say, I've looked at the call data material and you cannot make that connection. Donna never got off the interstate and went to Charlie's house. So that's what I think she is going to be talking about. So far, all they've done is set up that she is an expert. The state doesn't object. She does know what she's talking about. Now we're going to hear what she has to say.
Of the jury, while this witness testifies, she will be permitted to provide you with an opinion in the field of digital forensics. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Guay, in this case, did you review call detail records that were provided or obtained by law enforcement?
I did.
Okay. And specific, can you tell the jury what records you reviewed?
So when I started working on this case, I was given a lot of different data just so that I could see everything that had been obtained by law enforcement. However, my focus was on Donna's cell phone records. So that's where I kept most of my focus was on her records. However, I reviewed all of the data. So essentially there's a lot of AT&T records encompassing various time periods. Some of them, duplicate of the same time period. There were also Sprint records. I think there was also some Verizon and T-Mobile records. So there was a lot.
Okay. Now, we did not provide you with the tower dumps. We just provided you specific with the records of the individuals that were obtained by law enforcement, correct?
Correct. From like a company like AT&T, T-Mobile, related to a specific phone number.
Did you also review any testimony that has been provided in the past by Sergeant Corbett?
Yes.
Specifically, what sets of testimony did you review?
There was, I guess, from this trial, 2 PDFs that I was given discussing testimony from this trial. I think there was also potentially other testimony from previous events that I skimmed because it wasn't necessarily relevant to what I was asked to look at.
Were you provided the information, were you provided call detail records that included cell site location for Harvey Adelson?
I was.
And specifically for Donna Adelson?
I was.
And Charlie Adelson?
I was.
Were you also provided with a PDF of the PowerPoint that was prepared by Sergeant Corbett?
I was.
What were you asked to review related to this PowerPoint?
So to just look through all of it, there was about 350 slides. So I, kind of went through it slide by side, but my specific focus was on slides 26 and 28, which were charts of a frequency analysis.
Would it be helpful to the jury to see specifically what you reviewed and the work that you performed?
I believe you guys have probably seen this already, but yeah, it might be helpful to have a visual.
Let me talk just a little bit about it. Now, you can see how she's looking at very limited data, not at everything. You might wonder why that is. A lot of it probably has to do with the extraordinary cost of doing this. Now, when the state does it, they use people who are regular employees of the state, if at all possible, and it doesn't cost them any more than the salary already being paid to that person. But for a defendant, those fees have to be paid for by the defendant unless the defendant is needy and qualifies for aid from the state, in which case usually it's still pretty limited what will be allotted to the defendant. So in this case, they've dealt with some of those costs by limiting what she's going to look at. That can be a subject for cross-examination by the state. but it's also pretty typical that they're going to ask her to focus, just focus on the stuff that actually matters to us.
Do you want me to do the present?
Yes, please. If you go back a couple slides, please.
To the beginning?
I'm sorry?
To the beginning?
Yes. So what are we looking at here?
So this is a screenshot of the folder that contained the document that I focused my analysis on, because this document was related to Donna's cell phone number, her records. In this document, after reviewing all of the different ones, I realized that this document contained the most data. It started, I believe the record started January 1 of 2014, and they went through May of 2017. So it contained both time sets that were seen on slides 26. Additionally, this data contained seconds in the timestamp. And so me as an analyst, when I'm looking at CDR documents, I always prefer to get the document that has the most information. And in this case, to have a timestamp that includes seconds.
Why is that important?
I mean, it's important for, different reasons depending on the case. If you are very interested in building like a chronological timeline, having seconds, right? Because we have 60 seconds in 1 minute. So if your call detail records only show you the minute and not the second, things could be coming in showing the same minute, but you don't actually know which happened first without the second timestamp. So different reasons why it can be important.
And in that same note, I think your next slide shows what you obtain when you, or what you see when you open up this file.
Correct.
Can you show that to the jury, please?
I can. So you might have also seen something similar to this earlier in this trial. But this is what that document looks like when you open it up. This is just the first 3 rows because this document, like I said, goes through 2017. There are a lot of rows in this document. So it's just a glimpse of what it looks like when you open it up in a text document, which is the native format. This is not very easy to work with as an analyst. You could take this and you could put it into an analytical program and run some calculations on it. However, when I looked at this in a little bit more detail, and there are slides, I realized this data was kind of messy. And by messy, I mean I wouldn't necessarily just trust putting it into a program and trusting the numbers that came out. So I took this document and put it into Excel.
So the programs that you're describing that this data could be put into, are those referred to as tools?
Yes.
Okay. And so since this was messy, how did you import this into Excel?
So when you open up Excel, I don't know how many of you are familiar with Excel. I live in Excel, so I'm very familiar with it. But one of the options when you open Excel is there's a data option and you can import data. There's a little tool that helps you bring in text files into Excel. And this one is a great one to bring in Excel because it might be hard to see, but there are commas between each of these values. So this is what's known as a comma separated type file. So it translates very nicely into Excel.
And can you show the jury how that looks when you put it into Excel, please?
I can. So this is that exact same first 3 rows, and this is what it looks like in Excel.
How does the software, does Excel know how to separate that, those 3 lines into making this correctly?
So essentially there's like a little walkthrough tool when you import data into Excel from a text file, and it will show you a preview. Is this what your data should look like? And you can say, yep, it's using a comma, it's displaying correctly.
So now you could skip all of this and it doesn't change anything about what she says, but what they're doing is laying the foundation that she did the work, she did the thing she was supposed to do, she used the tools she was supposed to, and then she got this result so you can trust it. All that's the foundation.
Is there anything that you have to do with the times to adjust them for Eastern time?
Yes, so this specific file, it's again, probably very small, but in column 2 or B, the header says connect date or con date time UTC. So it is very common for call detail records to come in UTC. And if they explicitly say UTC, you know it's UTC. So for these records, the times of interest were in the summer. So I knew that this would be in Eastern time. So I was able to add a column in Excel. Again, very easy to do this in Excel. Add a column, write a quick formula, do that time conversion so that I could make sure that, because if you have a call that's in UTC, it might be showing on a different day, but if it kind of happens within that, plus or minus 4 window of when days change, I wanted to make sure I was looking at the right dates for Eastern time.
And then you did this for what data?
I did this for Donna's records, the file that we had identified on that very first slide.
Okay. And then did you also do similar analysis for Charlie's call records?
I looked at his phone records. I did not go quite in depth as what I did with Donna's, but I did look at his in Excel as well. And
I believe the next slide is that frequency chart.
No, the next slide is essentially an example of kind of the messiness that I was referring to earlier.
Can you show the jury that, please?
Yes, of course. Would you like me to explain?
Yes, please. What are we looking at now?
Okay. So this is that exact same document. Now, instead of just looking at the first 3 rows, we're looking at rows 1 through 9. And this is at the very top of the document. So as I open up any kind of call detail records, I want to get an idea of what the data contains. So in this example, that red box is just showing 3 unique rows of data. But when I look at these 3 unique rows, I see a couple things that indicate to me that these 3 unique rows might all be referring to the same one call event. And by call event, I mean like an incoming or outgoing call. So if a program takes this, it might see this as potentially 3 different call events. Whereas me as a human, I can realize, oh, there's indicators that tell me that this is one call event.
Is there any way you can zoom in on that a little bit?
Not in the presentation mode.
Okay, if you could back out of the presentation mode and zoom in so that the jury can see what you're talking about, please.
I will do my best.
So nothing so far she said is going to persuade the jury. She hasn't really said what she's getting to. Just setting it up. I would also like to say that shape-shifting, color-changing thing on the computer is really distracting for me. I need that to be covered over.
Okay, so the top line that we're looking at there on line 6, what does the data from that line of call detail records tell you?
So essentially, when I look at row 6, I see the connect date time, which is when the call was initiated, whether it's an incoming or outgoing call. I see a few things. I see the seizure time, which is the time it takes for the network to set up the call. The elapsed time, which is ET. That's how long the phones would have quote unquote connected. I see the originating and terminating number. So, oops, a little too far. There we go. Originating number, so the call that it was started on, terminating the call, the phone number that the call was ending on. And then because this is a screenshot of Donna's phone records ending in 0997, we also see the IMEI and IMSI. Those are just the, it's like a VIN number for a phone, is an IMEI, International Mobile Equipment Identifier. And then the IMSI is the International Mobile Subscriber Identity. I mean, that's how the network can tell that you are allowed to be on their network, right? And make calls on the AT&T network. We also see the call type, CT, mobile terminating is what that MT stands for. So again, it reinforces the fact that we see Donna's phone number in the terminating column, and then it's reinforced by that MT. In the feature, this is unique to AT&T records. So this is some random, they look like maybe what might be random letters, but they all have meanings. And there's a record key that if you're not super familiar with what those letters means, you can go and look at that record key. But essentially what this is saying in human speak is that the number calling, there was number identity present, that's that NIOP. There's the CN or CFNA, which is call forwarding. It wasn't available, that it couldn't reach the other party. And then you see that VM, which just means voicemail was involved in this transaction.
So the next line, so the features, what does that tell us about this call?
It tells me that there was an incoming call to Donna's phone, and it was sent to voicemail.
Okay. What does the subsequent 2 lines indicate?
So the next 2 lines are related to this initial call event. So I can see that this next one has voicemail. I also can see that this is the forwarding number, which is to forward it to the voicemail box. And then if I go all the way back, the SO and the ST are service originating and service terminating. So these are not human generated, these are network generated logs. So that's what the SO and ST stand for. And then if I go back and I look at the times, the thing I notice is that for those following 2 service calls, the timestamps are the same. And all of this, so while the connection time is that what would be 2:52 p.m., that's when the call would have, come into her phone and gone to voicemail. Then those second 2 with the identical timestamps are essentially just multiple legs of that activity. So as a human, I can see that these 3 lines are all related to one event, an incoming call that was routed to voicemail.
Okay, if you can go back to the presentation mode, please.
Of course.
And then let's look at the next slide. What do we see on this slide?
So this is slide 26 that I referenced at the beginning of my testimony. So this was one of the things that they had asked me to specifically review.
And the number that's highlighted, whose number is that?
I believe that is Donna's phone number.
And according to the state's slide 26, how many times, what's the time period of these records, of this chart?
So each phone number has a slightly different time period, but for this particular phone number, the date range was May 2nd, 2014 through July 20th, 2014.
And according to the tool that was used by Sergeant Corbett, how many times did Charlie Adelson's device attempt to communicate with Donna Adelson's device?
So it's my understanding that this would contain both directions. Charlie calling Donna, Donna calling Charlie, and both connected and attempted, right? So if it's a voicemail, or if it actually, like, there was an elapsed time of, let's just say a minute, right? So this would theoretically contain all of that activity. So based on this chart, it appears that this tool said that there were 417 unique communication events.
Did you take any steps to verify the accuracy of this number?
Yes. So because
So Charlie and Donna talked a lot. That's what we have so far.
this slide particularly was focused or created using Charlie's phone records, I went through all of those files that we had described earlier and tried to see if I could find any one particular file for Charlie's phone records that contained this entire time span, May 2014 through, or May 2nd, 2014 through July 2014. Again, going back, there were a lot of different records for this case. I couldn't find one specific file that encompassed this entire time frame. I did find 3 different files for his cell phone number. So essentially, I had to take 3 different files to try to recreate this. And when I was doing that, I noticed that at least between 2 of the files, there were a few dates that overlapped, right? So when law enforcement gets a call detail record return, they'll ask for specific dates. So for example, you might ask for May 1 through June 20. And that would be one return. And then on another date, you do another warrant or a subpoena, and you ask for June 18th through July 18th, right? A month's worth of data. So when I found these 3 files, I noticed that there were at least 2 files that had some dates overlapping.
Did you remove the overlap when you conducted this manual examination?
I did. And the other thing I noticed was that out of the 3 files, 2 of them were in local time, so Eastern time, and then 1 of them is in UTC. So again, I had to, try to see if I could make this a continuous May 2nd through July 20th, taking out any overlapping dates and making sure, again, that the dates were all correct by seeing everything in Eastern time.
And now we will do the expert interpretation. It was hard and I did a lot of work.
What did you do did you try to recreate this chart that Sergeant Corbett prepared?
I did try to recreate by how I just explained.
And were you able to?
I wasn't able to come up with 417.
Can you explain to the jury what you did beyond what you've already described and what number you got to?
So I did 2 different steps. I did the one that I just explained where I converted everything to Eastern time, ensured that there were no dates overlapping, and so that it was essentially just showing me, May 1 through July 20th. And I think when I did that and I took out these extra overlapping dates, and then I filtered to just only look at the incoming and outgoing calls. I did not deduplicate at all. That what I just explained, right, where I said that three for potentially 1 event, did not deduplicate. I just put a filter for Charlie and Donna's cell phone numbers. And at that point for these dates, I think I got maybe 383 unique call events. And that was, again, taking out the overlapping dates. The second step I did was
Again, the expert interpretation. Sergeant Corbett got it wrong. His data was too high. They didn't talk as much as he said they did.
I thought, well, maybe the tool didn't do that, and it just took everything and it didn't deduplicate the dates. So I tried it again, and I got 393 when I did not take out any extra dates. So, and these were just calls. I was only looking at calls.
And these were, did you do anything to determine whether or not these events went to voicemail?
I did not.
Okay. Did you take this a step further to determine whether or not there were actual communications versus actual or attempted?
Sorry, could you?
Sorry, it was a poorly worded question. So the 393 that you identified is both connected and attempted.
Correct.
Is there a way to determine whether or not something is attempted versus connected, aside from the voicemail flags that we talked about a few moments ago?
So the voicemail flags are going to be the best indicator of if somebody didn't connect, because AT&T is telling you that the phone call went to voicemail. So as an analyst, that's to me the best indicator. Another indicator that you can use, I think different people have different thoughts on this, but if it's a very short duration, like let's say under 10 seconds, could the phones have connected and there's just actually no communication, or it may be you answer but you don't hear anything, so you hang up. So different analysts will use different amount of elapsed time to determine, I think some people will say, I think everything over 30 seconds indicates there was, actual communication. So people have different thoughts on it. But I like to see, if it's 2 seconds to 0 seconds, there probably wasn't any actual communication.
Now, when reviewing specific to this, to Charlie's records, did you then go back and dedupe everything to determine the actual and attempted calls?
I did not for Charlie's records.
Okay. Well, let's talk about Donna's phone records. If we could advance to that, please.
So this is slide 28.
Okay, and according to this, what was the time period of this chart?
So this chart is focused on, would have been created using Donna's call detail records, and the contact at the top that's highlighted is Charlie's cell phone number, and the date range that was used to generate these records was June 23rd, 2014 through July 22nd, 2014. Again, I did the same process like I did with Charlie's. I went to go look through all the data to see if I could find a file that would cover this date range and only this date range. And I was able to find a file that covered this date range.
And when you went through the process that you've already explained, manually going through the records, were you able to determine how many unique call events took place during this time between Donna and Charlie?
Unique. So for this one, I took the original file that I mentioned and I just looked at the filters between Charlie and Donna's phone number, and I was able to recreate the 80, and I just look at the totality of the data. Taking a step back, all the way back to that slide 1, I mentioned that record for Donna contains data from 2014 through 2017. So that particular document covered both of the time frames. It covered this one, which is June 23 through July 22, 2014, and it covered what was in Charlie's records, which was May 2nd through July 20th. So I used that document that I showed you guys at the very beginning to dedupe. So I went through that document. I put the filters for Charlie and Donna's phone numbers, and then I went through each line during those time frames to determine, like, is this a voicemail activity? Is this just AT&T duplication? Is this an actual unique call event? So that was the document that I used, focusing on these two parties' phone numbers. And I went through each line by line, and removed manually any rows that I believed to be referencing the same call event. So when I did that, I got, for this time frame, deduplicated, and this would be attempted and connected, right? So it's including the voicemail. It's just noting that there's only one line for that voicemail, not potentially 3. I got 69 unique call events that would be connected and attempted.
So
This is what I think she's saying, that the state says they talked a whole lot. Charlie and Donna, they talked less than what the state says. Even charitably looking at it, the state is overestimating, and some of those weren't even connected. They were just attempted. So instead of 417 with Charlie, at the evaluation with Charlie, it's really more like 69. That's what I think she's saying.
the failure to manually go through these records resulted in an overinflated report in these frequency reports.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to this data, and I don't think we have any more slides.
No, we do not.
Okay, so
Would you like me to unplug it?
I assume that the reason this matters is because the state has put a lot of stock in that phone call that Charlie made, more than one, that he made to Donna's landline instead of to her cell phone, saying this was a tiny percentage of the number of times they called. They talked all the time, zillions of times, I'm exaggerating, but only rarely did he call her landline. He did it in this particular case, specifically around the times that the hitmen were going up to Tallahassee. And he did that because he had this idea in his head that it would be more secure, it would be safer if he talked to her on the landline, less likely to be tapped. And I assume they're trying to disprove that by saying that there were actually not nearly as many phone calls between Charlie and Donna as the state is suggesting. So the percentage is smaller when he called the landline. That's what I think.
in addition to this part of the data, did you also review cell site location information for Donna Adelson's phone, specifically on July 18th of 2014?
I did.
Okay. And did you identify the cell phone towers that likely provided coverage to Charlie Adelson's home on July 18th of 2014?
Now, this is important right here.
The towers that he could have been connected to from his residence.
So I was not provided with like an AT&T master cell site list, but I mapped the records for July 18th that are available in the AT&T document.
Who has access to the master records?
Law enforcement.
So presumably law enforcement would have gotten those records and taken a look at what cell site, what towers and sectors would correspond to Charlie Adelson's residence.
Correct.
Okay. And in your review of the records, the call detail records that were provided to you, obtained by law enforcement, did Donna Adelson's handset ever connect to a tower that could provide coverage to Charlie Adelson's home on July 18th of 2014?
No.
With those same records, was there any instance on July 18th of 2014 where Charlie Adelson's handset and Donna Adelson's handset were connecting to the same tower?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
I'm sorry, I hate to do this. I need to know if she said Donna and Harvey.
Was there any instance
Or
on
just
July
and
18th
Charlie.
of 2014 where Charlie Adelson's handset and Donna Adelson's
Charlie and
handset
Donna.
were connecting to the same tower?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
That was the one piece that I think is really important that she said. It would have been great if she had done a map and said, here's where she was, here's where she stopped on the way. If she could have done that, I guess she could not. But that was really important. What she's just said there, and it was really brief after all that buildup, was that Donna's cell never connected to a tower that could support Charlie's home, and that Donna and Charlie never connected to the same tower that night. That means, according to the defense, here's what the defense is arguing. They're saying if Donna wasn't at Charlie's house and she was never in the same area as Charlie connecting to the same tower, then Katie's story is a big fib. Katie's story that Charlie told her that Donna went to Charlie's house right before Katie got there, that Donna brought cash for Charlie to use to pay Katie to pay the hitmen, all of that's false because Donna was never at Charlie's house and Donna and Charlie were never connecting to the same cell tower. I think that's what this is about. To me, that was by far the most important part of what this witness said. There was little time spent focusing on that, but I think there it was.
Do you disagree with any of the mapping of the cell site locations from Sergeant Corbett's presentation?
No.
No. We saw on
Okay,
the
part of the reason that matters is that Sergeant Corbett never said Donna's cell phone came off and went to Charlie's house. It just said it showed a map, and he specifically said they could not map Donna's phone at Charlie's house.
section of his report where it shows a travel analysis of Donna Adelson the night of Dan Markel's murder. Do you remember that?
The ones where there's like projected travel paths.
Correct.
I do remember that.
Okay. And you don't disagree with the fact that her phone was communicating with the cell site in North Miami at 8:35 p.m. and you don't disagree with that site or sector that he mapped there, right?
Correct.
And you don't disagree with on the following slide that the next time she has location in her cell records is at 10:57, and you don't disagree with that cell site or sector that he mapped, right?
So I think the 1053
I'm sorry, 10:53. Thank you.
was actually Harvey's cell phone.
Okay.
But if they're presumably in the same vehicle, the tower and sector is correct.
Okay. So for the location south of Charlie's residence and the location north of Charlie's residence that we have location for, you do not disagree with that?
No.
Okay. And the iMessage where she says outside your house, would you expect to have location for iMessages?
If it's from an iCloud return, no, I would not expect there to be location information from iCloud.
Okay. So I just want to be clear. It's not that we do have location for outside your house and it's not consistent with Charlie's house. It's just that we don't have location at all for outside your house.
Correct. There is no location.
But
Okay,
Donna
that's
Adelson
important.
says her location in that message, right?
There's the text message from the iCloud. Correct.
Where she says outside your house.
Correct. That's the contents.
Okay. When you looked at Donna Adelson's records, was there a phone call between Donna Adelson and Annie Cunningham on the evening or night of July 18th, 2014?
I'm not familiar with that name.
You're not familiar with the name Annie Cunningham?
No.
Okay. What if I gave you her number? Would you be able to look and see?
I don't have the call details memorized, so
Do you have them with you? On your
the original documents I do.
laptop? Okay.
Yeah.
Would you be able to look and see?
I'm gonna check this on the scope of direct.
Agreed.
Please approach.
So I think what they wanted to do is show that Donna, in fact, never called Annie Cunningham that night. Maybe she called later, and therefore they're going to suggest that some of what Annie Cunningham said wasn't accurate, at least wasn't timed accurately. They sort of hinted at that during the cross-examination of Annie Cunningham, but it wasn't clear what they were doing. So they would like to get this witness to say some period of time, yeah, there was no call. And the problem is that is the defense is saying that's beyond the scope of the direct. We didn't ask her about that. We didn't ask her to look at it. You're asking her to do more work on the stand, basically. So we'll see what the judge does with that. So I wish there could have been a bit more of a buildup on behalf of the defense for this. Instead, we had kind of the long, slow slog up through, how Excel spreadsheets work and lines of Excel, et cetera. Then we got to the point when she finally was talking about it, that she does believe that, first of all, they caught a lot less, and the state overinflated the amount that Charlie and Donna were talking, and then that Donna never connected to the tower that could support Charlie's home on the night of the murder. And Donna and Charlie were never connected to the same tower at any time that night. So those both would be used to suggest Donna did not drop off money, didn't launder the money, or at least Charlie, I don't know who got that money wet, but it wasn't Donna. That's what.
This way, if you need the question repeated for you, Ms. Deegan will do so.
He's going to let her answer it.
I'm pulling up your call detail records for Donna Adelson.
Of course.
Let me know when you're ready and I'll give you the number.
It's a fairly large file, so it'll take a minute to load.
If it needs time to load, I can ask some other questions and come back to this if you.
Your Honor, I would just ask that if we're gonna provide the phone number, that we not do it so that it can be published to the media.
That's fine. Mr. Dugan, please handle your questioning on this matter discreetly, so the phone number is not published to anyone watching.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm just going to filter.
They don't want to expose this poor lady's phone number to the internet. Don't blame them at all.
Show her anything that she may need to read concerning this matter.
Yeah, correct. Okay, and you don't need to say the number out loud, but is there a number next to it that begins with 8?
Here, I'll go ahead and back up. I thought I could skip forward, but
Am I showing you a contact with Annie Cunningham?
Correct.
Okay, and you don't need to say the number out loud, but is there a number next to it that begins with 845?
Correct.
Okay, 845 being the area code?
Yes.
Okay, that's the number we're looking for.
Okay.
And my question was there a phone call between Donna Adelson and Annie Cunningham the evening PM on the 18th of July, evening or night?
boy, it really would be a bombshell if they got in that there was a phone call at, say, 3 PM or something before Donna supposedly knew. But it doesn't sound like they're going for that. They're just going for Donna and Annie didn't talk that night.
I have cards.
What?
And to reiterate, it started with 845 cards.
Show you.
Please show it to her.
Yeah. I see the number and I looked at the records for the evening of the 18th and I do not see a call to that number.
Okay.
And that would be like in the afternoon, evening, or night that night of July 18th of 2014.
So starting from noon to noon on the 18th through midnight on the 18th, I don't see a call to that phone number.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's pretty big. I mean, it's not.
All right,
It's
so
good
you
cross.
saw your
Good
presentation
impeachment.
where one slide was kind of showing us what the raw records looked like, right?
Correct.
And the next slide was showing us an example of how a duplicate event looks. It can look like 3 entries, but it's actually one event, right?
Correct.
And then we saw the Sergeant Corbett's frequency reports for Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, right?
Correct.
Okay. What is the purpose of a frequency report?
There's a lot of different purposes. So when I worked in law enforcement, I would do them for lots of different things. One of the things that you can do is just see who's the number one caller for a particular person. Sometimes that's a significant other or family member. So that's one reason you can do a frequency analysis. Another is just to do more of a pattern of life and look at activity over matter of days, months, years.
Is another reason like to show a relationship between 2 parties, whether there is one at all, and if there is one, how often they talk
Yeah, that's definitely a reason.
in comparison to the other people they talk to?
Correct.
Do the frequency reports in Sergeant Corbett's presentation that we saw in your presentation, do those accurately reflect the call detail records?
They represent the raw data accurately. Correct.
Right. They represent the raw data of the records accurately.
Correct.
And do they accurately reflect that Charlie Adelson is Donna Adelson's most frequent contact?
For that particular time span of June 23 through July, I think it's 22.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
Okay. It's just that in Corbett's frequency reports, those are the raw records without duplicates taken out, right?
Correct.
When you reviewed his, and well, let me show you this. I'm going to show you from 73A, slide 20.
So I want to say that I am confused because I really thought I heard her say that Corbett said there were 417 communications. That was wrong. She said it was really 383, that even if she was generous and put back in the overlap of days, it was still 393, which is still not 417. Then somewhere from nowhere, she talked about unique call events that were 69 after she deduped them. So total of 69 communications, Charlie and Donna. And now we're moving back to the communications between that Corbett came up with were raw records without duplicates taken out. I'm not really sure what the exact number is. The overall point of the defense is the state exaggerated how much Charlie and Donna were talking. So to the extent that's a huge point, there you have it. This just can't be their whole case.
Are you familiar with this
This
slide
can't
of the
be.
presentation?
I might have seen it at some point.
Okay. Would this be a representation in Sergeant Corbett's presentation of 3 entries that are actually one event, like a duplicate event?
Potentially. I mean, I would like to see the feature flags or the call flags, but yes, based on the timestamps, the minutes, there's no seconds in this, but it does appear that this looks like a phone number is calling a phone number. It's being routed to what I know to be like an AT&T voicemail routing number, and then I see the first 2 numbers replicated. Again, I don't see the call type or the feature flags, but it does appear to be a 3-in-1 incident.
Okay. And when you reviewed Sergeant Corbett's testimony from this trial, did you review a portion where he explained that call we just saw, what a duplicate is, and that his frequency reports did contain duplicates?
Yes, there was some testimony that I reviewed that he did say that there was like voicemail routing events that could show us more than one line.
Okay. When we see throughout that presentation, when we see the call detail records for a particular day, let's just say the day of the murder in this case, July 18th, 2014, those summaries, the duplicates have been taken out, right?
Are you talking about like the slides that have just like the different rows?
Yes, for significant events in the
Correct.
case. Okay.
Yes.
And if you were to go through that frequency report and you only took out the duplicates for Donna's records for Charlie and Donna communicating, right?
Correct.
If you were to go through that frequency report though and take out all the duplicates across the board, it would reduce the total amount of communications for each contact, right?
Correct.
Okay. But it wouldn't change the frequency ranking of each contact.
I'm not entirely sure about that because, as I mentioned, the first one, when I was trying to recreate Charlie's, there were 3 different documents, and at least 2 of the documents had like dates that overlap. So I'm not sure if you would have to also take out like the extra for those dates. So that might change the numbers slightly.
If it did, it would be slight though.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the state has that graphic we've all seen with the lines running between people. Their point is to show that lines and communication ran from Donna to Charlie, Charlie to Katie, Katie to Sigfredo, Sigfredo to Luis Rivera. And they always ran in that direction or backwards, but they never jumped all around. Donna never suddenly called Luis Rivera and so forth. And they were showing the frequency of those communications. That was always a little bit of a weak point for the state's evidence because you don't know what those communications are about. Large number of them would have been because they're family and they're talking about the next visit and they're talking about the kids and something that happened that day. Their point was just to show kind of overall, these were large amounts of communications between Donna and Charlie, for example. So, and she's saying it was less than the state is showing, and the state's saying, yeah, but proportionally, there were still more between certain people.
And your testimony was that for Donna Adelson's frequency analysis, just with Charlie Adelson, instead of 80 events, she actually had 69 when you take out the duplicates.
There we
Connected
go.
and attempted.
Connected and attempted. Okay. What do you think that shows that's helpful to the defense in this case?
I think
Interesting.
it just goes to when I look at records, I like to be precise with my numbers.
Okay. And when Sergeant Corbett testified, he did let the jury know that this contains duplicates though, right? For the frequency report?
I think he said that it does include voicemail forwarding events.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is he didn't say anything that was unreliable or inaccurate with that.
I think that being able to see exactly how many can be important.
Because it's 69 and not 80 when duplicates are taken out, does that mean that Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson don't have a relationship?
No,
And you still agreed that Charlie Adelson is still Donna Adelson's most frequent contact, right?
for that time period.
When we looked at Donna Adelson's frequency report in your presentation and in Corbett's presentation, this one, right? Number 2 on that list is not an actual person, right?
I'd have to pull it up I don't have it memorized.
Okay. You want to pull yours up?
Sure.
Okay. Is the second ranking on that list her voicemail, AT&T voicemail routing number?
Correct.
Okay. So, and then 3rd place on that list of most frequent contacts is Harvey Adelson, her husband, with the 9032 number.
Correct.
Okay. So Charlie Adelson would still be first, followed by the number of calls routed to voicemail.
Correct.
Where did you fly her from?
Portland, Oregon.
And how long did that take?
Okay. Going in, how much she's
6-ish
been paid.
hours.
And was that paid for by you or paid for by the defense?
Paid for by
This always makes me really mad because it's so unfair to the defense. They have to pay this person to come. The only reason the state doesn't have to is because these are state employees. It doesn't mean they're not paid. It just means it's very difficult to calculate exactly the amount attributable to that person.
the defense.
And how much are you charging for your work in this case?
The roll-off charge is $300 an hour.
And does that include the work that you did that we saw here in court prior to coming to court today?
Correct.
Okay. And does that include your travel
Correct.
as far as $300 an hour during the time that you're spent traveling?
Correct. It's the company's policy.
Okay. And waiting to testify and testifying, is it that same amount?
Correct.
Do you know the total amount the defense has paid for your testimony here today?
I don't. The company does, but
Do you know about the amount of hours that you spent on this case, including travel?
the amount of hours on the total case, no. On travel, they just do a flat rate of 10 hours if I work over 10 hours. So for yesterday, so the trip for the trial would have been about 30 hours, so about $10,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Redirect examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Ms. Bly, did you prepare a written report that you provided to my office concerning the manual review of Charlie Adelson's phones? Or phone, with the frequency analysis for his contact with Donna Adelson?
Using Donna's records?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And using those records, you indicated that it reflected about 393. Would it be helpful to see your report for what your numbers were for unique call events from May 2nd to July 20th?
For using Donna's records to deduplicate
Yes.
between that time period, I think it was 211 deduplicated.
So 211 rather than 417?
From the May 2nd through July 20th.
Now, you indicated on cross that you did not locate a call between Annie Cunningham and Donna Adelson on July 18th of 2014, correct?
I did not see one.
Okay. Now, the records that are collected by call detour records, those are for communication events that are through the carrier.
Correct.
And so any communication event that took place through a third-party app would
Hmm.
not be collected there.
Well done.
So, for example, are you familiar with the apps WhatsApp and Viper?
Yes.
Okay. How do those show up on call detail records?
So any application, anything third party, really even FaceTime audio or FaceTime video is technically not, through the AT&T network. All of that activity would be a data transaction. So when you look at AT&T records for a data transaction, it's not going to show you individual items, for example, that you got an email and that was so many bytes sent on the network. It's just going to show you a time that the data session was open and how many bytes were received and how many bytes were sent from the handset to and from the network. So AT&T does show data transactions, but it's not going to show like a FaceTime audio or, an email.
So in other words, when you are using FaceTime audio or FaceTime or one of these apps, it's not going to, the number that you dial is not going to show up on the call detail records.
Correct.
It's going to show up on the data session that AT&T records report.
It would be lumped into the data session. You aren't going to see like what was being used for the data session.
And these data sessions, do they typically have like a certain time period that they last?
There a lot of times on an AT&T record, you'll see a data session that can run up to about 60 minutes. You can have ones that run less than that, but AT&T data is kind of all over the board.
Now, with these data sessions, the way that our phones work, if you have your phone constantly having alerts pushed or emails pushed to your phone, those are going to show up how?
Again, if it's like, let's say you have your email and you have it set to like give me a notification every time I get an email, that means that your phone has to be communicating with Google servers, Gmail servers, right? So that it knows when you get an email. So that's going to be lumped into these data sessions.
In the call detail records that you reviewed for Donna Adelson, specific as to July 18th of 2014, did those records reflect that Mrs. Adelson's phone was engaged in data sessions?
On the 18th, it was.
Was it consistent throughout the evening and night of July 18th, 2014, that Mrs. Adelson's device was engaged in data sessions?
There were data sessions throughout the day, including the evening.
So the entire time that she was driving with her husband on July 18th of 2014, her phone was connected to some tower engaged in a data session.
So the records don't give you like minute by minute, second by second. So when I look at data transmissions, data records, I look at the time when that data transmission was initiated, because in order for a data transmission to be initiated, the phone would have to be on and connected to the network, right? Your phone, if it's, in airplane mode or, off, it's not going to be able to reach the network. So the time when that data begins, the phone would have had to be on. When I see these things like 60 minutes, do I know with 100% certainty based on these records that the phone was on for the entire 60 minutes? I can't say that, but I do know at least at the beginning that phone was on and connected to the network. And I did see data transmissions throughout the day and the evening where the connected time was, kind of throughout the day.
And so those data sessions, would those be consistent with Donna Adelson having a phone call with Annie Cunningham on either WhatsApp or Viper the night of July 18th of 2014?
It could be. I can't say if it was or wasn't.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
So what he's done is sort of rehabilitate her. There were some good questions by the prosecution pointing out there wasn't a phone call showing up to her friend, Annie Cunningham, who told us that she talked to Donna the night Dan Markel was
Nothing
murdered.
further, Bruce White?
You may step down.
But
What's that? This witness is only here for today under the defense subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor. She flies out this evening.
Do not permit recross. Please approach.
okay, so the prosecution is saying they'd like her kept over as a witness, and everybody's saying, yeah, that I can actually keep it going because they're going to be at sidebar. In fact, we can catch up a little. Let's do that. Oh, wait.
The recross on the one question, Ms. Dugan, you may ask.
Defense asked, well, could there be a call to Annie Cunningham on WhatsApp or some app that you're not able to show? Was Donna Adelson the afternoon, evening, night of July 18th, 2014, was she using her phone to make voice calls and answer voice calls to and from people that night? Like, and when I say voice call, I mean, like if I picked up my phone and called your phone, an ordinary voice call, was she using her phone in that manner with other people that night?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The defense need to redirect on that one point.
One question, and I'll keep it at one. Ms. Bly, can you pull up the phone records for Ms. Adelson on the night of July 18th?
So all of this is the fight over whether Donna Adelson could have been talking to her friend Annie Cunningham or whether Annie Cunningham said that, and it just isn't supported by the records. The suggestion is maybe they talked off the regular phone on maybe an app, WhatsApp. I do think it's possible that they did that because of the fact that Annie Cunningham testified they had traveled out of the country with Donna Adelson in the past, and that they had used WhatsApp when they were out of the country. So it could be that that was where Donna had her phone number stored when she was going to call her friend Annie. That's where she normally called her. So that seems possible to me. As far as the redirect, we'll see what he's able to get out. He's asking her to pull up the phone records.
No, that was preparatory.
All right.
Do you see, can you tell us how many calls from 8:30 p.m. until 1 a.m. you see in Mrs. Adelson's records?
3.
Nothing further.
So
You may
all
say-
night.
Thank you.
Maybe she was talking on WhatsApp. That's the point.
Is there a brief witness the defense can call before the lunch break?
Do they have one?
Just a moment, Your Honor, we'll see if Ms. Cunningham is back.
So Cunningham would come again?
Without being able to predict how long the state's cross is going to be of our next two witnesses, I can't say with any degree of certainty how long it will take.
So they have 2 more
Take our
witnesses.
lunch break is on
At least.
this point. Is Ms. Cunningham available?
She's supposed to be returning from the airport, Judge.
Okay. Members of the jury, at this time, we will take our lunch break for today. Please do not discuss this case with each other or any other person. Do not seek out any additional information about this matter that has not been discussed in court as well. We will resume with our case at 12:45. Enjoy your lunch break.
All right. While they're doing that, I want to go back and talk about this
Please
phone.
report at 12:45.
Okay. This phone call that they are talking about, it really was not that big a deal. What she said was that she spoke to Donna on the night of Dan Markel's murder. Donna was hysterical. Donna called her. Donna was hysterical, was crying, was very upset, and seemed to have just learned
Everyone can be
about.
seated. Please report back by 12:40. We will await the jurors and we will resume with testimony and defense's case in chief.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. So we'll let them. They're officially at lunch. We will move that out, and I'll move it forward, and we know when to come back. So let's talk a little bit. So here is what this big phone call that is being so hard fought. That Donna was upset the night of Dan Markel's murder, that she was on her way to Tallahassee, that she was concerned that Wendi and the boys, her children, might be in danger since Dan Markel had been shot and they didn't really know what had happened or how. That she was concerned also about Danny Markel, who was in the hospital. He had not yet passed away. That all of this suggested, or that the witness thought that Donna seemed to have just learned about this and was calling her, telling her all about Danny having been shot as she was on her way to Tallahassee. So this particular call, that's all that's said. It isn't like that's all the evidence it is. And this has become a major battleground in the defense case. This is not super strong. Obviously, she could have been pretending to be hysterical. So while that's some evidence for the defense, and there's a reason they wanted this phone call in and wanted this proven, and they don't want it disproven, it's also not incredibly strong evidence. And yet that is about the size of what we have to argue over. The other big point for the day, slightly that it is bigger, I think, was related to Donna Adelson's visit with Charlie, if it happened at all, on the night of Dan Markel's murder. The prosecution says, yeah, what happened was Donna Adelson, on her way up to Tallahassee, dropped off a load of cash with Charlie Adelson. Why? So that Charlie could pass it on to Katie Medbanwa, who could pay the hitmen. That at least part of the money was coming from Donna Adelson, maybe from Harvey, and they dropped it off at Charlie's home. Katie Medbanwa testified to that in this trial. It's way stronger than what she testified to in Charlie's trial. What she said in this trial was that Charlie stated that made the comment to her that Donna had dropped off the money. Donna had been to his house. Donna had dropped off the money and Donna had washed it. And that's why it was wet 2 days later when she tried to pull it out of the bag, wet and had mold on it, she said. So the tying in of Donna is heavily related to what Katie McBanawa said and this visit to Charlie's home. So the witness they had on the stand said that it was not possible. That's a little too strong. What she said was there was no period in the entire evening when Donna's home pinged off a tower that was connected around Charlie's home, and that Donna and Charlie let me make sure I get the exact statement. Donna's call never connected to a tower that could support Charlie's home, and Donna and Charlie were not connecting to the same tower. So they weren't connecting at the same point as if they were in the same area. Now, when the question was asked of another witness by the defense on direct examination, would have to have been Corbett, I suppose. When the question was asked, the question was neither Donna nor Harvey's, whereas this witness only answered about Donna's, that Donna and Charlie's weren't in the same area, that Donna and Charlie's did not connect. So interesting, and I don't know if they left Harvey out, if it was too expensive for them to get that additional work done, but all that they mentioned today was Charlie. So that was, to me, the primary point. She said the prosecution got some headway into a good point, undermining one of the first witness for the defense, suggesting maybe that this phone call she said had taken place the night of the murders didn't take place. The defense has opened up some at least question there. Maybe it happened over WhatsApp and it wasn't recorded. So that's what we are seeing. I had a question from Breeze Coyote about whether Donna can be charged with lesser charges. She can be charged with different charges if she's found not guilty. She can't be charged with a lesser charge for an offense she's been found not guilty of, that unless, she might be found guilty of that within this case if Florida law permits that. I don't think it does, but I'm not positive. Thank you, Highlands Barb. And also thank you from thank you to Chicken Mom. Wanted to say thanks to everybody. Let's do this. Let's take a brief break. I will be gone about 20 minutes. I will be back at roughly, a little bit 12:05 or so, and maybe 12:10, somewhere in there. And we will get started with questions. And if you have some questions and want to talk about it, let's talk. We'll also do a couple of polls and find out what you think of the morning so far. Been kind of a slow start for the defense, is what I would say. I don't see a lot coming out. They have mentioned at least 2 more witnesses, and that witness number 1, Annie Cunningham, is apparently going to come back. So total of 3 witnesses. Unless things drag out more than what we're seeing so far, then this is going really fast. Are they going to go past today? It's going to depend on who's next and how many more they have past that. But it is not looking like a lengthy case. And so far, we aren't getting much from the defense. They don't have to prove anything, right? This is a question of the state having to make its case. Nonetheless, it is important when the defense steps up and when they produce evidence. That obviously matters a great deal as well. All right, so let's take a little break. I'm going to add to, nope, not that. That's not what I want. I'm going to add something to the stage in just a minute, and then you will, I say I have to decide what else to share. There. Okay, so this will be our little break window. You'll know as long as this is up that we're not back yet. Be roughly 20 minutes and I will be right back. And I cannot wait to hear from you what you thought about the morning session. What do you think about it so far? So be back soon. Hi, everybody, and welcome back from lunch break. Let's pull that out and we will get started up again. I hope everybody had a good lunch break, and I hope you are ready for an afternoon of the Donna Adelson defense case. So far this morning, we've had 3 witnesses from the defense. We know that they're going to call 2 more. They mentioned that. And that one of the witnesses who's already testified will be recalled to answer some additional questions, maybe around the controversy about whether she spoke to Donna Adelson the night of Dan Markel's murder. So that is pretty much what we've done for the morning. We are looking forward to the defense case in the afternoon. I am just thinking it's going to be brief. We will find out. So I want to start by waking everybody up with a little poll. I want to see what you think about the morning, what so far has been interesting to you. So let me get over to the area where I can put a poll in. That is not the area where I can put the poll in. Just a second. Okay, head it over here and here and here, and here we are. This is our, okay, so let's see. I am curious what you thought about the witness who talked about the cell phone evidence from Donna Adelson. So we're going to say, I'm going to ask this question. Do you think Donna went to Charlie's house on night of murder? I'm having to be brief because I'm running out of space. I think actually I have enough room here. Dan Markel's murder. Okay. So why does that matter so much? It matters because according to the prosecution and according to their witness, Katie McManawa, Donna dropped cash off at Charlie's home. The cash then was used to pay the hitman who had killed Dan Markel. So it would loop her in very significantly. Okay, let's see. Charlie on the night of Dan Markel's murder. So let's see what you think about that. We have heard from Katie McManawa, who said Charlie told her that's what happened. We have heard from the state that there was an extra hour gap in the amount of time it took Donna to drive from Miami to Tallahassee. It took an hour more than you would think. And even more specifically, they were able to put that hour around the time when she was passing his home. There's a text message where Donna writes to Charlie and says, outside your house. Then on the other side, we heard from the witness today that they were not able to find any time when Donna's phone connected to one of the cell towers around Charlie's home. They also were not able to find any time when Donna's and Charlie's phones connected to the same tower. So that casts some doubt on whether or not it was physically possible for Donna to have been there. And the defense has suggested, well, they're old. Maybe they drive slowly, or maybe they stopped to eat or to go to the bathroom, and maybe there were other things they were doing. Maybe it wasn't that they stopped, went off the highway, went to Charlie's home, dropped off cash, and came back. That's a lot to guess from that. So I am curious. Oh, my goodness. Well, we don't have to, we'll let a lot more votes come in, but may I say that the vote is overwhelming at the moment. So if you have an opinion, please be sure to put that in there, answer the poll, and then we'll do another poll after that. Debbie Sue, thank you for gifting a lawyerly membership. Membership is a way of supporting the work I do here on the channel. It's just you being generous. In return, you get the amazing emojis that our moderator, Marlon Mostrick, has created for us and that you're able to use throughout the chat. Then we have members only live streams from time to time. Our next one is going to be a crime and craft, where you will be working on your craft. I will be too. And we're going to talk about some of the cases that we've covered. I do need, if you are going to be working on a craft, would you please send me a photograph of what you're working on? Because I would like to use those. You can use my Gmail address, which our moderators, Mama Pinks and Marlon, to whom I'm very, very grateful, will put in the chat for you to see where to send that. And I would love to have a photograph of what you're working on that I can show people. I don't know yet what I'm going to be working on. I have put down my crochet for a while now since I got so much pain in my thumb, but I'm really looking forward to starting it up again. I really do miss it. It is a lot of fun. All right, so back to your questions, and that's what I want to do. How much? Okay, everybody got to wake up. We're at 300 something votes, but I know we have a lot more people out there. People are at lunch. They're like, oh, wait, I want to vote. So go ahead and cast your votes in our first poll, and then we'll do another one after that. All right, let's see. Linda is asking me, why was Wendi not asked why she stopped speaking to her mother? You know, maybe neither side wanted to know the answer to that. Sometimes you don't ask a question because the answer isn't going to help you, or you don't know whether the answer will help you. So it could hurt clearly the defense if she said, well, the reason was because mom would not stop talking about this case. And my lawyers told me, hey, she's been arrested. You got to separate. Or she was pressing me to say something I didn't think was true. I mean, who knows what she would have said that could damage the defense. But then it could also damage, in theory, the prosecution. Because, if, for example, if she said, my mother asked me not to because she was afraid any association with me would hurt me, and she just wanted me to be safe. You know, something like that. So without knowing the answer, one of the classic rules of cross-examination for lawyers is never ask a question you don't already know the answer to. And so I think that could be why, but I don't know for sure. I'd like to know too. That is a long time for a family as close as they were. That is a really long time that they have not talked. I assume Donna's not able to communicate with Charlie, that both of them can call out, but not each other. But I can't say for sure. I don't know exactly how the rules on that work. He is in a completely different prison system, which has got to make things more difficult. All right, so I'm looking for question marks at the beginning. Voltaren cream for my thumb. That's a good idea, Danette. I do have some of that, or my dad does, I should say. So we have some. Okay, so you have to throw in questions if you want questions answered. Be sure to put question marks at the beginning. That'll help me see what your answer is. My goodness, this is overwhelming. Y'all are really voting one direction. I won't tell you if you haven't voted yet. The question is, do you believe that Donna went to Charlie's house on the night of Dan Markel's murder? The state has presented several pieces of evidence that would suggest that, and the defense has presented evidence that Donna's cell phone wasn't there, or that it never connected to a tower in that area, and also that Donna and Charlie never connected to the same place. So is it possible? That is something y'all are voting on your opinion. As soon as you get to about 500, that's when I'll cut it off. We are nearly there. Y'all are voting fast. This is good. Okay, so everybody waking up. We're getting closer to the trial starting up again for the afternoon, and we will see what the defense has in store for us. All right. Elisma asked, what happens if the jury can't follow a witness or doesn't understand it? Can they discard the testimony? Honestly, they don't have a choice. If they don't understand the testimony and it doesn't mean anything to them, then they can't really include it just because mentally they don't know what was being said. That happens, and that's a huge problem for either side. It is so critical that you be communicating with the jury and that they be understanding it, because what they don't get, they can't use in their deliberations. So yeah, it's really, really important. So they discard the testimony because it never reached a point where it had meaning for them. Not so much that they say, well, I'm not going to count him. It didn't have any meaning, so it doesn't affect their deliberation. All right, I'm about to shut down this poll, and we will go to poll number 2 after that. Okay, everybody lock in. Last votes, go. Okay. Y'all are overwhelmingly sure about this. It's like not even close. So your answer to, do you think Donna went to Charlie's house on the night of Dan Markel's murder? I'm going to write this down because I've got to use it tonight in my recap. Every night I do a recap when we are to wind up the day. So if you're on with me, you get to hear it right then and there. I do a recap, then I pull it out and post it separately. So if you don't have time for the all day live stream, there's still a strong recap for you that will cover all of the highlights of the entire day, and you can watch that separately. But if you're with me, you're going to get it right here and now. Okay. Do you think Donna went to Charlie's house the night of Dan Markel's murder? And your answer is 88% of you say yes. You do believe Donna went to Charlie's home on the night of the murder. So that's a whopping gargantuan 88%. That is huge. So you are not buying the defense theory that they could not possibly have been there because the cell phones weren't connecting to the towers there. You are not buying that at all. Now let's ask a different question. There were two witnesses who testified who were friends of the Adelsons. Did the first two witnesses help Donna Adelson? And I'm going to give you a choice here, not just a yes or no, but yeah, we'll go with yes, a lot. We'll go with yes, somewhat. We'll add an option of sort of. And we will do not really as our final answer. Okay. So this is the first two witnesses. These were friends of Donna. And I'll put in parentheses friends so you'll know who I'm talking about. These are the two friends who testified. They are life partners, I think they called each other, and they both testified today. Okay, so let's see what you think about that. And I'll write down what my poll was too. Did the first two witnesses, who were friends of Donna Adelson's, help Donna? And your choices are yes, a lot, and yes, somewhat, sort of. I probably could have even made that a little more, a little bit, or middle, or not really a lot, and then not really. So we will see where y'all end up on that. Y'all are voting much faster. I can tell y'all are back from lunch, back into things. So, Pascaline is asking a question about the difference between redirect and rebuttal. Thanks for your question. And so the difference, it depends on kind of where you are really in the proceeding. So a redirect is when you're questioning a witness. So you ask questions of the witness, that's direct. And then the other side comes and cross-examines, and then you have redirect. A rebuttal would be more like when you're making an argument to the court. And you make an argument and the other side comes and opposes it. And rebuttal is what you say in response to that. So redirect is focused more on questions that you're asking of the witness. So interesting question. Thanks for asking it. Art Nixie, why can the prosecution ask witnesses what Donna said, but the defense gets hit with a hearsay objection? Seems unfair. I have to agree with you. I think that some of the rules that have become baked into our system are not really fair. I agree with you. So here's the thinking about this is that there is an exception to the hearsay rule for co-conspirators. So, and there's also an exception for statements against interest by the defendant. So let's say the defendant says, okay, I did it, and says that to multiple people. Well, that's a confession, right? And then the defendant's words can be used against the defendant. But let's say the defendant called up 10 friends and said, I just want you to know I'm innocent. Can the 10 friends come in and say, well, the defendant said she was innocent, so she must be? No. And part of the reason for that is it doesn't seem very reliable. I mean, of course, the defendant is going to be going out there and telling everybody they didn't do it. The unusual thing is for the defendant to confess, not for the defendant to claim innocence. So the fact that the defendant calls other people, you don't want them fabricating evidence, creating their own evidence by telling people who can then come in and say it. That doesn't seem right. Now, as far as the co-conspirators, that there's also anything that a co-conspirator says against another co-conspirator can be used by the state, or just statements of the co-conspirators. But it doesn't work the other way around. So the defense can't say, well, I want to use something Charlie said or something Katie said. You can't necessarily use that. And I don't think that's really fair. But again, the whole idea is you don't want somebody setting up this big argument when in fact it's just somebody making evidence on their own behalf, and you don't want that to be happening. Okay. Mildred asked, did I hear correctly that the defense is recalling Donna's friend from the airport so she can retake the witness stand? Mildred, I could not hear what they were saying about where she was or how they were going to get her back, but yes, I did hear that they were going to recall her. I don't know what they're missing. Maybe it's around that call on the evening. Maybe they're afraid that she's been impeached. They made an argument. The state had the defense witness look at the call logs and to say, yeah, okay, you can see the results. Okay, I think that's good, right? Sorry, I got distracted looking for the comment about the results of the poll. Mildred said, did I hear correctly? The defense is recalling Donna's friend from the airport was the question I was answering for Mildred. I don't know exactly why. The defense had argued, and this witness had said that Donna called her the evening of Dan Markel's murder and was very upset. It wasn't, frankly, a lot more than that. It wasn't earth-shattering testimony. It just sort of suggested that Donna maybe wasn't involved because it upset her when Dan Markel died. Well, then the prosecution got up there when they put up their witness who was a cell phone detail log expert, and they said, do you see any phone call the night of the murder? Why, no, they didn't call. Suggestion being that this witness must have lied or at least gotten confused. Maybe Donna and this person didn't even talk. I think her name is Annie Cunningham. So that maybe Donna and Annie didn't even talk that night. And so first, it's not going to help Donna's testimony. There was a pretty good, I thought, redirect by the defense. And they said, well, isn't it what you've got here is going to show actual phone calls. But if they talked on WhatsApp or talked through some other method, it's not going to show up. And the witness said, yes, that's correct. It wouldn't show up. So maybe they want to have Annie Cunningham come back, get on the stand and say, we were talking on WhatsApp and that's why it didn't show up. I didn't think it was that huge a point. If we're fighting this hard over a point about whether Donna was upset the night of the murder, this is not strong for the defense. That is of grave concern to me. All right, so I'm very intrigued. Y'all are voting fast, so I'm not going to stop anything on did the first two witnesses help Donna Adelson? They were in a relationship. I think they called each other like partners, and they live part-time in New Jersey and part-time in Florida. They've been friends with the Adelsons for a long, long time. Karen wants to know, could they all have used burner phones? It's possible, but it doesn't seem like they did. The reason I say that is that even those really important phone calls that were captured in the wiretap, I mean, they said some pretty important things on those, and they weren't using burner phones. So I'm thinking they didn't. They could have, but I'm just thinking they did not. Oh, I think I'll do the Vietnam question next. Okay, I'm about to end the poll and we'll get what your answers are so far. Y'all are pretty strong on this one too, but I want to get your opinion about Vietnam. I'm curious what you're thinking about that. Okay, about to end the poll. Last votes. Wow. Everybody's suddenly jumping into the poll. Whoa, that's moving fast. I hate to cut it off if y'all are all enjoying voting. I don't want to cut you off before you get the chance. But this is it. I'm ending it because I want to ask about Vietnam. Go. Okay, we are ending the poll. So here's what it'll pop up for me in just a minute. Okay, so did the first two witnesses help? And 64% of you are on not really. Sort of got 17%. Yes, somewhat. got 13%, and yes, a lot got 3%. All right, so let's ask you about this. Okay, I'm going to ask two different questions. Was Donna Adelson leaving the U.S. for good? And then I'm going to ask a different question. Then I'm going to ask separately if Donna Adelson was going to come back for the bar mitzvah. Okay, so first question is just, was she leaving the U.S. for good? Maybe one trip in the middle, but was she intending to permanently leave the U.S.? Okay, I want your opinion. I'm curious about what you think about this. Oh, what a nice comment. Thank you, Terry. I appreciate that. That was very kind. All right, so we are jumping in on what you think. So this next, we're going to have two different questions. This one, do we have enough time? Yeah, we got enough time. I can't leave it up too long, so everybody vote quick. So this one is going to be, because they're supposed to start at 12:45, so about 7 minutes from now. We need to do two polls. So was Donna Adelson leaving the U.S. for good? And our next poll question is going to be, was Donna Adelson coming back for the bar mitzvah? That was one of the key points of the two witnesses we heard this morning, the two personal witnesses, the ones that y'all thought were not really all that helpful, but that was their point. So the next one will be, was Donna Adelson coming back for the bar mitzvah? That's not this question. This is just, was she planning the mar mitzvah? That is not correct. The bar mitzvah. Okay. All right, so I will, oh, y'all are voting quick. Thank you for doing that. So I can go ahead and end that and we can get to our next question. All right, so I'm going to be looking for questions over here while we're waiting on those poll results to come in, and then we'll be doing our next poll. I am way up here and probably pretty far down. So Michael Robertson asks a good question, saying that Donna or Charlie needs to explain their extortion, correct? Actually, I don't think they have to, because the prosecution got that in through another witness. They got that in from somebody explaining, here's what happened in Charlie's trial, and here's Charlie's theory of the case. So I think the prosecution believes it's so not believable that tying Donna with that is a good thing, that it's just not believable. As far as them coming to explain their extortion, I think it's in evidence. If I were Donna Adelson, I would not be touching that with a 10-foot pole. I would not be coming to explain it anymore. She adopted that extortion theory in emails, in text messages she sent to friends right around the time of Charlie's testimony, when he was testifying in his trial. So up until that point, she had pretty much been suggesting she wasn't involved in that. That was all Charlie. But I think she's stuck with it now. I mean, she sent out these messages saying the truth is finally out. Charlie has told the truth. Dan, meaning the lawyer for Charlie, has proven the extortion. Once she did that and the state showed that, I think it's pretty hard to back off that. I think she's going to be stuck with that. So what she initially was going to say, I don't think that's really going to work. So, okay, y'all are voting quick on this, but I'm going to end it pretty soon on the poll. So go ahead and lock in your votes. If you've got an opinion, go ahead and let me know what it is. The question currently on the table was Donna Adelson leaving the U.S. for good. What do you think? Was this the flight to Vietnam, never to return? Or was this the trip to Vietnam to clear her head, to feel a little better after all she had been through with Charlie's conviction? So, okay, about to end it. Oh, gosh, y'all are going fast. I've got to leave enough time, though. We got 4 minutes, but I want to be ready when they come back at 12:45, which, sometimes they're a little late. We may have more time than that, but I don't want to miss it. Y'all have an overwhelming answer on this. This is not really close. Not right now, anyway. We're going to have a lot of people lock in different votes to change this result. It seems pretty strong. All right, looking for more questions through here. We'll leave that open just a few more seconds. That was a good question from Michael. More questions. Same question from Michael, but more question marks, which is a good thing. It does help me spot them. Okay, looking for question marks at the beginning. Tell you what, I'm going to go down to the bottom because y'all may have done that when okay. Oh, I do want to say we are trying really hard to rein Nightbot in. Nightbot is something that is automatically deleting messages that are inappropriate for a YouTube chat. And we are trying to teach it. It seems really picky, you know? It's deleting stuff. I am sorry about that. We've tried to reprogram it and do various things to make it a little less, you got to take this out. But so far, it's pretty strong-willed. It's what we have found. And it is totally offended if you say a witness lies. It will remove that. And we pulled that out, and I don't know how to change that. So anyway, we're working on that. Marlon will give you some ideas. He'll put that in the chat. All right, I'm going to end the poll. A lot of votes on this one. Was Donna Adelson leaving the U.S. for good, locking it in, ending it? Okay. The answer, your final answer, 89% of you believe yes, and 10% of you believe no, which means the yes is more than 80 and the no is a little less than 90. So, or less than 10. Less than 11. That's what I meant to say. All right, so we are doing our final lunchtime live poll, and we're going to be asking, was Donna Adelson coming, dang it, Adelson coming back for the bar mitzvah? This is the bar mitzvah of Wendi's youngest child. Let me know your thoughts. Okay, so I'm curious on this one too, whether it will be the same or different. Okay, if Donna's phone is turned off, will it ping a tower? Kat Renee, good question. And I don't think we got a firm answer to that. I think the answer is no. I think that if it's turned off and not being used, then she won't necessarily be pinging a tower. And so that is a possible explanation for why she didn't connect to the same tower as Charlie's. But if that were the case, there would be a gap. I think they did say there was a gap in terms of she received data or made a phone call, but nothing to suggest, at least as far as I remember, a witness saying that it had been turned off. Okay, looking for question marks here. K8 McAwesome is asking, probably Kate E. Kate, I'm going with Kate McAwesome. Do you think Donna will testify? Do you think she should? I came in and said, I am sure Donna's going to testify because her lawyer said so twice. They were real clear on that. The further we've gotten into trial, the more I've thought, no, she can't possibly be going to testify because that is not going to go well. That is just not going to go well at all. Do I think she should? That would be a no. Do I think she will is a little bit different question. You know what? Maybe we'll do that question too. When we finish this poll, I'll go ahead and put that up. Do you think Donna Adelson will testify? I am leaning I think they are at least seriously considering not having her testify because I don't think they know how to position her. I think she's caught between the text messages she sent to friends saying Charlie's extortion theory was absolutely true, and the position that's really better for her in this case, which is, hey, Charlie might be guilty, got me, but all I know is I'm not. But she put those text messages out there. So how is she going to withstand the cross-examination on that? It's not going to be pretty. It's going to look really bad, I think. I don't think she would do nearly as well as Charlie on that. But then I don't really know, right? We didn't really know, I think, about Charlie. It's easy to remember Charlie in hindsight as doing poorly on cross-examination, but I was watching in the chats at the time. It was shockingly positive for Charlie. Lots of people saying, well, gee, that was really good. And I don't know what to think. And ultimately, just the sheer weight of the evidence convinced most people. And plus, they were already on the track of he's guilty. So I think it's hard to change that. But he did well in testimony. It's just that when you looked at everything in the case, I think it became hard to believe that story. And the closing argument of the prosecution was really good on that score. So how would Donna do? I mean, she may feel like she wants to give it a shot. It's her last chance. So that's entirely possible. Let me make sure. Okay. Yep. Court not back yet. All right. Let's take a look at this question. Y'all are overwhelming on this one too. So I am going to go. How many do we have voting so far? Oh, it's pretty many. Okay. So I'm about to end the poll, and then we're going to vote on whether or not Donna is going to testify. Okay. So, all right. I'm ending it. Go. And so 86% of you do not believe Donna Adelson was coming back for the bar mitzvah of Wendi's youngest child. 14% of you think she would have. Actually, it's only 13%. So it's a little bit barely above 13. Honestly, I think she would have. I don't think there's any way she misses that bar mitzvah. It would have to be, there was a warrant for her arrest at that time, and it would have to be something really dramatic like that. That's just my personal opinion. All right. So now we are going to find out what you think. Do you think Donna will testify? You tell me. I'm trying to figure it out. Okay. Will Donna take the stand? What a question that is. I mean, I was all sure it was a yes before we started the case because of her lawyer's statements. Okay, so let's get your opinion. I do not know what you will vote on this. Quite curious. Tracy, do I think that Donna's friends were helpful to the defense? Tracy, mildly so is what I would say. I would say a little bit, yes, but it wasn't huge. Sorry, I popped up a comment. Okay, I would say not hugely helpful. It was just sort of a, she's a nice person. She was really upset about the murder. And the prosecution would have liked to get in that this guy was taking over the rental business of Harvey, thus proving they were never coming back. But I don't think he really agreed to that. He obviously was very interested in helping the Adelsons, so he wasn't the strongest witness for the defense. But on the other hand, I think it was somewhat helpful, mildly helpful, but not huge. And so that's how I would put it. All right. I'm not peeking. My screen is covering over what your answer is. So I'm not going to find out. You will see my reaction. Find out. I don't know. So you're telling me as much as I'm telling you. Wanda wants to know about other charges, such as tax evasion charges. I know that they have gotten the Adelson financial data for many years. There was a comment like that from the defense lawyer. But as far as I know, there has never been any attempt to prosecute them for tax evasion. As far as I know, they did not evade taxes, but there hasn't been enough evidence about that to come out to really be able to answer that. That would be a separate charge. It wouldn't have to be included here if they wanted to bring it later. But I haven't seen a move to suggest they were doing that or that the state is looking at prosecuting them for that or the IRS. Lady Luck wants to know, does she eat prison food or regular food while on trial? I think a lot of times the prison sends a lunch with the inmate so that there's like sandwich and an apple or something like that there. That would be what I would guess. So I think it would still be jail food. It could be her lawyers bring her something to eat and they all meet together. That's also a possibility. And let's see. Jason McCrossan is asking me, I know Donna should take the stand, but given everything we heard, it will be terrible for her. Personally, I think she deserves it, but I'd let the defense push. Non-testified doesn't mean guilt. Right. That's very true. I think she is going to be any human being should be afraid to testify in this circumstance because you can really blow it even if you believe you are completely innocent. But at the same time, I think she's going to want to testify. I think a hard thing would be spending the rest of your life in jail going, I should have testified. If only I had stood up and told my story to the jury, maybe they would have believed me. I think that's a hard thing to live with. Oh, looks like we're about to start. Let's see where your poll was. Let's go ahead. Do you think Donna will testify? Y'all are 61. Oh, I think I have the sound off here. Let's try. 1% no. I'm going to close it out so we can. Do you think Donna will testify? And y'all said no, 60%. And yes, 39%. Last week, the judge wanted to know what the defense had in store for this week. And instead of saying, we're going to have about, 6 witnesses, whatever, they said, can we get back to you on that on Tuesday? Which suggested to me they were in the middle of refiguring it all out, that things had happened in the trial and they were having to rethink the way they were approaching it, which witnesses would come, which wouldn't, whether Donna would testify, whether she wouldn't. All of those were now questions that had to be re-examined in light of the actual case presented by the state, including, for example, Katie's statement that she was told by Charlie that Donna went to Charlie's house and that Donna dropped off money, which she had washed. That statement could not have been expected because it's not what Katie said in Charlie's trial. So things like that have to be taken into account when the defense is thinking about, what am I going to do next? What are we going to do? How are we going to move forward? So they have to reevaluate. Okay, so while we're waiting on that, we'll see if there are some more questions. I do think it will go terribly for her. I do think that, but I can certainly see where that would be something you don't want to live with the regret of for the entire rest of your life, and think if only you had stood up and said what you had in your heart, people would have believed you. Michael, don't you think Charlie could help sell this story to the jury for his mom? So, okay, here is my theory about why Charlie hasn't testified yet, because state brought him down, right? And if I think Charlie is being held out there like a threat in the background, if Donna takes a stand and says, it was Charlie and other people, I had nothing to do with it, and I don't believe that whole extortion theory, then that leaves the state an out. They can now bring Charlie in to say, there was an extortion and I told my mother. So that is a powerful rebuttal argument for the state in response to what the defense presents. It forces Donna to stick to Charlie's story. I do see one last argument for Donna, which is, I no longer believe that Charlie was extorted, but I believed it at the time. Just like he said, he came to me and said he'd been extorted. I don't even know if that's true or not. Maybe that's completely fake, but at the time I believed it. And so that's why I reacted the way I did during the bump. I really thought we were being extorted by gang members. I thought that was a real possibility, which does make it hard for her to explain her reaction when she called the person, the number that was on that article handed to her in the bump, and she calls them up and it's like, hey, I can't pay. I don't know who you are. And it just seems like if you really know that your family is being threatened by gang members, her response would have been much different than what she displayed when she spoke to them. She didn't seem to be afraid of them at all. She seemed to really just be discussing, and you must have the wrong person. I didn't do anything. I don't know anything. Go to the police. If you're so on the up and up, go to the police and we'll see what the police say and whether they give you the reward money for the knowledge and information about what happened to Dan Markel. But yeah, could Charlie be helpful? It depends on it depends. Charlie could be very helpful in selling the same story that he told the jury in his trial. I don't think he could be helpful if he tries to go outside that or do something different. I mean, put it this way. If he helps her, he hurts himself if that happens. All right, looking for question marks at the beginning. So Pascaline is asking about, as her counsel said she would testify, then not testifying would look suspicious. That's true, but where the counsel said it was in hearings with just a court. So the jury won't know that he said that. I don't believe he said in this trial that Donna would testify. So, and in fact, as I recall, he asked them the question at the beginning, are you going to hold it against her if she doesn't testify? Because that's her right. And so the jury has been informed that a defendant doesn't have to testify. And I don't think that's going to pin them in any, since it happened at a hearing. So that's my thinking. Looks like we are about to get started with the afternoon. I am wondering how much case the defense has. I'm making sure I'm all the way at the end. Okay. All right. So they're bringing in the jurors, and we're about to start the afternoon of testimony. We're going live gavel to gavel coverage of this trial. I am so glad to have you watching with me. It's been absolutely fascinating. I've never done this before. It's been a lot of fun. I do a recap toward the end of my broadcast every day, and then I will cut that out and post it separately. So if one day you don't have time for the whole live stream, you can at least get the recap of what happened that day. But I'm wondering how many more days we have. How many days is the defense going to need to present the case it has planned? A lot of that is going to depend on whether Donna testifies. That's going to be a much longer testimony than a lot of witnesses would be. So they're bringing Annie back. Is that what you said, Annie Cunningham? Almost surely the prosecution will ask her, did you talk to anybody about what happened and why you're being called back? Okay, so I don't know. Is she kind of outing herself? Because the examination by the defense was just in general, what did you use? And often you use this. So now the prosecution is assuming she knows that there's question about that particular evening and that particular call. And so the cross-examination is going straight to that. Now, she was released. Maybe they thought she wouldn't be called back. So she may not have been under a sequestration order.
Actually, we don't see the court audio or video.
Oh, sorry. My bad. I'm sorry about that.
Elizabeth Cunningham, do you need to see the items that the state is referring to refresh your recollection?
Do I?
Would
Yes,
you like
if
to see them?
if I spoke with her, I spoke with her.
Okay, so you have no reason to contest that you spoke with her via regular phone call, June 23rd, July 20th, and July 21st.
If it's on the record, yes.
But you're saying it was a WhatsApp or a Viber on the 18th.
Yes, they were in the car and they often called on those apps in the car.
Would it surprise you to learn that WhatsApp didn't offer voice calls until March of 2015?
Then it was on Viber.
Must have been Viber, huh? Nothing further.
Redirect examination for the witness. You may step down, Ms. Cunningham. All right.
Okay.
We are certain she's good to leave at this point. That was safe travel.
All right. So let's stop for just a minute. And if y'all didn't hear all of that, it was. So they called her all the way back from the airport, right? She testified before. She testified about this phone call, which is frankly not all that big a deal, that happened supposedly on the night of the murder of Dan Markel. And all it is Donna was upset and she was on her way to Tallahassee. It doesn't really say Donna's innocent. She could have been acting. We saw her get upset during 4 witnesses here. So it doesn't mean a lot. And all she said was, yeah, it could have been Viber or WhatsApp. We often use those instead. That's something she had referred to already when she was asked questions. So the cross-examination was, well, okay, there were at least 3 occasions when you were asked, when Donna called you on a regular phone line, the 23rd of June, July 20th, and July 21st. She's like, okay, fine. And then, but why would she suddenly use a different method on July 18th? And she just said, yeah, we use both. And it must have been WhatsApp on July 18th. So the prosecution went a little further and said, okay, well, WhatsApp didn't offer voice calls. She said, okay, then it was the other one, which I think she said was Viber, but it could have been Viper, but I'm not positive what she was saying. And so it suggests that she'll do whatever to say that phone call that night came from Donna and that it was actually one made somehow. But that's not necessarily unbelievable. It also doesn't really take the defense case anywhere. So if this is so important to the defense case, that this is one of the most important things it's worth bringing a witness back from the airport. It's worth fighting over this one thing. That is not a super good sign for the defense.
Defense would call Richard Chagrin.
Janet asked a very good question. Why should we believe Katie when we know she lies? I think you can't be positive about Katie's testimony because it changed frequently and it changed to mold itself to what she thought the state would want. She has a very clear incentive for that. And if you followed her testimony, you see it change a lot. And I think that's very damaging, prevents people from knowing whether they can believe the person. Thank you so much, Jackie. Jackie is a huge gifter of Lawyer League memberships. We are very grateful for her, as are many of our members. So thank you. And Kylie also gifting 5 Lawyer League memberships. Thank you both so much. I appreciate that. And so do all the people who will get those. They're awarded randomly by YouTube. Would you please hit the like button to let YouTube know we're back from lunch? We are ready to go, and they can let people know we are here. I'm going to, I keep turning it cold and hot. I guess I'll just stick with it. It's kind of hot now. I turned it down a little bit ago and then it got cold. So we'll wait and see. We're waiting for the important next witness. We know from what they said at lunchtime that there should be 2 more witnesses coming. Looks to me like another friend of the Adelsons, right? Probably. Can I just say he's really cute? I love the tie.
Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please adjust the microphone as you need to.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Richard Chagrin.
Mr. Chagrin, how do you know my client, Donna Adelson?
I met them 37, 38 years ago. They're best friends. The wife was the president and CEO of a nonprofit. I was chairman of the board.
And you grew close with Donna and her husband, Harvey Adelson?
When I first met my wife 36 years ago, we formed a gourmet club, and they were part of the gourmet club. And we met probably every 2 to 3 months. And then as the years progressed, we became friendlier and went on a number of vacations with them.
Okay, you say gourmet club. Is it?
Gourmet dinners at people's houses.
Now, are you married, sir?
I am.
Okay. And what does your wife do for a living?
She's an attorney.
What kind of attorney?
Specialty is real estate, corporate, and bankruptcy.
Estate planning?
Yes.
Now, did you speak with Donna or Harvey on the day that Charlie was convicted?
No.
How about the next day?
Yes.
Without telling us what they said, did you?
So he's one of the people who was in the room during that prison call, that jail call where the phone didn't hang up. I believe he and his wife were in the room.
And your wife go to their residence in Miami?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got there, can you describe Donna for us?
She was distraught.
And what about Harvey?
Harley was like in shock.
Now, prior to this, you indicated that you had traveled with my client and her husband. Did you travel extensively on your own?
Well, we went on cruises, and then we did there was 13 of us did 2 weeks in Israel.
Were you somewhat savvier than they when it comes to booking travel?
Oh yeah, I've been to 75 countries around the world.
And were you asked to assist them in any way on November 7th of 2023?
Yes.
And specifically, what were you asked to do?
Initially, I helped Donna with the visa. And then when we were done applying for the visa, Donna took Susan to show her the dress that she bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah. And then she asked Harvey to sit down with me and make plane reservations.
When you sat down to assist with the reservations, what did you discover?
The ironic thing was that the round trip was a fraction more than one way. And I suggested, since you don't know when you're coming back until sometime in January, book a one way. And I remember commenting to Harvey, I said, I'd be willing to bet it's cheaper to fly from Vietnam to the United States than it is from the United States to Vietnam.
Now, let's back up a little bit. Let's talk about the visa. Were there options that were given when selecting which visa to apply for?
To my recollection, there was only two options, a 30-day or a 90-day.
Do you know why the 90-day was selected?
Well, I said they didn't know how long they were going to be gone.
And do you remember if the visa that was applied for only allowed them to come into the country once, or did it allow them to come into the country multiple times?
I'm not aware.
Now, you indicated that they were coming back for their grandson's bar mitzvah.
Yes.
Why, if you know, why were they wanting to get out of town?
Well, unfortunately, they were barraged by the media. Unfortunately, live in a condo, so they didn't let them in. And they were afraid to leave the building.
To your knowledge, had the Adelsons been to Vietnam in the past?
Yes.
And they found it to be relaxing?
To my knowledge, I was there. I thought it was a great country, great people, great food.
Now, although you are the one that suggested the one-way ticket. Who booked the flight?
Harvey.
That's actually important.
To your knowledge, were they free to travel?
They told us when we got there that their attorney said they had no restrictions in traveling.
That's also important. We've heard that from others, so.
Can you describe the type of mother and grandmother that you observed Donna to be?
Donna was the ultimate Jewish mother, not unlike my wife, that was very involved in their children and grandchildren's lives. I think Donna maybe was a little more involved in her grandchildren because of the situation of grandsons losing their father, Wendi working, and also they live close by, Donna and Harvey in South Beach.
So, am I hearing you correctly? You would describe Donna as a typical Jewish grandmother
More than typical,
and a typical Jewish mother?
yes.
So more than doesn't help, typical does.
At the time that you were assisting them on November 7th of 2023 with the travel, had they decided when they were coming back from Vietnam?
They were undecided, other than the fact that they were gonna, whether it was prior to the bar mitzvah or just before the bar mitzvah, they didn't know how long they were gonna be gone.
But they were coming back for the bar mitzvah.
Oh, definitely. They wouldn't miss it for the world.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Which is exactly what we've heard from other witnesses as well. And I told you at lunch, that's my view. There would have to have been an active warrant for her arrest for her not to come back. Just my thinking. After that, all bets would be off.
Sir, at the time that the travel was booked, the bar mitzvah was less than 90 days away, right?
It was in January.
Do you recall giving a deposition? It was by Zoom, but I was present, August 29th, 2024.
Vaguely,
And in that deposition, weren't you asked, so did you make any of the decisions when to travel or how to travel, or were you just the conduit to the technology? And your answer was the conduit for the technology.
yes.
But today you're saying you're the one that suggested that they fly one way.
Objection, Your Honor. Improper impeachment.
Overruled.
Isn't that right?
Well, to me, that's part of being the conduit, just suggesting.
You were there because you were more computer savvy than Harvey or Donna, right?
I was there that day.
Yes, sir. To help with the computer is what you said in the deposition.
Well, once we got there, I was there because my wife had done estate planning for them.
Okay, but what you did in reference to the travel planning was help with the computer
Yes,
because you were more computer savvy than these two.
correct.
But today you're saying you suggested the one-way flight, right?
I just offered my suggestion.
Okay. And you said that Donna Adelson is a typical Jewish grandmother. Does a typical Jewish grandmother suggest dressing her grandchildren up in Nazi uniforms?
Not to my knowledge.
No further questions.
Examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll do a recap when we get to the end, talk a little bit about what he said.
Would you say that you are more travel savvy than Donna and Harvey Adelson?
I would say yes.
And when you were deposed on August 29th of 2024, did Ms. Kappelman ask you if you made any suggestions about a one-way ticket or a round trip ticket?
I don't remember.
Would it be helpful if I showed you a copy of your deposition transcript?
Surely.
I'm going to show page 11, lines 12 through 17.
They're Okay, want me to read which one?
If you could just read page 11, which is where you're on, lines 12 through 17.
12, question, okay.
Just to yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did Ms. Kaplan ask if you made any decisions?
No,
Well, she asked if you made decisions, but you did not make decisions, did you?
no,
You made suggestions.
yes,
Nothing further.
Okay, let's
Does
stop.
witness need to be retained or is he released?
Please release your arm.
Have a good day, sir.
thank you, sir.
So I've got to say, the Adelsons have some loyal friends. So this friend has come in, Richard Chagrin, I believe he pronounced it, and he and his wife were the two in the room when Donna was on the phone with Charlie. She thought the phone had been disconnected. In fact, it kept recording even though Charlie had been cut off. So that call has been played for the jury. In the course of that call, Donna is clearly distraught, just as he said. And there's talk about how Donna wants to go to Vietnam, about how she's looking for a non-extradition country and what her plans are. So Harvey and he changed the narrative around this. Up until now, the prosecution has said that Donna booked this one-way ticket to Vietnam, that it was her decision, and that she obviously wanted that one-way ticket because she wasn't planning to come back. She was escaping. This was consciousness of guilt. Personally, I'm not sure any of that evidence ever should have come in if it is true that the state attorney general's office advised Donna Adelson's attorney that it was okay for them to leave the country. To me, that kind of ends it. But it has become an issue in the case about the flight to Vietnam and whether or not Donna was entitled to do that. Not so much entitled because everybody agrees she wasn't under arrest, but what it meant, what was her thinking behind this? Because it isn't like she was just taking a vacation. She was looking for a non-extradition country. There was that extra layer on top of it. So this witness is saying, yeah, well, he was the one who had the idea to do it one way. It had to do with cheaper. He was more travel savvy, so he suggested that. It was Harvey who made the reservation, not Donna. And then the defense pointed out that the visa option was multi-entry, which meant they could leave, come back for the bar mitzvah, and go back. And he's saying, yeah, for sure. They were planning to go to the bar mitzvah. Donna was nothing more than just a Jewish grandmother, Jewish mother, maybe a little more typical on the grandmother, more than typical, he called it, on the grandmother, that she is involved in her lives. That's pretty much true of everyone. The cross was, well, is that what a Jewish grandmother would do? Would they suggest dressing kids in Nazi uniforms? And obviously he said, no, that was not the case. Okay. Oh, I'll wait. They're going to call their name.
Tarana Khan.
Couldn't understand the word. So they don't seem to be running from that conversation. I thought they might. And look, it's filling up. The row is filling up with people for the Adelsons. So they do have 3 people sitting there now. That is a disadvantage. Okay, let's see. We'll use this opportunity to catch up.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors. You can adjust the microphone as you need.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Tarana Khan. Last name is Khan.
And Ms. Khan, how are you employed currently?
I'm a mitigation specialist / paralegal for the Federal Defenders of the Middle District of Georgia.
And what is that job what do those job responsibilities entail?
What I do is I go down three different, the male side and the maternal and paternal side of the families, and I investigate all of the issues. I don't do effect investigation, and I also do the mental evaluations as far, not the evaluations, but I go back, doing all the records and get all the things together, present it to the courts, so we can try to get a lesser sentence for our clients.
And that's with a habeas unit?
Not right now. I'm just with the Middle District of Georgia. But I was doing that with the habeas here in Tallahassee.
Okay. And how long have you been in your current role in the Middle District of Georgia?
1 year in Georgia.
Prior to that, did you work for the Federal Defender's Office here in the Northern District of Florida?
I did the Capital Habeas Unit.
And can you tell us what you did there, please?
Yes, I did investigation, went to talk to clients, all their families. It was more of a fact investigation at that point.
Okay. And so that entailed you going out at the direction of the attorneys that you worked with, interviewing individuals,
Correct.
gathering records,
Yes,
and that included individuals that were in custody, correct?
correct,
And preparing reports
correct.
and presenting that to whom?
The attorneys.
Okay. Did it also bring you to have occasion to testify in court ever?
No,
Now, how long were you employed with the Northern District of Florida Federal Defender's Office?
from 2016 until July 2022.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I have an associate's in paralegal, a bachelor's in legal studies, and I've studied sociology, and I've earned a certificate in that.
And when did you complete your bachelor's?
In around 2014, maybe?
Now, in between working for the Federal Defender's Office in the Northern District of Florida and the Federal Defender's Office in the Middle District of Georgia, did you work as a licensed private investigator in Florida?
After I left the Federal Defender's Office in Tallahassee, yes.
Okay. And how long did you do that for?
Since 2022, and I never, I guess, stopped. I just took the job for the Federal Middle District of Georgia and left.
Okay. And as a licensed private investigator, were you retained by my office to interview an individual by the name of Patricia Bird?
Yes,
And where was she located?
in the Leon County Jail,
How many times did you meet with Miss Bird?
once.
And that was at the Leon County Jail?
Yes,
So we heard from Patricia Bird, there was questioning around who did you meet with from the defense? And the defense suggested she implied or told the state that she met bunches of times with defense investigators. And then that caused the state to think that maybe the defense was pushing Patricia Bird, a fellow inmate of Donna's, to give some testimony that would be favorable to Donna. Maybe they were in on this plot to push Patricia for this. But the cross-examination by Donna's team of the inmate, Patricia Bird, was, well, she went back and forth. Was this a white person or a black person who interviewed her? How many times did this person interview her? So they're putting her on the stand to give what they believe to be facts about exactly how many times they contacted Patricia Bird. She's saying once.
And do you remember when that was?
I want to say January. Can I look?
If it'll help refresh your memory,
Okay.
sure.
Oh. Ms. Bird was on January 24th.
2025?
Correct. Sorry.
And when you interviewed Miss Bird, did you tell Miss Bird that Mrs. Adelson was going to pay her for her testimony?
No,
Specifically, did you tell Miss Bird that Donna Adelson was going to buy her a piece of land?
no,
What about a trailer?
no,
What about veneers for her teeth?
no,
What about a small vehicle for her and her children?
no,
Did Miss Bird tell you that Mrs. Adelson had offered those items to her?
no,
Did Miss Bird tell you that Mrs. Adelson confessed to any portion of the crimes that with which Mrs. Adelson is charged in this case?
Did she tell you that? I'm sorry, can you read that?
Did
for me?
Miss Bird tell you that Mrs. Adelson confessed to her?
No,
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay, that's important. This is trying to impeach Patricia Bird, who was very serious testimony against Donna Adelson, saying she confessed to the crime of murdering Dan Markel. I must say,
prior to interviewing Miss
stop it for just a
Bird,
second. I must say, I always thought that was sort of strange. I mean, if Donna is so paranoid that every time she's on the phone with Charlie and talking about the bump, she's like, no, we have to meet in person. We can't talk on the phone. What are the chances she's going to tell other people in prison, yeah, okay, yeah, I did it? It just doesn't seem very likely.
on January 24th, 2025, did you meet with or speak with Donna Adelson?
no,
Have you ever met with or spoken with Donna Adelson?
no.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
So her point is to cast some doubt on that very damaging testimony from Patricia Bird, to say, I only met with her one time. I certainly never said Donna offered her anything. And back then, before she got the idea in her head, this is the defense theory, that she might get some advantage for talking to the state about this. She didn't try to say that Donna was offering to pay her. She didn't say Donna had confessed. All of that came later. When she was first talked to, none of that was in play.
Why did you interview Miss Bird?
I was given a list of names to interview.
By defense counsel?
Correct.
Okay. And she was not a state witness at that time, right?
I wouldn't know.
Wouldn't know. Would it refresh your memory to see a copy of the state's amended discovery when we did list her as a witness?
I didn't see that. I wouldn't have seen that.
Okay, so that wouldn't help you to know when she was amended as a witness in the case?
I wouldn't have known.
Okay, so you were not asked to go there because she was a state's witness. I'll just put it
No,
that way.
no.
All right.
Well, she wasn't told that.
And did you
anyway.
record your interview with Miss Bird?
No.
The SAO investigators were able to record their interview with her. Why didn't you when you interviewed her?
I wasn't asked to do that.
Asked by who?
The attorneys.
So they didn't ask you to do it?
They didn't ask me to record it. No.
Okay. Could you have taken a recorder and recorded it though?
Had I requested for the jail to permit me to take a recorder in there?
The jail does allow that.
I
If
don't
you-
know. I didn't
If you
ask.
get, okay. If you get permission in your experience, is it typical for
Correct, yes.
jails to allow you to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Just a second.
So the state obviously suggesting we recorded, so we're sure about our part.
Cross-examination.
One question I have is, what efforts does the state have to make to be able to take in recording equipment? Is it easier for them than for the defense? I don't know the answer. Actually, I think they brought her out to talk to them, didn't they?
Ms. Collins, since you didn't ask for permission to take a recording device into the jail when you met with Miss Bird, how did you take accurate notes?
As I was speaking with them, I wrote everything down that they said, that they were saying to me. So I did pen and paper.
Pen to paper. And had the state requested those through the discovery process, you would have been able to produce those.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Okay, pretty good.
Will this witness need to be recalled or retained for any reason?
We retain her, but she's free to go about her business.
You may step down, Ms. Khan. If you are recalled by the attorneys, they will let you know. Do not discuss your testimony with any other person. Please call your next witness.
Eddie Barnes.
Okay, so we've already gone past the number that they said for sure. They mentioned 2 and a recall of 1 witness, and now they've already done their 2 and the recall. So we've got another witness. I think that makes, this will be the 6th witness, I think, with 1 being recalled. So kind of count that as 7. So let's move on ahead because we're a little behind. This will give us a catch-up chance.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Sir,
Please adjust the microphone as you need to.
we'll do it. Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Eddie Barnes. Excuse me, E-D-D-I-E. Last name V as in Victor, A-R-N-E-S.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a private investigator.
How long have you been a private investigator?
I've been a private investigator on my own for 10 years. Prior to that, total 27 years.
27 years as a private investigator?
Yes, 27 years as an investigator. The last, yes.
What type of casework do you handle?
Mostly criminal at this point in time. I also do insurance, civil stuff and insurance, but I've been exclusively pretty much criminal for about the last 10 years.
How do you get your work?
I market. I have my own company. I try to market and get work, and that's how you do it. That's all I can say.
Were you retained as a private investigator by Mrs. Adelson's original attorneys?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
May of 2024.
Now, I want to specifically direct you to when you were asked to speak with an individual by the name of Patricia Bird.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when that was?
That was August 30th, 2024.
And what did you go to the jail to meet with her?
Yes, sir. I received a call from prior defense counsel saying there may be a person that has information on the case. He gave me the name. So at that point, I had traveled to Leon County Jail, got there about 11 o'clock, and then was able to meet with Ms. Bird.
Now, there are different kinds of visits that you can do at the jail. How did you meet with her?
I met with her in an attorney booth.
So you don't need to schedule an appointment for that?
No, sir.
Just normal business hours?
Yes, sir.
And tell us, without telling us what was said, how did the conversation go?
Basically, I met her and I introduced myself and explained to her who I was. And I said, you understand you might have some information on the case? And she said, yes.
And she might have some information on Donna Adelson's case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did she have information about?
She told me she had some information about what Katie McBanawa had stated to her back in 2021 when they were incarcerated together.
Now, did she tell you that Donna Adelson offered her any sort of compensation to testify in her case?
No, sir.
Specifically, did Miss Bird tell you that Donna Adelson offered to buy her a piece of land?
No, sir.
Did Miss Bird tell you that Donna Adelson offered to buy her a trailer for that piece of land?
No, sir.
Did Miss Bird tell you Miss Adelson offered to buy her a vehicle?
No, sir.
What about veneers for her teeth?
No, sir.
So she didn't tell you any of those things that Donna Adelson, that she is saying Donna Adelson offered?
Absolutely not.
Did she tell you that Donna Adelson confessed to her?
Absolutely not.
Did you record your interview with Miss Bird?
I was instructed by prior defense counsel to not record the interview. That wasn't unusual because we spoke to I spoke to several prior inmates throughout those 2 or 3 months. So to answer your question, no, sir, I did not record the interview.
Now, did Miss Bird talk extensively about Miss McBanawa?
Yes, she did.
Okay, so let's stop for a second. Overall, I think this is really good for the defense because they're poking some holes in one of the two most important pieces of evidence against Donna that have come out and that were a surprise. One being Katie's testimony about Charlie said Donna brought the money and Donna washed the money. And then the other being this testimony from Patricia Bird that Donna actually confessed to her. And what they're trying to do is poke some holes in that and say, okay, maybe that didn't really happen, at least not the way it's being described. So in this case, he's talking about his interview with Patricia Bird. We've now had two different investigators, he being the second, saying, I talked to Patricia Bird and she didn't say anything like this. It is not as good for the defense that now they're saying that he was instructed not to record it by the prior counsel. It's not really clear yet why not. Why, and I'm sure the prosecution will hit that hard.
Did she say that Donna Adelson told her to say those things?
No, absolutely not.
Did Miss Bird know who Donna Adelson was prior to meeting Miss Adelson?
No, she did not.
Had she heard the name Donna Adelson?
No, she didn't. She actually told me when she met her.
When
in the jail, like she never heard of Donna's name at that. She met her like maybe 4 weeks earlier inside the jail at that point in time.
Now, when Miss Bird is telling you about Miss McBanawa, did you caution her in any way about her cooperating on Donna's behalf?
Yes, sir, I did. She told me what she told me, and then I said, Miss Bird, the state's going to, if you're a potential witness in this case, you're going to be put on the stand. They're going to say you were given something to say this. Our client told you to say this. And she said, absolutely not. They can say that all they want. That's the truth.
Did Miss Bird tell you that Donna told her to say anything other than what was true?
No.
Was it your understanding that she was waiting for a plea offer in her own case?
She made mention to me that I asked her about her charges. I want to get to know her a little bit. So she told me why she was in. And we discussed that a little bit. And then she said, I'm expecting an offer soon.
That was what she said, expecting an offer soon?
I'm expecting an offer from the state soon.
And that was just over a year ago?
Yes, sir. That was August 30th, 2024.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
So it's been a long time, still no offer. Defense suggestion is because they're waiting to see if they accept what she says in this case. That's the defense point. Prosecution won't agree with that, obviously.
Nothing further at this time?
Cross-examination.
So, Mr. Barnes, you said that you interviewed Miss Bird because Donna Adelson's prior defense counsel said that this may be a person who has information.
That's correct.
But that was prior to July 25 when the state listed Patricia Bird as a possible witness for the state, right?
That was August 30th, 2024.
Okay. So in August of 24, the defense, for some reason, would have thought this person may have information and gone to you to interview them.
Correct.
Okay. And defense counsel asked you about this, but you said you did not record your interview with her.
No.
Okay. You could have taken a recorder, like a pocket recorder, into the jail and recorded it, right?
I
If
could
they'd
have,
asked
but I
you
was
to.
instructed not to record the statement.
Yes, sir. Now, after hearing this statement about how Magbanwa basically lied on the Adelsons, killed Dan Markel just to extort them for their money, is that right?
That's not exactly right, but you're in the ballpark, but that's not exactly what she told me.
Okay, can you tell me again exactly what she told you?
I'm going to refer back to my report a little bit, if that's okay. I spoke Patricia, and she said that they were sitting at a table talking about the case, and then Bird quoted the following that McDaniel had told her, and that was, after we had him killed, we tried to get the money because we knew her boyfriend and family had a lot of money. We knew that they had money because the family offered the man $1 million apiece to move to South Florida. So at that time, Patricia and Katie, said, why not kill him and get the money ourselves? So then Bird replied with, girl, that's crazy as hell. That's extortion. And Katie replied to her and said, my kid's got to be raised and go to college as well.
So I have a question about that. So according to what you say Bird told you,
Yes.
Bird used the word extortion. That's the word Patricia Bird used.
Yes, ma'am.
That Magbanwa used.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when you heard this story, that would be very helpful, right, to Donna Adelson's case. Did you call her prior defense counsel and say, listen to what this lady's telling me? Can I have permission to record this? Can I do a recorded interview with her? This is going to be very important. You didn't do that, did you?
I did call them immediately when I left the jail, and I sent them an email with my summary within an hour.
Okay. Did you ask to go then do a recorded interview with her so you would have evidence of that?
No, I didn't ask.
Okay. And did they ask you to?
They didn't ask me. No, I told them what they told me, and if they have any additional instructions for me, I'll gladly go do what they asked me to do.
All right. Now, if Miss Bird, after all that, do you know why the defense never listed Patricia Bird as a witness?
I don't know the specific reason. I'm not the attorneys on the case. That's
Do you
their
know why
job.
these attorneys never listed Patricia Bird as a
Does the
witness?
state allow the witness to answer the question before cutting off, please?
Dugan, please wait for him to finish the answer.
Just repeat, please.
Do you know why either defense counsel never listed Patricia Bird as a witness?
I have no idea.
You were hired by prior defense counsel, you said?
That's correct.
Okay, and you did charge for your services.
I did charge for my services. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
That's all. Thank you.
Redirect examination.
Just one more, Your Honor.
So the state just pointing out that he went through the story that Katie told him, which is pretty much straight up Charlie's extortion theory, exactly what he said in his trial. And that Patricia said, that's crazy as hell, that's extortion. And the state seems to pick out that word. She used the word extortion, thinking that would be an uncommon word to use. And he says he told the attorneys right away, which does leave the question why nobody listed Patricia Byrd.
What you say,
Yes, sir.
the state just asked you, according to what you say Bird said to you, isn't that
Byrd
in
said too.
fact what Miss Bird said to you, not just what you claim?
No, that's exactly what she said to me.
And you've been working in this industry for how many years?
Sustained.
Judge, the state attacked his credibility.
We're not doing speed objection, but I will ask your next question.
Would it surprise you, sir, to learn that contrary to what the state implied,
Overruled, please let him finish his question first before you object.
thank you, Your Honor. Would it surprise you to learn that the prior defense counsel in fact listed Patricia Byrd on the witness list that they submitted prior to this case being set for trial September of 2024?
Would that surprise me? No.
And so, contrary to what Ms. Dugan indicated on cross-examination, it was your understanding that Ms. Byrd was listed as a defense witness.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
And the reason this team would not is because by that time, Patricia was on the state side.
Nothing further, Your Honor?
Will this witness be recalled by either party?
He'll be retained, but he's free to go about his business.
Mr. Barnes, do not discuss your testimony with any other person. You may step down.
Sir, thank you.
Please call your next witness.
So they're getting another witness. I've been wondering how many will they have? They're running through them very quickly. None of them particularly earth-shattering. Been a little bit slow. Oh, I can catch up.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Attorneys can approach briefly for one moment.
Okay. So they're going to approach. Okay. So they've sent the jury out.
Everyone can be seated. Sir, I'm going to need you to step down from the witness stand and step outside the courtroom doors.
So another conference with the witness not listening. Some kind of dispute about the testimony or what will be testified to. But we're going to get to hear it. So
Once
that's
the
good.
rule of sequestration is invoked, it applies equally to both parties. How long was he sitting in the back of the courtroom watching
Oh,
the defense case?
I was not aware he was here, Your Honor. Our assistant was trying to find him. I went in the hallway looking for him. I didn't see him before we called the witness that he sat in here for. She sent him a text message asking him where he was because we were concerned he was not here, and that was about 1:30. I believe, based on speaking to my assistant, that he was present during all or part of Ms. Khan's testimony, which is completely unrelated to his very limited scope in this case.
State, do you wish to be heard?
Yes, sir.
What's that?
So it sounds like this witness was sitting in the back of the courtroom during the testimony of the last witness, the investigator who just testified. Well, there's supposed to be a rule of sequestration, so he shouldn't have been hearing any of the testimony that he just heard. He was supposed to be outside the courtroom. Apparently, there was some miscommunication. He didn't realize that. So now the judge is like, wait a minute. He just walked up from the back of the courtroom. We need to talk about this. And I think the prosecution is saying, yeah, we're not going to, we'll just deal with that.
What is the substance of the testimony to be offered?
The substance of the testimony is a home search with Mr. and Mrs. Adelson and Dan Markel.
He's a realtor.
With Donna and Dan Markel.
That he was present for 15 to 20 minutes. I'm not entirely sure how this testimony would relate to the matters that we've gone over. Moment to determine if the witness should be permitted to testify. Take a brief break. 10 minutes.
I'm not clear what he ruled. I couldn't really hear the judge. I think that, he's going to take a brief break maybe to figure out what he's going to do. I guess that's what they're going to do. So what the defense is arguing is, so what if he sat in the back of the room and learned that Patricia Bird said this or that in jail to the investigator? That has nothing to do with what he's going to testify about. What he is about to testify about has something to do with a home search that Donna and Dan Markel went on. So I don't know why they would have done that. Maybe, I don't know why it's important. Maybe he's going to say they were getting along fine and she didn't hate Dan Markel. But it seems like the home search would be for Wendi, and Dan would not have known about that, right? Because we heard that she was searching for a home while she was married to Dan before she told him that she was going to leave him. So I don't know what home search they mean. Maybe it was even earlier than that. Maybe it was when they bought the house on Trescott and she and Dan bought it together and picked it out. Again, not super important because it predates the time when everything fell apart between Wendi and Dan. But maybe that was it. So the judge is making a decision about whether he's even going to let this person testify because they were sitting in the courtroom and they weren't supposed to. I strongly believe he should. It doesn't sound like they're that important. There's absolutely no reason to throw any appellate issue in at this point. I clearly would let them testify, just me. So that is my thinking on it. And we are now completely caught up while they take this little break and the judge makes his decision. And they're back. That's perfect timing. I hear the noise anyway.
Everyone can be seated. You may examine Mr. Kelly when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Kelly, this is going to be very brief. Could you please tell the jury your name and then spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, Tim Kelly, T-I-O, last name Kelly.
All right. And what is your occupation, sir?
I'm a realtor.
And is that what your occupation was back in 2011?
Yes,
Did you have the pleasure of knowing a young man named Dan Markel?
I did.
At some point in November of 2011, were you contacted by Mr. Markel about seeing some homes?
Yeah, I'm not positive on the date, but if that's the date, yes, he did contact me about some homes.
Would it refresh your memory if you were able to look at the email communications?
Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, that's fine.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Great. Yes, 2011.
Is that November 2011?
Yes.
Okay. And when he contacted you and you were making arrangements to look at homes, were those homes for were you looking for a home in particular for his in-laws, Donna and Harvey Adelson?
Correct.
And were arrangements made for you to show homes?
Yes.
And did you in fact show homes?
Yes.
And who was present when you showed the homes? Who was with you?
I believe it was the Adelsons, both of them, the husband and wife, and Dan, and I believe Wendi and the boys, both boys, or just one boy. I can't remember who was there at the time, but I think we had to make arrangements between, cars or so.
Okay. Was it one time that you took them out or more?
I believe it was just one time.
Okay. And did you show them homes in the Tallahassee area?
Yeah.
Okay. And did they end up purchasing any of the homes that you showed them?
No.
At some point, did you refer them to another realtor that you know named Lisa Carey to look at homes?
I did not refer them to Lisa Carey. No, that was not.
That was not you?
No.
Do you work with Miss Carey?
I did at the time. We were a team.
Okay.
At one point, and I think we were still a team, and we probably were not in 2011.
Okay.
But no.
Okay. Can you hold on just one second, please?
So I think this is just support for that point we've heard about, that Donna really didn't hate Tallahassee. She was thinking even of buying a home there. We heard that from Wendi.
Just briefly, when you came to the courthouse today, did you come and sit inside the courtroom?
I did.
And did you observe and listen to some of the testimony?
I heard the end of the testimony that was being said.
Was it a male or a female?
Female.
Okay. Is there anything about the testimony that you heard that has affected your testimony as to these small issues on looking at a home?
No.
All right. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
So you showed these houses to the Donna and Harvey Adelson at Dan Markel's request?
Correct.
Was the thought that they would have more space, be able to stay up here for longer periods of time visiting Dan Markel and his family?
I believe that was it, yes.
Okay. And that was in 2011, you said?
According to the emails, yeah.
So Dan Markel and Wendi Adelson were still together at that time?
Correct.
Okay. And if they got divorced in summer or fall 2012, your interaction would have been about a year before that.
Correct.
And about 2 years before Halloween of 2013, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any reaction from the witness? You may step down, Mr. Kelly. Please call your next witness.
Defense will call Detective Joshua Turner.
Do they keep coming with the witnesses? I am wondering. Thank you, Jaguar and Leslie, for your kind comments. I appreciate that. Thank you to Pat for the super sticker. And Kate Oatley as well. Meredith 2 Cents is putting in her 2 cents on the arrest of Wendi Adelson. She is in favor of it. And Pascaline has gifted 5 lawyerly memberships. Thank you, Pascaline.
Detective Turner, please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You may adjust the microphone as you need to.
Well, this is interesting. I'm trying to figure out why he's here.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Josh Turner. I'm a deputy with the Leon County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed with the Leon County Sheriff's Office?
Since September of 2016.
And during your time with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, can you tell the jury a little bit about what assignments you have worked?
Yes, I was in 2019 a field training officer, and then in 2020 I went transferred into the Criminal Investigations Division at the Sheriff's Office. Worked in property crimes, auto crimes, and violent crimes.
And in your role as a detective with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, did you come to interview an inmate by the name of Drina Bernhardt?
I did.
And did you meet with her on December 18th of 2024?
I did.
Okay, and subsequent to that, did you notify the state attorney's office that Ms. Bernhardt had information concerning Donna Adelson?
I did.
And did you then attend a recorded interview with Ms. Bernhardt at the state attorney's office?
Yes.
During that interview, did she indicate what, if any, steps, and by she I'm referring to Ms. Bernhardt, took in when she was speaking with Ms. Adelson in the pod at the Leon County Detention Center?
She said that she was speaking to Ms. Adelson throughout the day and sitting in front of a camera at the detention facility.
She specifically stated that she situated herself and Ms. Adelson so that they would be picked up on the surveillance footage?
I'm not sure the exact wording, but yes.
Something to that effect?
Correct.
Okay. Now, previously, did you review State's Exhibit 105?
Yes.
And what was that?
I believe it was the recording of the pod, the annex.
Okay, so there was surveillance video?
Yes.
So after Ms. Bernhardt's interview on December 20th, 2024, at the state attorney's office, did you go back to your office to download the surveillance video?
No, sir. I went to my vehicle and back up to the state attorney's office and downloaded it from there.
Okay, so you went to get your computer?
Yes, sir.
So back then, when you were assigned to the investigations unit, you had access to their surveillance videos?
I did.
And then you logged in from the state attorney's office and downloaded that?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness and show him it was marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 105.
You may.
So we did hear from her about how she positioned
Recognize,
herself.
State's Exhibit 105.
I do.
Is this the surveillance, or is this a portion of the surveillance video that you obtained from the Leon County Detention Facility?
It is.
Any, aside from shortening the video so it was easier to show in court, any changes to it?
Not that I'm aware of.
Just a moment.
So we're going to see the video of Donna in jail, it sounds like, alone, talking to Drina Bernhardt.
And at this point in time, I would move into evidence as Defense Exhibit 70, the surveillance video.
Any objection?
My only objection is rule completeness, Judge. I'm not sure how much shortening occurred, but I would ask for all of States 105 to be admitted.
And I can say, Your Honor, that the video that was provided to us as States 105 is exactly what I copied onto this thumb drive.
The item is admitted. It is to be published in its entirety.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you guys have the HDMI?
So we're going to see this tape. We do know that the defense argument is that Donna Adelson was pressured by Drina Bernhardt. Maybe they think somehow this tape will show that, will show how Drina was pressuring Donna Adelson. That's not permitted because Donna's represented by counsel, so the state law enforcement can't pressure her. They're supposed to contact her through her attorney since she's represented, and that even includes getting jail informants. It's not that they can't listen to Donna and write down what Donna is saying, but what they're not supposed to do is interrogate the defendant by proxy. In other words, they become the interrogator since the investigators can't do it themselves. That's not supposed to be happening. Another point they had made was that Drina Bernhardt really seemed to be pressing the state. She wanted to be able to get some kind of break on her sentence, and she was pressuring them to give her that. She, in fact, got out of prison at one point, but then violated her probation yet again, and so she's back in, still looking for a deal. The defense says she could be subject to up to 20 years in prison, so it's in her best interest. Here we go.
So that I could
That's
the
probably,
computer. Is it okay if I stand over here rather than at the lectern?
That's fine.
The detective, initially in the video, do we see Miss Bernhardt or Miss Adelson?
Yes, they are back towards the bunks.
And do they walk towards the foreground of the video?
is that Donna?
At one point.
Fast forward a little bit. Who's seated at the table with the
That
dark
looks
hair?
like Drina.
That's Drina Bernhardt.
What does she have in front of her?
A notebook with a daisy and a yellow folder, looks like.
There was a notebook introducing the evidence yesterday. It was the notebook that contained the Q&A that supposedly was written by Donna. And we did hear a question from the defense saying, are you sure it was Donna, maybe it was her handwriting, maybe she wrote it, but
The video appear to show Miss Bernhardt putting a chair at the table towards the right.
It does.
Who's walking up now?
Miss Adelson.
they're saying that Drina is telling Donna what to write. That was something that was a question when Drina was on the stand by the defense. So Drina's kind of getting her to sit at this table over here. Well, they're barely in the camera, huh? They're off to the side.
Does it appear from the video that Miss Bernhardt got Miss Adelson to sit down at that table?
It does.
And they're engaged in conversation?
Yes.
Well, I can't even see Donna's head. Only part of Drina's.
Without stating the obvious, there's no audio on this video, correct?
Correct.
So I'm very grateful that they shortened this because can you imagine just sitting at this for a long period of time? I don't see anyone writing yet. They're just talking, it looks like. And I guess they're going to show her writing because the defense is bothering to show this. Who is nearest? Is that? Yeah, I think Donna's the one nearest us and Drina further away. That's interesting. I did not envision this when they described where it was. This isn't what I pictured. So I'm not really sure what we're watching. Let me flip to this screen, see if it's bigger. I can see better. Trina is pointing to stuff, but what? I don't see that notebook. Donna's explaining something. Trina's listening. Well, this is certainly the most riveting part of the trial by far. I think you would all agree. This is intense. Sort of symbolic, a slightly slower pace during the defense side. We're going through a lot of witnesses, but a lot fewer facts are coming out, which you would expect by this point in the trial. So I guess we're just going to want to watch some talk. I can't believe Georgia Kappelman asked for the entire video. Really? Did anyone want that? Pythagorean runner asking about my view of Georgia. I'm going to hold off commenting on any of the attorneys specifically, unless I have something kind to say. I think she's very intensely competitive, and I think that comes out. That's a good thing in a lawyer in many regards, but I think it can be off-putting to some people. So I understand what you were asking me, but I'm not going to answer. It was a good question, Pythagorean runner. Well, it's like somebody's still asleep up there on the top bunk, moving around. I pictured there being a separate room they all went to for this place where they all met, but I certainly see Patricia Bird's point about how they were all together, and therefore the fact that she wasn't directly in the bunk next to Donna doesn't mean anything. They're all mixed in together. You can really see that now, what Patricia was saying.
Detective, at this point, we're over 8 minutes into the video. Neither one of them have started writing, have they?
Right.
No.
She is holding a pen, though. You can see Drina holding a pen. And you saw her with her journal, that notebook she had that we saw yesterday in the testimony. Oh, that was Friday, right? Friday. Last trial day. They're still not writing, as he said. It's still action-packed. I really think they should use this as a cliffhanger kind of movie. I mean, this is action-packed. This is definitely something made for prime time. Don't you agree? You're going to have to leave this footage out of the recap. When Dateline does a documentary, they're going to have to do something different. Go straight to the point. But he had to show a certain amount or the prosecutor was going to object. And did object.
Can you explain to the jury what Ms. Borheimer just did?
It appears she took a piece of paper out of her notebook and is showing Miss Adelson something on that page.
Appears that something's already written on that page.
Potentially, I can't tell.
Right. I can't either. And now Drina's
Now
writing.
Ms. Bernhardt's writing on the piece of paper.
Correct.
She's talking, but the paper's in front of her, not in front of Donna. Now, I don't think there's any need for me to stop it so you don't miss any of the action. I'll just talk. We did hear from a handwriting expert who said that the writing on the sheet we were seeing was Donna's. The Q&A that instructed Drina what to say about what Katie had said. Of course, there's the possibility, and I think the defense would argue, that Donna was writing down what Drina told her. Well, the paper's still in front of Drina, and you can see him talking. Is that Drina writing, maybe? I don't think she's writing. Oh, the drama. Am I right? Vanessa is a new member. We are glad to have you. And Jaguar, I don't even think I said thank you so much. That was a very generous gift, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
It appears that Ms. Bernhardt is writing at this point.
Correct.
Judge, given that this is an hour and 14-minute long video, instead of publishing it in full as requested, is it okay if I fast forward the points that I'm trying to make? Thank you, Your Honor.
Everybody's got to be like, yes, please.
Who's writing?
Ms. Bernhardt.
14-17, who's writing?
Ms. Bernhardt.
Interesting. And this is somebody with the Leon County Sheriff's Office.
1446. My client takes the paper and starts writing, correct?
Correct.
This is good evidence. Slow, but good. So they're suggesting Drina is telling Donna, here's what happened, and then now Donna starts writing it out. That fits with what they asked the witness yesterday. Did you tell Donna what to write down? They're not contesting it's Donna's handwriting on part of this. They were.
Fast forward to 1642. Did Ms. Bernhardt take the notebook back?
She did.
From this vantage point, we can't see what Ms. Adelson is writing, can we?
Correct.
However, it's clear that Ms. Barnhart is still speaking with my client.
They seem to be engaged in conversation.
$22.50. What do we see Ms. Barnhart doing now?
She placed 2 notebooks on the table.
And one of them was the hot pink one that we saw. I think the state's admitted into evidence. It's a hot pink.
Correct.
Okay.
So the first one was a different notebook. Okay. All right.
$41.24. What do we see now?
Trina's opening the hot pink notebook.
Is she showing Mrs. Adelson something in that notebook?
It appears so.
Fast forward to 4404. Are they both writing?
Yes.
I'll come back to your question, Casey. I don't want to interrupt the drama around this particular segment of the trial. Is Donna writing? I can tell Drina is. I think Donna is also. Remember, Donna thinks Drina is helping her. Donna thinks Drina is all in for helping her with her testimony. She is going to tell what Katie McBanoa said, which coincidentally is exactly what Charlie's theory of the case was. That's not what Drina said. Drina said that Donna tried to bribe her to give false testimony, to make up a story about what Katie McBanoa had said when Katie had never really even said that at all. So you see, you've got the struggle between, do we believe Drina, or is the defense poking some holes in that, making the point that Drina told Donna what to write or was heavily involved in creating the document, whether because it's true or just because she wanted to set Donna up, whatever reason. So on the Gilligo Beach trial, KC cultivation, that is not likely to be broadcast. New York typically doesn't do that. So I would have to be present in person. I don't have a current plan to do that. I've thought about it. It would be really disturbing. I'm not sure how I would handle that trial. I don't know if I could do that. It is really an interesting one. it's been difficult getting information out. New York is so locked down on the documents, on everything. So I have thought about the Gilgo Beach trial. I don't know.
322, Mrs. Adelson.
Let me know y'all's
Drina
interest in that.
something. Do they appear to be discussing it now?
It appears so.
And Mildred feels like Donna would normally have stayed in town to comfort her grandchildren over the conviction of their uncle, although frankly, it didn't sound like they were very cut up when Donna was talking about it. And she said, that's what I would want for a child. I wouldn't want them to be deeply disturbed by it. They're just young.
51 minutes. Appeared that Miss Adelson had gotten up and is now sitting back down.
That's correct.
So they sat there for a good long period. I think he said the total tape was an hour. I'm not sure if I welcomed Andrea and Angela, new members.
It still appear that they're both looking through the pages and discussing them.
It does.
They're definitely working together on this, talking it over. They are still working away.
55-35. They're still both discussing some topic, correct?
Correct.
We don't know what they're discussing.
Correct.
And they're both looking at pages that they have in front of them.
Correct.
And we know Drina is already planning to turn this over. She's sitting there specifically, she told the state, so they could watch her sitting with Donna Adelson. And then Donna thinks Drina is going to testify on her behalf.
We're at 59-34. Here's they're both still writing.
Correct.
And as with previously, can we tell what they're writing?
No.
Can we determine what they're discussing?
No.
Well, it's not exciting, but I think they're making a point. It's a little hard to know exactly what the point is, but it clearly is that the two of them worked on this together, that Drina was involved, and that Drina was writing also. Can you imagine if we'd had to watch the whole thing? That really would have been brutal. Feels like it's not ending as it is.
Now we're at 1 minute, or 1 hour, 1 minute and 22 seconds. Can you tell the jury what's going on here?
Miss Bernhardt just opened some notebook. She's writing, and Miss Adelson is also writing.
So maybe there were 2 copies of that Q&A.
Detective, from your previous review of this surveillance video, does the same behavior continue where they're both writing and discussing things between now and the end of the video?
I believe so, yes.
Who is she waving at? Seems like there's a wall there. Oh, she's just raising, gesturing.
Can you get the lights, please?
Well, that looks more inviting. Let's all go there. I think we may have to have a vote. Which was more exciting, that testimony or the handwriting expert? You can go ahead and put your comments in on that.
Detective, do you recall the date?
Almost for the jury,
video,
please. That's Mountain Man too.
I'm sorry, it's a poorly worded question. Do you recall the date that video was taken?
I believe it was December 19th.
So the day before Ms. Adelson met with the state attorney's office. I'm sorry, Ms. Bernhardt. Thank you.
Correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
So the day before she interviewed. So, I mean, she wants a deal. She didn't
The day
have that.
Ms. Bernhardt told you that she had information about my client.
Correct.
Nothing further?
Cross-examine. You may.
Wait, sorry, did they say the day after or the day before? Sorry, after all that, I have to listen back. Sorry.
Detective, that's the day after Ms.
After.
Bernhardt told you that she had information about my client.
Correct.
Nothing further?
Okay,
Cross-examine.
so here's their point. Here's his point. She had already told them, I have information, but that information may not have included the Q&A. She may have created that Q&A for the purpose of getting a deal with the state. That's what the defense is trying to imply.
You may.
18th, she told you not just that she had information about Donna Adelson, but that Donna Adelson was trying to enlist her, solicit her to give perjured testimony in this trial, right?
Correct.
So you learned that on the 18th. You relay that information to who?
Investigator Newland.
With my office.
Correct.
Right. And the meeting at the state attorney's office ultimately happened on December 20th, right?
Correct.
And at that time, there was a more detailed interview conducted with Ms. Bernhardt to get the information she had about what had happened, right?
Correct.
Okay, and at that meeting, Bernhardt shows up with this pink notebook pictured in State's Exhibit 62, right?
Correct.
And she tells us in that meeting, hey, here's the script that she's written for me that she wants me to deliver at trial, right?
Correct.
And you were able to photograph the thing, and this is what's pictured in State 62?
Correct.
Okay. And what were Drina's instructions from the defendant about this exhibit? Why did we have to photograph it instead of impounding the thing?
Her instructions were to read over that and to trace it in her own handwriting and provide that back to Ms. Adelson.
Okay, so she's supposed to copy what's here and give this back to Ms. Adelson.
Correct.
So Ms. Adelson was going to be expecting to get this thing back. We had to send it back with her, right?
Correct.
Okay. Give it back to her. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you went and found the video, did the video appear to corroborate what Bernhardt had told law enforcement that day?
It did.
And when Bernhardt originally reported this to you on the 18th, you said you let Investigator Newland know. Did you let Bernhardt know, hey, you're going to be interviewed on the 20th?
No,
Did Bernhardt have any way of knowing that we were going to have a meeting on the 20th?
not to my knowledge.
In fact, didn't we consider waiting until after Christmas to meet with her? You
Correct.
remember that? I was home with a bad injury, bad back.
Yes.
The kids were out of school. It was Christmas time. We talked about doing it after Christmas, right?
Correct.
So wasn't it just dumb luck that we happened to bring her over on the day that she was in possession of this thing in defendant's handwriting?
Yes.
Defense says, well, both women wrote in the notebook. We see one writing, we see the other one writing. Are you a handwriting expert?
No, ma'am.
Would you defer to the expertise of a handwriting expert in determining who wrote this particular thing?
Yes.
I want to publish. What, at 5214? Are we behind? We're not behind at all. Okay. Try and catch up if we were. We already watched the part where Ms. Bernhardt here does take this pink notebook out and give it to Donna Adelson, right?
Correct.
And it is Bernhardt's notebook, right?
Yes.
And after she gives it to the defendant does proceed to write in the notebook.
She puts right there, right? If you could write it right there.
If we go to 5819.
So remember, there are two issues here. One issue is whether Donna Adelson wrote this, whether this is Donna Adelson's handwriting. I think everybody's pretty much conceded that. Another issue is whether Drina is pushing Donna for this. And that is an issue in and of itself mostly for the court, mostly on appeal, less for the jury, not really at all for the jury because the judge is letting it in. But what we do see here is, okay, the defense has an argument that Drina is definitely saying, write this down. She's definitely pushing for it. That doesn't mean Donna isn't also pushing for Drina to give the testimony.
So we see Mrs. Adelson get up and walk away, and then she later returns, right?
Yes.
Okay, and if we go to 104. We see Ms. Bernhardt get up and walk away, and Ms. Adelson continues writing.
Correct.
For the record,
I give this some credibility, and I do think it undermines to some degree what Drina Bernhardt said, because Drina Bernhardt's testimony is that Donna was pushing her to come up with a specific story about Katie McBanwa. Of course, it's possible that story Drina was supposed to tell was true. It's possible she really told Donna that. She really told Donna this is what happened and that Donna was jumping on it. So the defense is raising that possibility and suggesting that Drina kind of suggesting to Donna that they write it down. She clearly does seem to be involved in that all of that is part of Drina kind of pushing for Donna to get involved in this. And she has an ulterior motive for that.
We know that Miss Adelson expected this document back that was written in Drina's notebook because that's what Drina said, right?
Correct.
But we can't hear what's being discussed on that video.
Correct.
We have to rely on what Miss Bernhardt says.
Correct.
That's fair.
Now, you testified on cross that Miss Bernhardt did not know that she was being brought up to the state attorney's office for a meeting on the 20th.
I don't believe she knew the date.
Yet when she came, she brought a bunch of materials with her.
Correct.
And the state attorney's office collected what Drina said they should collect.
Correct.
Nothing further.
will the detective be recalled by the party?
He's hoping no.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Please approach.
Okay, so we don't know what the judge is going to ask them. I think I'm like 5 seconds behind. We'll catch up for that and then wait and see what the judge is ruling on. I'm just wondering what is going to be the entire sum total of the defense's case. They put out a lot of witnesses, considering my guess was they didn't have all that many to start with. So wondering what will happen. I think this does have some impact on Drina's credibility and on what exactly we believe. That testimony is so uncertain anyway, because there is a lot of self-interest for Patricia Byrd and for Drina Bernhardt. So they come in with very damning testimony about Donna Adelson. So do we believe them? That's something we have to decide. It's an important issue. And the jury will obviously have to decide that too. Katie McBanwa, that's a huge issue. Welcome to Nancy, new member. This is a really good point. Lisa is saying the resources and power of the state scares me. I hate to think that a person could get life in prison on circumstantial evidence and jailhouse informants waiting for deals. Thanks me for my coverage. Thank you, Lisa. And that is something that bothers me as well. I mean, for every trial where you see a defendant maybe get away with something, I think there are many, many more than that, where this overwhelming power of the state just rolls over the defense and there's nothing extra. They have so much more power. The law is in their favor. I think the judges tend to be in their favor. The juries come in already in their favor. It is definitely set up so that it supports what you actually see in the statistics. About 90-something% of cases that go to trial end up with verdicts where the defendant is found guilty. I think the number is 98%, but I haven't looked at it in a long time. It's overwhelming. Very, very large number. So that is scary. It's part of the reason that I do this. And I'll stop it if they start talking, because now I'm getting on a roll on my high horse. Lisa, you've started something. But I think this is so important. I mean, I know we're having fun. I am going to start.
We are going to go into recess for trial at this point for the day. We will resume tomorrow with the defense's case. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to speak with each other or any other person concerning this case. Also, do not seek out any information outside of this courtroom. Please report at 8:30 tomorrow. We will resume at 8:45. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Okay. I don't know if they maybe ran out of witnesses. They were running through them so fast. But they apparently still have more.
Everyone can be seated. Please report tomorrow at 8:30. We will resume
really calling it.
5 with the witnesses. Please have all witnesses that will be testifying in the morning present and ready. Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford. Also, there is not to be any further violations of the rules of sequestration.
Yes, sir, that was certainly not intentional. And as I indicated, sidebar, one of our witnesses, I don't believe we're likely to until 10. We will have further discussions with her to get her here as quickly as possible.
We're in recess.
So sounds like an expert witness may be flying in tomorrow. And some more witnesses in the morning. So they got case left to go. They are not through. And it looks like the court is ending for the day. I'm guessing that the defense ran out of witnesses for the day. That would be not surprising given how fast we were running through them. So let me remove this, make my screen bigger while we talk about the case. We are also going to do our recap of the case. So if you missed any part of it, we're going to cover the whole day and talk about it. So let's talk about what I was about to get on my high horse about, what Lisa's comment. Lisa was talking about the resources and power of the state. And I know that we enjoy doing this. It's a lot of fun to talk about it and to follow these cases. But I think it also really is so important. I mean, what we are doing, even if we are enjoying being together and talking in the chat and all, it also truly matters, because what we are doing is overseeing a government of extraordinary power. And that's important, that we actually watch that and make sure that it's fair. One of the reasons that we have open courts is so that the people can watch over that. That's one of the reasons we have the jury system, is the idea that you don't want to vest power in a few people. You want to spread it out, and you want there to be oversight, and then you want there to be media, and you want there to be coverage. And for every Karen Reed who gets off and has a tremendous defense, there are many, many people who do not, who don't have that sort of level of resources, who don't have someone who will fight for them. And so it is important. I think it really matters what we're doing right here. So, well, let's talk about the day. I'm going to do our recap, and maybe we can do some questions at the end of that, since we're ending a little early, which I, for one, am not at all sorry about. So let's talk about our day. We started off, and I am supposed to do this like a real video. I forget because I'm going to cut it out. So let's go ahead and do this while I still hopefully have the energy, and then we can do the questions. If I start to fade, we'll be okay with that. Okay, so I'll pretend like I'm starting. This will be cut out, but you and I will keep going at the end of this, okay? All right, so hi, y'all, and welcome to the recap of day 8 of the Donna Adelson trial. We are in the defense side. Was it day 8 or was it day 7? I'm going to have to start day 7. Okay, getting ahead of myself. Okay, we're going to have to start that over again. Take 2, right? Hi, y'all, and welcome to the recap for day 7 of the Donna Adelson trial. The defense is finally here. We are hearing for the first time what Donna Adelson's defense is. We are seeing her put on her evidence. So far, a lot of witnesses, not a lot of ground has gotten covered. We have not really gotten to the spot where we are seeing huge inroads being made by the defense. We ended early for the day because they run through all the witnesses. Well, that's my assumption is why they did it. Tomorrow, there are more witnesses for the state. It's really a pretty large number of witnesses for a defense. So let's quickly recap what's happened, and you can see what you think. Thus far, I would say they haven't gotten too far with the case. So we started off with something very typical. The defense moved for acquittal. That's normal at the end of the state's case. The defense will make the argument that the state has not put on enough evidence to support convicting the defendant. It's usually done and it's usually denied, and that's exactly what happened here. The defense argued, well, look, our client was not directly involved in the murder. So Sigfredo killed Dan Markel, Lewis drove the car, Katie Medban was solicited. Even if you assumed Wendi hired, Luis Rivera had said the lady hired them. Even if you assume that, that's not my client. So that doesn't count for us. And Wendi was the one who said that she could only leave if something happened to Dan Markel. They were pretty generous with throwing Wendi under the bus and throwing Charlie under the bus and separating Donna from the rest of the crowd in this argument that they made to the judge. They talked about the fact that it was Charlie who looked into hiring a hitman or made the joke about it, and not Donna. And of course, there was also testimony he really had looked into hiring a hitman. Jeffrey Lacoste said Wendi said that. But Donna was not aware of that. They said it's Donna, it's not Donna. If you're going to blame somebody, you're going to blame Charlie, not Donna. And so they used that. It was Wendi who used the name Adelson for the grandchildren. That wasn't Donna. Donna may have done some things after the murder. They said things that would maybe not reporting it. Maybe there were things like telling her son Rob not to talk to the police. But at no point did she say anything or do anything before the murder. That's the argument being made by the state. And the grandma motion, they argued, was really to prevent Donna from spending time with her kids in contravention of the right of first refusal that Dan had. What that means is Dan had the right, if Wendi was going to be going somewhere, was going to hire a babysitter, instead of hiring a babysitter or even getting Donna to be the babysitter, first give Dan Markel the chance to get some more time with his kids. And so he wasn't, according to the defense, saying, I don't want Donna to have unsupervised visitation. He was saying just, I want to have the first right and Donna comes second to me. The confession that Patricia Bird talked about, Patricia Bird was one of the inmates with Donna Adelson, and she came to court on Friday and told us that Donna Adelson confessed to her, that Donna Adelson specifically said that she had actually committed the murder of Dan Markel, had been part of it, but that she was really not the one involved in the planning. She just was truly involved in it. So the defense made the argument that really all Donna had done was confess to writing checks to Katie Medban. She hadn't confessed to the whole deal. The judge and the prosecution pointed out she really went back to her original story on redirect when the prosecution got up and asked her. So really, Patricia Byrd did ultimately stick to her story about what Donna Adelson had said. Harvey's birthday gift was a constant theme throughout this trial. Was the birthday gift that Dan Markel was going to be killed? And they said, no, that wasn't it at all. The birthday gift was just a party and hiring a caterer. We heard in Charlie's trial that Charlie was going to pay for the caterer, and that was his gift. So the judge quickly asked a few questions. So the state got up and said, look, we can tell that Donna Adelson, through the emails we're looking at, really hated Dan Markel. And Luis Rivera followed Dan Markel's car. How do you know how to do that? Well, we did find in Donna's planner, she had written down the actual license plate number of Dan Markel. So she could have been the one who gave it to the hitmen. Also, Katie McBanoa said that Charlie said his mother had been to his house the night of the murder and that she had dropped off money, cash, that was then used to pay the hitmen. Furthermore, that she had washed it and that's why it was wet. So that dovetailed, the state said, with the evidence that Donna stopped at Charlie's house, which came from a text she sent to Charlie saying, outside your house, and also 1 hour that was unaccounted for on her drive from Miami up to Tallahassee, and more specifically in the range right near Charlie's house. It took 2 hours when it normally would have taken only 1. They talked about Donna having an access to a large amount of cash and keeping it in a safe. So she could have been the source of this money. And she did write 44 checks to Katie McBanoa, even though Katie wasn't working for the Adelson Institute. And it wasn't that Donna had to do it because she was the bookkeeper and had to do that. Actually, Charlie could have signed them. He had signing authority. In the bump, Donna called Charlie Adelson, her son, right away. She didn't hesitate. She immediately called Charlie, and she referred to it as something that involved the two of us, the both of us, implying she was in something with Charlie. She also talked in code, things like the TV is about 5, which suggested she had some reason to feel guilty and was concerned. And then there was also the fact that she didn't want to talk on the phone, that she was wanting to talk in person, and that whole pattern of communication where things went from Donna to Charlie to Katie to Sigfredo to Luis Rivera and back. And that pattern was repeated during the bump and at important times. So the judge said, well, the judge quickly took no note of this. He pretty immediately said, yeah, I'm completely dismissing this. I'm not even going to consider this. He had to look at the motion in the light most favorable to the state, meaning what he had to do was look at it and say, is this possible? Can the jury look at this and conclude the state is right? And he said, yes, it definitely could be the case. So we started them with the defense case, and we started with 2 friends of the Adelsons. The first, Ann or Annie Cunningham, who lives in Naples and New Jersey, a retired special ed teacher who has known the Adelsons since 2009. She and her life partner were visiting Florida. They were there in South Florida. And while they were eating out at a Chinese restaurant on Christmas Eve, her life partner broke his tooth. And so they called a friend up in New Jersey. Do we know anyone down here? Sure enough, this man, Ann's life partner, who also testified second, by the way, Ann's life partner had been high school friends with Harvey. So as soon as he realized Harvey had a dental practice, he called Harvey, and Harvey saw him, even though it was right around the Christmas time. Well, ever since then, they were close friends. They even traveled with Harvey and with Donna. This witness, Ann Cunningham, met Wendi. She met Dan Markel. She met Charlie Adelson, all of the Adelsons. And she said that Donna was never hateful, never aggressive, never threatened anyone, never harmed anyone, and never threatened to have anyone harmed. They were friends throughout Wendi's divorce from Dan Markel. And at no point, said Annie Cunningham, did Donna ever say she wanted to harm Dan Markel. She said she would be frustrated with what was happening and upset about it, but she would always calm down. She never said, I'm going to do something about it. The kind of parenting that Donna did, Annie Cunningham said, was very consistent with the Jewish religion, that she gave advice, but the kids made up their own mind. She wasn't overly or strangely enmeshed in their lives. And they did travel overseas with Harvey and with Donna. When they did that, they would use WhatsApp. One of the state's arguments has been that WhatsApp was a secret coded, encrypted, I should say, a secret encrypted way of communicating, and that some of the conspirators used that to hide what they were doing. They didn't do it very effectively because they also talked a lot on the phone, as we could tell from the wiretaps. They talked by text message and they also talked by email. So it was not just WhatsApp, but that has been an argument by the state. So, and that will become a bigger part of this question because there's a lot of controversy around this first witness, Annie Cunningham, which you'll hear in just a minute. So on the night of the morning when Dan Markel was shot in his own driveway in the garage, Donna called her hysterical, or did she? You'll hear about that in just a minute. But Donna called Annie Cunningham just hysterical. She was crying. She was very upset. It appeared Donna had just learned what had happened to Dan Markel. It was the evening by now. Danny had been shot, and now Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson were going up to Tallahassee to support Wendi and the boys as they dealt with the fact that Dan had just been shot and was not expected to make it. They were very worried, said Annie Cunningham, about the danger to Wendi, the danger to the boys. Donna was concerned if Dan Markel was shot, maybe they were in danger too. And she was also concerned about Dan Markel. Would he be okay? What would happen to him? So she spoke not just while Donna was going up to Tallahassee, but also after Donna was already in Tallahassee. And Donna was still upset when she talked to her then. During Charlie's case, interesting point, Donna and Harvey actually used the Naples, Florida home where Annie Cunningham and her life partner live. They used that to watch Charlie's trial. Now, Annie said she didn't really watch Charlie's case. She watched some at the end, but she kind of tried to stay away from it. She did know about the upcoming January bar mitzvah for Wendi's younger son. Huge deal. Donna had already bought her dress for that, and she believed very strongly that Donna Adelson would have attended that bar mitzvah. She left in November, the week following Charlie's conviction, for Vietnam. Donna did. Donna left for Vietnam. And the state says her plan was to move over there. She was headed over there and she was not coming back. She was going to stay over there because she knew she was guilty, consciousness of guilt, and she wanted to get out before the state managed to close in and capture her or begin to prosecute her. And this witness said, look, she had this bar mitzvah coming up. I mean, she would have been at that. She absolutely would have been at that. Now, she also talked about talking to Donna right after Charlie's conviction. And Donna was truly upset and considering an option about her life. I'm not going to use any more triggering words like that, but that she talked about that. Her plan, rather than that, was to get away to Vietnam to just clear her head. This was not an attempt to run or to flee. And she would have been back for that bar mitzvah. So on cross-examination, they asked her about that text message that to Wendi. Donna wrote Wendi and said that I can be buried in the dress I bought for your younger son's bar mitzvah. The idea behind that was it sounded like a threat from Donna that she was going to do some kind of harm. And that was what the state believes. That's what the cross was about. And the witness said, well, I don't know about that, but she was coming to the bar mitzvah. She was not planning to be dead prior to the bar mitzvah. She was going to make it to that. Too important. She said that despite the fact that this witness, saying that wrong, despite the fact that Donna talked to her about Dan Markel, she didn't call him names. She did say that one time Donna had mentioned that comment she made to Dan Markel, or actually she made it to Wendi, and it was part of what she said Wendi should tell Dan Markel they were going to do with the kids. She was saying Wendi should tell Dan Markel they were going to convert the kids to Christianity. Of course, they're Jewish, so that would be very unacceptable to Dan Markel as well as to his family. And Donna mentioned that, and she said, I said that, and that was so foolish of me. She told Annie Cunningham that Donna also told Annie Cunningham, that she was being extorted. The families took a trip to Japan together. And this would be Ann Cunningham, her life partner, as well as Donna and Harvey. They all went to Japan together, and Donna told her that she was being extorted. I felt like there should have been a lot more details about that brought out, and there were not. What we got was just, well, so she knew who killed Dan Markel? And the witness said, I don't really know. She had to make payments to somebody. And the prosecution really tried to drill down hard. So she had to make payments to the people who killed Dan Markel, yet she never turned them in, but it just never came out that clearly. The witness did say she knew Charlie was being extorted by Katie. She did not remember exactly when she learned that. And she also, she said she disagreed with the verdict finding Charlie Adelson guilty. And she wrote back, wrote in a text message, I know you are all innocent, not just Donna, all of you. She believed Charlie was innocent as well. As far as that one-way ticket Donna had purchased to Vietnam, she said she had no idea how long they would stay. She had not seen this phrase about she was hoping to make it out of the airport before law enforcement caught up with her. She didn't really believe Donna had said it exactly that way or meant it that way. She wasn't aware of it. But she did not remember Donna Adelson complaining about Wendi not calling her through this period. She didn't recall specifically Harvey being on the floor crying like a baby, and Wendi hasn't even called, a statement that Donna said something along those lines. She didn't remember that. So on redirect, they went slightly more into the extortion, but not really. I wanted to know exactly what had been said, but here's what was said. And of course, she couldn't say anything more because it would have been hearsay what Donna was saying. It just seemed important. So the extortion was Charlie was being extorted, but on redirect, she said Donna did not say she personally was being extorted, but she did say Charlie was. That would support Charlie's theory of the case. He said he was being extorted and that he shared that with his mother. So Donna never told this witness, Ann Cunningham, that she was not coming back from Vietnam. She, in fact, was coming back from the bar mitzvah, was what she clearly understood, quote, without a doubt. The next witness, Ron Gutterson, was the life partner of Annie Cunningham, and he went to high school with Harvey. So he is the one who broke his tooth on Christmas, or Christmas Eve, I should say, eating Chinese food. So he told the same story about how they had reconnected. He said that the reason Donna and Harvey went to their house in Naples to watch Charlie's trial was that they were being pestered by bloggers and reporters, and they needed a quiet, private place to do that. When the verdict came back and Charlie was found guilty, Harvey was off the wall, he kept saying, devastated. He was very devastated by what had happened. So they were going to travel to clear their heads. It was going to be temporary. It was something they were going to leave in November of 2023. That's when they made their plans. It was the week after Charlie had been convicted. And they were going to be coming back in January or February for the youngest grandchild's bar mitzvah. The rental property business that Harvey ran was actually turned over to this witness, to Ron Gutterson. And that was something the the prosecution is going to ask about in cross-examination. But for now, what we heard in the direct was that the rental property business that Harvey ran was now Ron was going to step in and manage things. All that meant, he said, was the handyman was given the number for Ron Gutterson in case there was a problem. He could call Ron and have somebody to talk to about it. He said that's what friends do. They help each other out. But this is just a temporary thing. So the cross-examination is, well, you said that the Adelsons would come back, would never miss the bar mitzvah under normal circumstances. But, having a warrant out for your arrest, that's not a normal circumstance, right? So in other words, if a warrant was out for Donna's arrest, then there might be a reason she would stay away. And he admitted you'd have to think twice about coming back. But he also pointed out that it was his understanding there was not a warrant out for her arrest at the time, which is correct. That was done in the afternoon and served on her as she was in the airport. So she had no knowledge of it prior to that moment. So Donna said that he did recall her saying that Wendi was not responding. And that was one of the reasons that she said, I may need your help. I may need some help because Wendi isn't helping and there are things I have to get done. She said, quote, Ron may have some work to do. That's what Donna said. And he said all that meant was moral support and help with those rentals. It didn't mean anything more than that. We then heard from Kelsey Guay, a senior digital forensics engineer. She went through the call detail records of Donna and of Charlie. And it took a fair amount of time to get to this, but basically there were just a very few points that she made. The first was that the state, through Sergeant Corbett, had said that there was this huge number of communications between Sergeant Corbett, no, he's the one testifying, between Donna and Charlie, talked all the time. Well, the 417 communications he had found, she said, well, that's not really right because I counted and there were 383. And not all of those were connected. Some of those were only attempted. And then some of them were double counted. She cut until finally she came up with the number 69, not 417. And so she believed there had been mistakes in the way the state had calculated it. It's still 69 calls, but she thought it was fewer, put it that way. The state, what's the point of that is that the defense thinks that the state has really overinflated the frequency of calls between Donna and Charlie, because that makes it look like Donna was really working with Charlie. The two of them were working together and they were heavily involved in plotting and planning and dealing with the bump and all of the things like that. But in fact, the defense is saying it wasn't nearly that much. And their family, of course, they talk frequently. What's surprising about that? Then the 2 points that I thought were by far the most important for this witness, and very little time was spent on them. I think it's really important. This witness says that Donna's cell phone never connected to any tower that could support Charlie's house. Why does that matter? Because the state believes that Donna was on her way to Tallahassee to be with Wendi and the boys right after Dan Markel's murder. On the way, they believe she stopped at Charlie's house, dropped off stacks of cash, wet cash she had washed in the washing machine, and that was to be used to pay the hitmen who had just murdered Dan Markel. Well, that is a huge direct tie of Donna to the hitmen, Donna to the cash that paid for the hitmen, Donna to knowledge of the hit. All of it, very direct connection of her. So what this witness is saying is Donna's cell never connected to a tower that would support Charlie's house. The point, she couldn't have been at Charlie's house. She couldn't have dropped off the cash. That could never have happened. Next point she made was that Donna and Charlie were never connected to the same tower that night. Thus, they weren't in the house, forking over cash, giving it to Charlie. That didn't happen either. Instead, Donna never went to Charlie's house. Why exactly it took a whole extra hour to go that distance wasn't clear, but the cell phones show, this is a defense argument, that Donna was not at Charlie's home the night of Dan Markel's murder, so she could not have dropped off the cash. That means Katie Midbanawa and the story that she knows for sure, that Charlie told her that Donna dropped off cash that night. Donna was at his house, she dropped off cash, and it was that she had actually washed it. If she said all of those things, that's really damning for Donna Adelson, right? And we heard her say that in Donna's trial. It's different from what she said in Charlie's trial. In Charlie's trial, it was a lot vaguer, that it might have been Donna. It was possible. She didn't really know. Who knows? But the bottom line was the cash was wet. It had molded a little. That's the part she knew. The part she didn't know was Donna. Now in this trial, she knew a lot more. So the defense is trying to knock out that critical piece of testimony for the state. So on cross-examination, they talked about the fact that there was no location that got attached for one super important text message that Donna sent. That communication from Donna to Charlie right at the point when she would have been passing by his house. She texted Charlie and said, "Outside your house." Now, the prosecution takes that as an admission that Donna and Harvey are sitting in their car, basically in the driveway of Charlie's home, waiting for him to get home. He writes her back 10 minutes out. "I'm on my way. I'll be there." And so they are waiting for him. And that particular text message that didn't have a location attached. My understanding was the witness was saying none of the text messages would have a location attached. But that means that Donna's phone would have been on at that period in time. And it was right there in the driveway. They believe that text message is proof. The state does. So, but nothing, since there was no location, then that's not proof that she was there. But they think the message, coupled with the fact that she could have been there, means she was really present sitting in the driveway. So then there was a really interesting little side that the prosecution managed to prove with this witness. They had this witness go through the phone call logs that Donna had for that evening and ask her, was there actually a phone call to Annie Cunningham, that first witness we heard from in the defense case? Was there any phone call to her on July 18th? And there was not. Took a little while for her to page through, but there was no such phone call. So that's fascinating, because what does that mean? Does that mean that Donna actually never spoke to Annie Cunningham that night? Was Annie mistaken? Did she lie? What does that mean? Now on redirect, I guess I've got a little more before I get to redirect, but they said they talked about the 69 events that were communications between Charlie and Donna, and about that communication between each of the people. And the state's primary point is, okay, maybe there were fewer communications between Donna and Charlie than we had said. That's possible, but it's still a lot. And the order of these people is still exactly the same. Donna, Charlie, Katie, Sigfredo, Lewis, and back again, with nobody going around or in between. That being their primary point, they're saying that's still true, isn't it? All right, so redirect. This is Donna's team getting back up to ask more questions. And they said they, of course, went in immediately to that point about whether or not Ann Cunningham had been telling the truth. And what this witness explained was what she's looking at is a call log detail record that comes from the main carriers. It's not going to include anything that's on WhatsApp. It's not going to show email. It's not going to show FaceTime. What it's going to show is phone calls made through the carriers. So anything that was just, I said FaceTime audio or WhatsApp, that all gets lumped into something different, a data session, something different from the phone call log. So anything that uses data is going to be categorized separately. So Donna Adelson was engaged in data sessions on that evening. In other words, she could have been making the phone call to Ann Richardson by WhatsApp. She could have been doing it by another app, which I think they said was, I never could hear it exactly, Viber or Viper. I'm not familiar with it. But though maybe she was communicating with Ann, but they were doing it not on a regular cell phone. They were using WhatsApp. So they then allowed an extra little cross-examination because we found out that Ann Cunningham was going to come back and give a little more testimony. So but it really didn't amount to anything. Other than that, there had been 3 occasions when Donna had called Annie Cunningham and she'd used the phone. So why, the state asked, would she suddenly make a point of using WhatsApp? What's the reason for that? So at lunchtime, I asked y'all for some of your answers to polls, and these were super interesting. I wanted to know, first of all, what you think. Do you believe that Donna went to Charlie's house the night of Dan Markel's murder? Or do you believe that outside your house meant driving by on the expressway? That's what Charlie's team argued in his trial. So, and overwhelmingly, 88% of you believe that Donna went to Charlie's house the night of Dan Markel's murder. So then I asked the question, did the first 2 witnesses help Donna? That was Ann Cunningham, Ron, I've forgotten his last name, who was her life partner. Did that help? And only 3% of you thought it helped a lot. 13% thought it helped somewhat, and 17% said sort of, and 64% of you thought, no, not really. So the next question I asked you, and then we'll get to the afternoon and what happened in the afternoon, was do you believe that Donna Adelson was leaving the U.S. for good when she bought that one-way ticket for Vietnam? Was she planning to come back? And I said, this is going to be separate. I'm going to ask you a separate question in just a minute. I'm going to ask you the question, was she going to come back at least for a visit for the bar mitzvah for Wendi's youngest son? But the overall question is, was she leaving the U.S. for good? Was she moving? And 89% of you thought that yes, she was moving. So then the question, was Donna Adelson coming back for the bar mitzvah? 86% of you thought she was not going to do that. She was gone for good. Only 13-point-something% of you thought yes. And then the final question I asked you was, do you think Donna will testify? And this was much closer, still not too close. 60% of you think Donna is going to testify. That could well be tomorrow. That may be on the list. That may be what's going to happen tomorrow. But 39% of you said, I said, I got that backwards. Strike all of that. Okay. 60% of you said, no, Donna is not going to testify. 39% of you said, yes, she is going to testify. So we then hit the afternoon, and Annie Cunningham came back. Bless her heart. They went to the airport. Apparently she was on her way to the airport, and they pulled her back in to testify again. What they were worried about was that testimony she had about Donna calling her the night of Dan Markel's murder. And is it going to look like she lied about that? Is it going to look like she maybe was mistaken about the time? So they just got her to say, yeah, we often used WhatsApp or Viber. We used that when we were communicating. We had traveled overseas together, so we kind of gotten used to using that. So that was basically her testimony. On cross-examination, they went through the fact that Donna at least sometimes called her on a regular phone line. And so she did it right around this time. On June 23rd and July 20th and July 21st, she called her on a regular phone line. And then suddenly on July 18th, she calls her on WhatsApp. Why, suggests the state. So overall, they made a pretty huge deal about this witness, even bringing her back. I didn't feel like it was hugely helpful to Donna's team. Yes, she said that Donna was upset about the death of Dan Markel, but I don't think that's necessarily going to take the case all that far, because the jury has also seen Donna cry during the first testimony here. The question is not whether she was upset, but whether she's acting about whether she's upset. So if she could act here, she could act when she was talking to somebody on the night of the murder. I think the real question is going to be, does the jury believe Donna Adelson? Do they believe she's putting on an act because she actually was involved in the murder? So the next witness was Richard Chagrin, who met the Adelsons 38 years ago. They had been friends for many years in a gourmet club where they would meet for dinner at each other's houses every 2 to 3 months. They took a number of vacations with them. Now, the day after Charlie was convicted, Donna was distraught. He said, Charlie had been convicted. He was in jail. Harvey was in shock, but Donna was distraught. So he and his wife went over to Donna's house. Now they are the ones in the background. We can hear a little bit when we covered that jail call between Donna and Charlie, the infamous one where the call drops. Charlie is gone, but Donna thinks they're still on the phone. So she's talking to other people in the room while the call is being recorded. Even if it's not a call anymore, in the sense that she's talking to Charlie, there's a recording of what she said to the other people in the room. Richard is one of those people. So he said that he was helping them with their visa to be able to go to Vietnam. He had traveled more than they had some knowledge about this. And Harvey and he, not Donna, Harvey and he made the plane reservations. And he advised them to do the one-way trip because it was a little bit cheaper. And it was, I think he said the round trip was a fraction more than buying 2 one-way tickets. And he thought that the round trip would be cheaper if they bought it in Vietnam and were taking it back as opposed to the other direction. So he thought that's a pretty good option. Now, they wanted to get a little more out of him about the visa. The visa was a 90-day visa, and it could have been a 30-day. Why then, the prosecution would want to know, did they want a longer visa? And also, one of the things that the defense wanted to get in was that it was a multi-entry. So if they did go back to the bar mitzvah, they could go back to Vietnam during that 90-day period. But it was Harvey who booked the flight. And this witness was very clear that they had consulted with their attorney, and Donna and Harvey's attorney had said, there's no restriction on your traveling. There's no problem with your leaving the country and going to Vietnam. He described Donna as being more involved with her grandkids. She was very involved with her kids. He called her a typical Jewish mother, very involved with her kids. When it came to her grandkids, she was more involved because of the fact that Wendi had lost Dan. The kids didn't have their father anymore, as well as Wendi was raising them by herself and working. So she was a more than typical Jewish grandmother, he said. He insisted she would not have missed that bar mitzvah for the world. Now, on cross-examination, they asked, well, why were you, about why he was there? And he was there for his computer savvy, apparently, because he could help them with figuring out this stuff on the computer. And they tried to suggest, and now suddenly you're saying you were also suggesting the one-way flight and you were the one who did that. And he just said, well, he didn't, I don't know that he really answered it, but the implication, I think, was just, I was there to help any way I could. And if that was a way I could help, I was glad to do it. So he was asked about the typical Jewish grandmother statement. And this was a real zinger. On cross, the prosecution asked him, would a typical Jewish grandmother suggest dressing grandchildren up as Nazi soldiers? And he was like, no, I don't think they would do that. And of course, that is something Donna wrote in an email to Wendi. She was suggesting that Wendi make various outrageous suggestions to Dan in hopes they could persuade him to let the children move down to South Florida. So the next witness, Tarana Khan, is a federal defender in the public defender's office in Georgia, but was in Tallahassee before that. And for a while, she was a licensed private investigator in Florida. So she interviewed one of the witnesses we heard from on Friday, Patricia Bird. Patricia Bird was one of the inmates, friends with Donna, who came forward to testify or to tell the state that Donna was pushing her to lie about what Katie Medbanwa had said. Patricia had met both Donna and Katie during her course in jail and in prison. And she said that having met Katie, Katie had told her, well, let me divide this into Donna's story and what Patricia says. Okay. Donna says, like Katie, that Katie Medbanwa admitted to these inmates, Patricia Bird and another inmate, Drina Bernhardt, admitted to them that, yeah, she and her friends had done this extortion on Charlie, And they had done this extortion. They had done the murder. They were extorting Charlie because they knew he and his family had a lot of money. And so they were in it for the money. And boy, they really and things like that. She talked about that. That's what Donna says Patricia Byrd told her. And that is also what the investigator says Patricia Byrd told him. Then there's what Patricia Byrd said on the stand in this case. She says Donna was pushing her to lie, to make up the story about Katie McBanoa, that Katie never said this, but Donna wanted her to say that Donna wanted Patricia to be on her side and to testify in her case to cast doubt on Katie and what Katie had said in this trial. So here's what this witness said. She interviewed Patricia Byrd one time, and at no point, and that was important too, because initially Patricia Byrd had told the state something like 4 or 5 times, and then at trial she said twice, and it was really only once. And additionally, she seemed to not know what race the person who interviewed her was. At one point she said white and another black, so that was somewhat in doubt. In other words, the defense is trying to say Patricia is just making all of this up. That's what they would like to suggest. So at no point did Patricia Byrd say to him that Donna was offering her bribes, which is what she said in this trial. Patricia never said Donna was offering to buy her land and a trailer, a small vehicle, veneers. None of that was, she never mentioned that while she was being interviewed, while Tarana Khan was interviewing her. And Byrd never said Donna offered those items to her, never said Donna confessed. That was a real bombshell she dropped into the trial, that Donna had actually confessed. But when she was interviewed in January of 2025, none of that was on the table. She didn't say any of that. That's what this witness is saying. Tarana did not record the interview. That became a bit of a sticky point. Why not? And the answer was she wasn't asked to. That you have to apparently make a special request to take in audio equipment. And since she did not take any audio equipment, instead she took very detailed notes. And so and the defense pointed out, well, if the state had asked for your notes, you could have produced them. And she said, sure. So the next witness was another private investigator for the defense, Eddie Varnes. And he was hired by Donna Adelson's original attorneys back in May of 2024. I believe that would have been Daniel Rashbaum. And in August, he spoke to Patricia Byrd. So this is the second investigator. Actually, he was first to speak to her, and the other one was in 2025. Is that right? Yes. Okay. So he spoke to Patricia Byrd. She did not say anything about Donna Adelson offering compensation to her, like land or a trailer or veneers or a car. She did not say Donna had confessed. He was specifically instructed not to record that conversation by prior defense counsel. He said that wasn't unusual. Now, obviously, the state made a point, well, our folks recorded the interview, but you didn't. So now, and obviously that makes what they say, it's very dependent on what the investigator says, right? It's a he said, she said in this particular case between this investigator and Patricia Byrd. So on cross, they said that on cross-examination, in other words, this is the state now asking questions. After that, Katie apparently was supposedly saying that after we had him killed, had Dan Markel killed, we tried to get the money. We knew they had the money because they had offered the man $1 million. That's a reference to the fact that the Adelsons supposedly offered, and I don't think they even object or disagree with this, they wanted to offer Dan Markel $1 million. And according to Wendi Adelson, she never actually made the offer, but she was being asked by her parents to do this because it would be a way to compensate Dan Markel for moving down to Tallahassee. Moving down to Miami from Tallahassee. He could fly back and forth. And if he flew back and forth, it would all be covered. And that way the kids could live in South Florida near Wendy's parents, but Dan wouldn't be inconvenienced. He would be able to afford the flight with the money that they were giving him. According to Wendi, it never happened, but it was under consideration. According to what his notes showed about what Katie had said, she said that about after we had him killed, we tried to get the money, and Patricia said, "That's crazy as hell. That's extortion." The prosecution said, so she used the word extortion? And he said, yes, that's what she said. And Katie said, well, my kid's got to be raised. My kid's got to go to college just as well as anybody else's, or just as well as his. So he called and emailed the attorney right away with this information. And they wanted to know, the prosecution did, well, why do you think neither counsel listed Patricia Byrd as a witness? He's like, I have no idea, because it seems positive for the defense. Well, then on redirect, they got up and said, Donna's team said, well, would it surprise you to know that prior defense counsel, in fact, listed Patricia Byrd? And he said, no, that wouldn't surprise me, because it would seem reasonable. I think the back and forth of all of that was, the state was trying to say, we don't believe you. We don't believe she told you this, because this would have been huge news and you would have listed her as a witness, and you didn't. But the defense is saying we did. We listed her as a witness in the first trial, when the first trial was supposed to happen, because she was positive for us. But by the time of this trial, the one we're presently in, she had turned. We didn't list her then because she's a negative witness. It's up to you, the state, to list her. So the next witness, Tim Kelly, and this started with a little bit of a bang, because he apparently had been sitting in the back of the courtroom overhearing testimony. Well, there's a rule of sequestration. He's supposed to not be in the courtroom. He's supposed to not be hearing anything that's happening. Well, he was, and so there was a question, is he going to be allowed to testify? So they ended up allowing him to testify, and honestly, it was not a huge deal. In November of 2011, he said he had, quote, the pleasure of knowing Dan Markel. And that was the question to him. Did you have the pleasure of knowing Dan Markel? This is the defense asking him that. Once again, aligning themselves with Dan Markel, what a great guy he was. And Donna and her team are all in favor of Dan Markel. Other people may have murdered him and killed him. That doesn't involve Donna Adelson. So Tim Kelly is a realtor. And what he knew about was, at one point in 2011, 2 years before the divorce of, I think it's a full year before the divorce of Dan and Wendi, and then 3 years before Dan Markel is killed, they are looking, Dan Markel and Donna and Harvey, and he thinks Wendi and even one or two of the boys were there, were all looking for a home for Donna and Harvey in Tallahassee. They didn't end up buying one, but the idea at the time had been they would have a second home there where they could come up, have their own space, and then they would be available for babysitting and being with the kids. Implication of that by the defense is that they didn't hate Tallahassee. They were willing to buy a home there. They didn't end up buying one. And the cross-examination was just, well, that was before the divorce, right? That things changed dramatically after that. And then the next witness was Detective Joshua Turner, a deputy with the Leon County Sheriff's Office. He had interviewed Drina Bernhardt. She was the other jail inmate that we heard from last Friday. And the two of them both had similar stories. Patricia Byrd, we talked about her just a minute ago, and Drina Bernhardt both claimed that Donna was trying to push them to lie about what Katie Medvanova was saying, to discredit to Katie, to say Katie was really admitting she was extorting the Adelsons. So he interviewed her, and he on December 18th of 2024, and then the next day she said she spoke to Adelson throughout the day, and she did it intentionally sitting in front of a camera. There's a video camera, as we all now know, for those of us who watched it, there's a video camera that videos this large room. In the back of the room, you see cots that are set up, bunk beds set up in the back of the room, lots of them. Then on the other side of the room, there are tables with chairs in front of them, or benches, I think, attached to the tables where people could eat or just sit. And that's pretty much the room, just a big, large room that would house a lot of people. And so initially he spoke to Drina Bernhardt, and she said she had information, but not much more than that, just she had information. So the next day, she made a point later of saying she had sat right in front of one of the video cameras up on the wall to make sure they could see she really was talking to Donna Adelson. And the defense played an all too large portion of this tape because there's no sound and it's just people sitting around in a large room. And what happens is you've got Donna and Drina who go and sit at a table kind of off to the side, almost out of the view of the camera. She didn't do a great job getting it in front of the camera. And they're sitting over there. And initially, Drina brings a notebook, and she has the notebook in front of her or nothing on the table for a while. And then Drina starts writing, and then she brings more notebooks, and then Donna starts writing, and then they're both writing. And we saw a fair amount of it. The defense was going to ask, could they skip to the parts that mattered? And the prosecution said, well, we need to see the whole thing. Well, after everybody had sampled, 5 or 10 minutes of that, everyone was fully agreed that yes, absolutely, they could skip to the parts that mattered. And that was from then on, that was permitted. So Drina brought a couple of notes to the table. One of them was a hot pink one that we saw yesterday. That was one she gave to Donna that Donna wrote in. But Drina herself was writing in 2 other notebooks. The defense seems to believe and asked on cross when they had Drina on the stand, said, well, weren't you the one telling Donna what to write? And she's like, no, it was the other way around. Donna was writing out this script for me, this Q&A, so I would know exactly what to say when I was interviewed by the police. And when I was asked by law enforcement what exactly Donna Adelson had said, and even more specifically, what Katie Medbanawa had said, she was writing it out for me so I would be sure to get it right. So, of course, she wasn't helping Donna. Donna thought she was. I did a video on the testimony of these two. Please be sure to check that out after we finish up here. It's a video on the jail inmates and what they had to say and how it's going to affect Donna's case. They were extremely damaging for her case, but they're also questionable witnesses. And that's what the defense is getting at right here. So on 12/18, she says to this particular witness, law enforcement, I've got some information, and that Donna is soliciting her to try to get her to say something at trial. And then the day after that, they are writing in a notebook. And the very next day, law enforcement interviews her, and she tells them she has the notebook to show them where Donna has written it down. Now, she told law enforcement that what the plan was Donna had written this in her own handwriting, and the state brought in a witness, a handwriting expert, to say, yep, that's Donna's handwriting. But the plan was that they would, destroy those documents, ultimately that Drina would write it out in her own hand. So it would be Drina's handwriting and not Donna's. That never happened. Instead, Drina turned over the copy in Donna's handwriting to the state. So Drina Bernhardt, the cross pointed out, had no idea she was going to be interviewed on the 20th. In fact, law enforcement didn't even know that. That wasn't a huge point. I think their point was when she was working with this on the 19th, she wasn't planning for a next day deadline. She wasn't in a hurry. But if she was working on this and she was pushing Donna, that's still an issue. And that's one of the complaints that the defense has made about this witness, that she should not be allowed to testify because in violation of the rules for law enforcement and the prosecution, she was pushing Donna to make certain statements. And they aren't supposed to, law enforcement and the prosecution aren't supposed to be contacting someone like Donna, who's represented by counsel. They can receive statements that she made, but they're not supposed to be interrogating Donna using someone else, even another inmate. So at this point, we ended for the day early. It wasn't completely clear why, but my best guess was we had blazed through a ton of witnesses. The defense was not expecting it to go that fast, and they didn't have anyone lined up. The judge did make a comment, a little grumpy about, well, let's have all our witnesses ready in the morning, which made me think, yeah, that's the issue. They're out of witnesses. And they mentioned there might be a little break in the morning. They hinted because they have a witness flying in who will get in about 10. So they hopefully will be able to fill up the morning. And then at 10 o'clock is when they'll have the witness flying in from somewhere or another. I assume most probably an expert witness, just similar to the one they had today on the call detail records. So this trial is moving fast. I do not think the defense is going to hit the 6 days it said it might take. I think it's going to be less than that. They have moved very quickly through their first witnesses. Huge questions remain. Is Donna Adelson going to take the stand? That'll take some time if she does. And in rebuttal, will the state bring her son, Charlie Adelson, to testify? Or even would Donna bring Charlie Adelson? Would he agree to come? We don't know the answers to those, but there is a lot of suspense left in this case. The case is moving quickly, and I think we easily could reach the jury by the end of the week. We'll see. There's uncertainty around exactly who's going to testify and who's left to testify. So we will be finding all of those things out. We are covering the trial gavel to gavel, all day coverage with the trial. Please join us. We're having a lot of fun watching the trial together. I appreciate your comments. I love doing the polls at lunch and getting what you're thinking about how the case is going that day. That sort of helps me center and focus for this recap that I do. And then each evening I do a recap. So also please be sure to subscribe for that, so you'll get the notifications of that. Turn notifications on and hit that like button, and I will see you in the next video. And for all of you who are still here with me, let's do a little Q&A. Are you curious about something? Have you been wondering about something? Let's do that. Let me see if I, we got some new members while I was talking. Let's see who we got. We've got Diana. Welcome, Diana. We are so glad to have you. And Lisa, also a new member. That's great. We had some gifted memberships. I appreciated the people who gave those. Pro Gamer has been a member for 18 months. That's awesome. And is saying he uses a phone when there's no Wi-Fi or roaming for WhatsApp. Okay, interesting. I have used that one time before, and it was for texting. I don't think we talked. Can't really remember whether we did or not. Maybe we did, but I've only used it the one time. I never even heard of the other one they were talking about. Donna is more technologically advanced. That's wow. Okay, Sheila is a new member. Welcome. And so is Stacy. We are so glad to have all of you. Okay, let's head over and see if there's some questions. I got to get down to the bottom real quick before I miss some of those questions. I don't know how far back to go. I think I'm going to start with Tommy, who has been asking several times, how do we know what was in that notebook before? Asked, not Tommy, it's Tammy. Hey, Tammy. And definite question, right? And the more doubt they cast on Drina Bernhardt, the more question there is about what was in the notebook and why it was there and who pushed for it and who wanted it. And for that matter, what if Drina Bernhardt is sitting there because there's no sound and she's saying, here is what Katie said. Here, would you mind writing this down? I'm remembering it. She's saying, okay. So then Katie told me, and so Donna is dutifully writing down each of the things that Drina told her, believing Drina is telling her the truth. And what if that's what really happened? Not just that Drina was being pushed by Donna to make up a false story. It certainly did seem they were collaborative, that they were working together for whatever reason. So I think that's a good argument by the defense. I think there are going to be several jurors who are going to have questions about how much they believe Drina Bernhardt's testimony. Is that the only testimony against Donna Adelson, though? No, it is not. So let's see what else we have. Let me pull that out. I'm going back over to questions, see where we are. Wow, y'all have put in a lot quick. All right. Joe is asking me, do you think the defense will recall Katie and rebut her changing testimony? What I was wondering, I don't think they can recall Katie. They can't give her immunity. And I don't know if they have her under subpoena. I can't imagine the state recalling her. So I think there was a missed opportunity to get in some information about what Katie had said before, and it's not in front of this jury, and I don't know if they can get it in. I think it's a problem. They tried to get it in through another witness, and they weren't able to do it. That witness didn't know what Katie had said at Charlie's trial. So potential problem. Can't answer that. Is the defense in trouble? Asked Breaking Mainstream. Well, let's put it this way. There is a lot of evidence, and they have been presenting it. And while I think there rightly should be some doubt about what Katie said, I don't know that they have any reason to doubt Katie in the same way that I do after watching several of the videos, and that you may after the videos we've done sort of following her testimony. But as far as is the defense in trouble, I think there's a lot of evidence. It's more a question of the weight of it as you consider all of it than any one piece. Some individual pieces are in question, I think, including the jury's going to have to decide what it thinks about the jail inmates. Does it believe them, or does it think they're double crossing her, or does it just discount them altogether? So Havaku thinks Donna wasn't coming back from Vietnam, and that's why she said bury her in the dress. Well, the prosecution implied she should be buried in the dress because she wasn't even going to make it to Vietnam, that she was going to not make it until the bar mitzvah. And I think, honestly, it sounded like she went through a period of complete distress right after the verdict, and then kind of got a little stronger and started planning for Vietnam. So I think that it's an open question as to whether she would have come back. I think she would have seriously considered coming back for the bar mitzvah. She might not have done it if she thought there was a possibility of arrest, but I think she would have considered it. Mary, what was the judge referring to about a violation and the defense said it was not intentional? That was related to the witness who was sitting in the back and heard part of the testimony right before he testified. He wasn't supposed to. He was supposed to be outside, so he didn't hear anyone else's testimony, and there was a mistake. And the judge was saying, let's don't make any more mistakes like that. I said, okay. John has an interesting question. Would we be here if Dan's neighbor hadn't seen the Prius? Such an interesting question, and maybe not. They did get some of the video. For example, there was that the car followed Dan outside after the gym and after he had been at the gym before he got home. So could they maybe have followed that, but without more information about what it was? I mean, this was an aerial kind of view from somewhere up on a corner of the building. It was distant. I don't know. They could have gotten very much. That's a really good question. That may be something that was absolutely critical. If they hadn't had it, maybe nothing. Is Donna's case looking better? Asked number 99. I think she's casting some doubt where she needs to. She desperately needs the jury to question Katie Medbanowa and the two jail inmates. And that's exactly what they're working on. That is where she needs to put her attention, and she's doing that. So I think that part's well done. She's choosing the correct direction. Ira says, if Donna's innocent, why wouldn't she call the police after the bomb? And if she thought her family was being extorted? Well, you're asking a question the prosecution has said too. Why indeed would she not do that? That is kind of confusing. All right, we'll do a couple more questions. YouTube users saying, if they have Charlie testify, is it better to plan for him at the beginning or end of the day? Typically, you would like to start with a really key witness early in the morning when everybody is hopefully paying great attention. There are sometimes strategic reasons why you want to end the day with some big piece of testimony, if you can kind of finagle that, and then the other side doesn't come in until the next morning to do their cross-examination, but a lot of times that can't be done. So typically, I would say normally you want to start at the beginning. Sula wants to know, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you love this community? And I am going to go with a off the charts 11. It is such a great community. I am really, really fortunate to have y'all. Y'all have been such a blessing to me, and y'all are so kind. I mean, I see other communities and people are just terrible and mean. Like, why would anyone want to be a part of this? But y'all are so kind, and I'm really appreciative. Y'all are truly interested in these cases. You want to know more. You want to learn. So thank you very much for being part of this. Thanks to our mods. Marlon does amazing work. Mama Pinks is with us. They have been with me for years, and I'm so appreciative for all that they do. And I will see y'all I'll see you tomorrow morning. They're going to be starting, I think, at 8:30. So I will see you by 8:30 tomorrow morning.